Hey y'all, hey, it's JJ Conway. I want to welcome you to the Wealthy You in 22 Challenge. I am so excited to be here with you. I know several of us have just finished the holidays, and I know for me, I just got back last night from our Christmas trip, and it was so nice to travel with everything that's been happening with the pandemic. And it unfortunately, well, fortunately, depending on how you look at it, right? Because all things work together for the good, we had a lot of downtime on the road. I thought because we were taking a different route that we were going to have plenty of time to really get some work done. And I tell you what, some of them back Texas roads, it's a whole lot of nothing, a whole lot of no signal, and a whole lot of bumpiness. And so, what that did for me was it gave me the, let's call it, opportunity to really sit down and think about life and think about where I wanted my year to go. And I'm a big fan of doing that anyway, y'all. But I tell you what, I was able to come home from this trip so appreciative for the blessings that I have and excited for 2022. Now, we're going to talk about my goals and things like that throughout the day later. But right now, I want to bring up our first speaker to the stage. Now, for those of you who are new to the Wealthy You in 22 Challenge, what we are doing is we are basically rebroadcasting. Let me say that again. What we are doing for the Wealthy You in 22 Challenge is we are rebroadcasting our top talks from the Building Wealth Together 2021 conference. And there's a twist. There's a twist. When you submit your feedback for each of these speakers, and I'll put that link up later, but when you submit your feedback for each of these speakers, you will be entered to win one of up to $1,500 worth of gift cards and prizes, including some of my most expensive courses and Amazon gift cards and restaurant gift cards and all kinds of fantastic things. Now, if you are out of country and you are participating, unfortunately, I cannot send you a gift card, but I can send you course credit. So just keep that in mind as you're submitting your feedback for the speakers. Okay, so our first up out the gate is going to be Dr. Jonas Gatson, and his talk is how to fly like an eagle with wings of a wimp. I love it. I love it. I love it. Dr.
There are
Jonas.
three kinds of people: those that make things happen, those that watch things happen, and those who wondered what happened. I am a person that make positive things happen, and I know that you are also. I have a positive, powerful, and purposeful message for you today: how to fly like an eagle with wings like a wimp. It teaches you to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. There's nearly 8 billion people on the planet, and there'll never be another one just like you. Bonus from Jonas: you were made an original. Don't you dare die a cheap copy. Well, I'm going to talk to you. My name is Dr. Jonas Gatson, known as Mr. Enthusiasm. Well, I'm going to share some message from you from my book, How to Fly Like an Eagle with Wings Like a Wimp. And I want to challenge you to live your dreams, to live your goals, and to live your aspiration. But I was born in South Carolina on a plantation, so deep in the South until they call it the Low Country. Now, it wasn't the end of the world, but you could almost see the end of the world where I was born. But it doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't matter where you are right now. What does matter is where you are going. Because we all have hurts, habits, and hangups. I just stopped by today to give you number 4, the healing power, because your medicine is in your mouth. Also, when I was about 4 years old, the doctors told my mother I was going to die. My stomach was protruding as if I was 9 months pregnant. So they rushed me to the hospital in Charleston, South Carolina. 8 other babies had just performed the operation, and all 8 of those babies died. And they said I was going to be number 9. Now, they weren't expecting me to live, so I don't know if they sterilized the utensils or not. But they went in. Remember now, my stomach was protruding as if I was 9 months pregnant. Found out I had a tumor. So they went into my stomach, cut me open, or the surgeon cut me open, and they took the tumor out. And then they sewed me back up. And then I remember being at 4 years old in the recuperating room, and the pain was racking my body because I was heavy sedated, but I could still feel the stitches. I looked over in the corner and my mother was there, sitting there by my side. Even though she had 11 children, she was by my side. I call my mother my marvelous mother because she and other senior citizens, they've been my Motel 6. They kept the light on. So finally, when they came back and find out that I had an infection, again, remember, they weren't expecting me to live. So they went back into my right side to clean up the infection and found out that the infection had spread over on the kidney on my left side, and they took it out because it was affected. Now, when I went back into the room to recover, they thought they gave my mother and me a diagnosis, but God Almighty had the final prognosis. And here's your bonus, and you only get this bonus from Jonas. Don't let anyone bury you until after you're dead. You're bigger than that, you're better than that, and the best is still in you. Allow that best to bud, to bloom, and to blossom into a bright and beautiful future. Don't let anyone bury you until after you are dead. You got dreams and goals and aspiration to live, because a setback is only a step back to prepare yourself to make a greater comeback. And when life knocks you down, always strive to land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. And so, how to fly like an eagle with wings like a wimp. I want to spend some time here and to let you know that in the air, there's about 9,000 different species of birds. And even in the scripture, what I call basic instruction before leaving earth, is that 9,000 species of bird. And the eagle is the king of the air. My favorite book said, they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like an eagle. They shall run and not get tired. This is mounting up time. And so since the eagle is the king of the air, and the eagle is the only bird that don't head south during the winter month. And the eagle used the storm as the wind beneath its wings. So what kind of bird are you? You know, some people are acting more like a chicken. You know, a chicken get up in the air and make a lot of flap, flap, and it went on down, go on down. And some folks, they're acting like a duck. It's a quack, quack here, quack, quack there, quack everywhere, quack, quack. And then some folks are acting more like a peacock. They're all flamboyant, all colorful, but they're not going anywhere. They're all dressed up, but nowhere to go. And then some folks, and I know none of you, some folks are like a vulture. They only circle around when they see dead stuff, and the aroma of the dead animals is like a sweet aroma to them. But you are not a vulture. You are an eagle. And the eagle has the capability to fly as fast as 200 miles an hour. And it can see as far as 7 miles at a time. It has 3 sets of vision. It has the close up. They have the panoramic where they can zoom in. And so I want to let you know, in my book, we did a comparison with the eagle along with humanity. There are some different characteristics that we supposed to demonstrate. Because as I said earlier, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. You are a masterpiece, and you're created by the master. And I know that sometimes, I'm going to dissect it in a few months, but I want you to know, bonus from Jonas, turn your stumbling blocks into stepping stone. Turn your obstacle into opportunity. Turn your scars into stars. Bonus from Jonah. Some people treat their life like an elevator. When you punch the button, it will take you up or it will take you down, all depending on which button you push. Some people are in the basement of their life when they should be in the penthouse. And bonus from Jonah. And don't turn your couch into a coffin. This is the first day of the rest of your life. Yesterday is a cancer check. Tomorrow is a promissory note. But today you have cash in your hand. Spend it wisely. Live full and die empty. Now I'm going to spell out how to fly like an eagle with wings like a wimp. I'm going to spell out eagle in acrostic and going to share some pointers of the characteristic of an eagle. First, if you spell it out, it is E-A-G-L-E, an eagle. Now, first of all, the eagle have an eyesight. The book I love is that without vision, my people will perish. With vision, the people will flourish. What do you see yourself? What do you want to do? What do you want to be? What do you want to have? There's an entrepreneur in you. There's a book in you. There's a restaurant in you. This is the time. This is your time, and this is your turn. This is the decade of the doers. Get it done in 2021. Now, some of us, things didn't work out the first quarter or the second quarter or the third quarter, but this is the fourth quarter. And we want you to finish strong. And listen, you're going to have to invest in yourself. And part of this conference with JJ Conwell is dealing with finances. And one of the books that I love a lot, it said, a good man leave a legacy for 3 generations. So I'm learning the legacy. I'm going to live the legacy, and then I'm going to leave the legacy. Oh, I'm talking to somebody. I know it's tight, but it's right. It's a bonus from Jonas. You got to see what you want to be. If you want to be more, you're going to have to first see more. You're going to have to be a metamorphosis. It's like the scripture talk about, be transformed by renewing of your mind. A metamorphosis, a checkup from the neck up. I don't care how many legs the caterpillar has. I don't care how fast he can run. He can never fly until he's transformed into a butterfly. This is your time. Mount up with wings like an eagle. And the A in eagles is have the attitude. The attitude of yes, I can. The attitude of gratitude. Count your many blessings and count them one by one. Don't count your blister, count your blessing. Because the day is the first day of the rest of your life. Bonus from Jonas. Don't focus on what you have lost. Focus on what you have left. Because what you have left is enough to get the job done. So your attitude, and I'm going to share with you quickly 4 A's. First of all, you got to have an attitude of yes, I can. Then I want to acknowledge the attributes Because most of you that's listening to this positive, powerful, and purposeful message, you don't need this much. You just need this much. Inch by inch, it's a cinch. Yard by yard, it's hard. Keep on inching. Someone said, Dr. Gadsden, how do you eat an elephant? I'm not into elephant eating, but one bite at a time. So some of you, you got the proper attitude and you got attributes. You already came here with a book, with a dream, with a goal, with an aspiration. Some of you got your PhD. Some of you got your master's degree. Some of you got your D. You got more degree than a temperature. Are you listening to me? But you just need a little bit more. That's why I've learned there's an African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, get you a coach. Get you somebody. I've invested over $100,000 in my personal and professional development, and I don't feel no way tired. Bonus from Jonas. Listen. Congratulations to invest in the most important person on the planet, you. So yes, you got the attitude, but you have some attributes that you already got. That you already worked hard, that you already built some midnight oil. So you got your attitude, then you have the aptitude, the attribute, then you have the aptitude. The aptitude is dealing with the education. Work hard on yourself, then you work on your job. There's a difference between a communicator and a motivator. Or educator, rather. There's a difference between a communicator and an educator. An educator take simple things and make it complex. But a communicator take complex things and make it simple. And that's who I am. I'm a communicator. I swing the bucket down low that everybody can get a drink. Because as I always emphasize, that when you say kiss, keep it simple, speaker. And so you got the proper attitude. Then you got the attribute. Then you got the aptitude, the education. Work harder on yourself than you do on your job. And then you got the altitude, how to fly like an eagle with wings like a wimp. So you got to have those A's. And then you got to go to the G. That's in greatness. There's a gift in you. You came here pregnant with possibility. Don't abort your dream, birth your dream. Oh, I think I said something. I think that's a bonus from Jonas. I said, don't abort your dream, birth your dream. This is your time to live your dreams, to live your goals, and to live your aspiration. Because you came here with a gift. Would you please open up your gift? And the Creator put it inside of you because He thought that you will be wise enough to look within. And because you didn't look within, you're doing without. I think I said something. That's another bonus from Jonas. I said, you didn't look within. So you're doing without. Open up your gift and use it. The world needs your gift. We need to hear your story. There's medicine in your mouth. You're sitting on a gold mine. Now, and when you're on a gold mine, you're going to have to reach the goal, you're going to have to go through some dirt. But don't focus on the dirt that you're going to go through. Focus on the diamond that is in you. Come on, somebody. I stopped by to rob the graveyard of your books, of your dreams, of your goals. There's a doctor in you. There's a nurse in you. There's an entrepreneur owning your own business. This is your time and this is your turn to develop the gift that's in you. The L that's in ego. You're going to have to learn to laugh. You got to learn to have some fun. My favorite verse is laughter is healthy for you. If you don't laugh, I love humors. I love having a good time. I love laughing at the clean and positive jokes and have humor, to have some fun. Life is short. Eat your dessert first. Come on, somebody. I know it's tight, but it's right. Laughter and learning too. Keep on learning. The Latin word for educate is to lead and to draw out the greatness, the gift that is in you. Yeah, it's not too late. It's not too late to be great. Come on, somebody. I said it's not too late to be great. And then the E. The E in eagle. Being willing to go the extra mile. You know what? Bonus from the average is over. I said average is over. You got to go the extra mile. If you want to be all that you want to be, you got to take the courses. You got to go online. You got to get you a coach. You got to get you a mentor. And let me tell you something. And you need to be around people that's going somewhere. Proximity is critical. I made up my mind this year that I want to make some collaboration. I want to meet more people that's smarter than me. Because if you're the smartest person in your group, you need to find a new group. And so I lined up with some very important person. And in the midst of the pandemic, and hooking with other people, wrote 4 brand new books. Come on. And then one I already had written, How to Fly Like an Eagle with Wings Like a Wimp, that teaches you to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. Just because you use tech doesn't mean you have to lose touch. Ooh, I think I said something. That's another bonus from Jonas. Just because you use tech doesn't mean you have to lose touch. I sat in my home on my laptop talking to people all over the world. 4 brand new books. Are you listening? And most of the authors, and have other great co-authors that in these books, most of them I've never met. Until the 25th of September, down in Atlanta, I met Dr. Wood. Come on, somebody. And a few other authors. And boy, we had a time there in Atlanta at the airport. We were mounting up with wings like an eagle. I spoke there and said yes to your success. So what is your excuse? There's a book in you. There's a poem in you. I don't know what it is. That's none of my business. By the way, bonus from Jonah, what other people think about you and think about me is none of my business. I'm going to stay out of their business and stay on the business that can get in alignment with my assignment. And so that, again, the E in the eagle is getting a larger vision of yourself. The A, dealing with the attitude. Oh, yes, I can. And dealing with the attribute. And dealing with the altitude and the altitude. That's what I'm spelling out E in closing. The G is for greatness. The G is the gift that's in you, that's laying dormant in you, pregnant with possibility. The L is for laughter. It's good medicine. The L, keep on learning, keep on leaning, keep on leading, leave a legacy, learn the legacy, leave the legacy, live the legacy. And then the E is for an extra mile. It's going extra. extra, extra, read all about it. Extra, extra, be all about it. Because I want you to know that you can do it. You can be, you can do, and you can have. When things go wrong, don't you go wrong with them. When things go wrong, as they often do, when the road you are treading all seems uphill, when the funds are low and the debts are high, and you want to smile, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must, but don't you quit. Never give up, never give in, and never give out. Because it's always too early to quit. Because a quitter never wins, and a winner never quits. I choose not to be a common man. It's my right to be uncommon if I can. I seek opportunity, not security. I do not wish to be a kept citizen, humble and dull, but having a state to look after me. I want to take the calculated risk to dream, to fail, and to succeed. I refuse to live from hand to mouth. I prefer the challenge of life to the guaranteed existence, to the thrill of fulfillment, to the state calm of utopia. I will never call before any master, nor bend to any friend. It's my heritage to stand erect, proud and unafraid, think and to act for myself, and to face the world boldly and say, this I have done. I am not a common man. You are not a common woman. This is your time. This is your turn. This is the decade for the doers. Get it done in 2021. Now, I want to encourage you. I got a few gifts I want to give you. A free gift. You go to www.jonasbonus.com. That's www.jonasbonus.com, and fill in your information, get a free gift. And then for those who are interested in my books, How to Fly Like an Eagle with Wings Like a Wimp, and also I Am a Victor, and also You Are Enough, and then Make It Matter, you can go to my website and pick up a copy there, and that's www.jonasbonusbooks.com. That's www.jonasbonusbooks.com. And my motto is, since greatness is possible, excellence is not enough. This has been Dr. Jonas Gatson, known as Mr. Enthusiastic, taught almost over 8,000 people from 69 countries at Eastman College, and got the Trainer of the Year award. I'm a DTM. I'm an author of 5 brand new books. But this is not about me. This is all about you. And my purpose in life is to help you live yours. This is your time. And this is your turn to take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. And remember, as I said earlier, don't focus on what you have, bonus from Jonas. Don't focus on what you have lost. Focus on what you have left. Because what you have left is enough to get the job done. Yesterday is a cancer check. Tomorrow is a promissory note. But today you have cash in your hand. Spend it wisely. You are next in line. Bonus from Jonas. I'm getting ready to close. You're next in line for a blessing. Don't get out of line, and don't let anybody cut in front of you. Because whatever you focus on the longest is the strongest. Become the strongest. Stay focused. Stay focused. Become a laser learner. In my new book, I'm talking about a laser learner. I used to be a lifelong learner, but I found out that a lot of things I learned wasn't useful. So now in my new book, I'm going to be a laser learner, because a laser can burn through steel. And when you're a laser learner, you know exactly what you're going in there for, and you're not coming out with something else. And I'm telling you, I'm so fired up. I'm so far. I gotta go now. I gotta go. But I hope and pray that something that has been said that encourage each one of you to mount up with wings like an eagle. I am fired up. And if you're not fired up now, your wood is wet. Bonus from Jonas. When your value is clear, your decision is easy. I think I need to repeat that. Bonus from Jonas. When your when your value is clear, your decision is easy. What do you want to do? What do you want to be? What do you want to have? You can do it. And it starts today. How to fly like an eagle with wings like a wimp. Take a chance, take charge, and take control of your life. And again, as I mentioned, since greatness is possible, excellence is not enough. Go for greatness.
Oh, I'm muted. Look, I had to mute myself because I realized y'all could hear my comments. I've heard Dr. Jonas and I've edited that talk so many times and it still just blesses my soul. Wasn't that just wonderful? Look, if you enjoyed Dr. Jonas with the bonus, make sure you connect with him to get some more bonuses up for you. He's got some fantastic resources on his website. And if you haven't heard his podcast, his Building Wealth Together podcast, you need to go out there and download that as well. Man, I should have put the link up. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about what we're going to do here. Yes, ma'am. I'm fired up too. He just gets us reminded that greatness is within us. Greatness is possible. And so why not go for greatness? You know, I like that what was that last thing he said? He said he used to be a lifelong learner, but then he realized most of what he learned wasn't useful. I said, ooh. Oh my goodness, we got to be aware. We got to be aware. Now, speaking of being aware, our next speaker is really, really near and dear to my heart because she was trained by the same neurologist team that helped me recover from a really, really bad car accident. And I want to speak to you today. If you feel like sometimes you've got these health issues or you've got these genetic things or you've got these outside situations that were thrown on you and you feel like you can't succeed because of what somebody else did. Now, look, I know a lot of why we don't get where we want to go is our own fault, okay? But you know, some of us have had very real struggles. Some of us have had very, very real struggles, and they've been because of what somebody else did. And when it comes to our mental health, when it comes to the functioning of our brain, not just our emotional mental health, but the actual physical functioning of our brain, it's important that we understand that we have way more control over our lives than we thought possible. And that's what happened with me. A lot of you who are on today, you might know my story. Some of you might be here to see the speakers. And while I'm calling up our next talk, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about this. You know, when I was in the military, I had a car accident. I got a series of them. Actually, I had like 4 of them in like 5 years, right? But I had a car accident. And with that car accident, one of the things that happened is uh, cognitive impairment. And so I would call things the wrong, like if this is a pen, I might call it a cup, or sometimes I couldn't get my words out, or just all kinds of little things that really, it made me feel like my life was over, y'all. And I almost gave up. And I'm so thankful for mentors in my life who reminded me of my past successes and told me not to think about where I felt like I was right at that moment, set aside off to the corner for 4 months in the Air Force. I had a job, y'all. I was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, sitting at the front desk saying hi to people as they came in. I wasn't even answering the phones, y'all. I was just sitting there saying hi. And I'm so thankful that even when I started to give up on myself, others didn't give up on me. And they introduced me to a world-renowned neurologist, Dr. Amen, who then put me under the care of Dr. Faber and did the wonderful scans, taught me how my brain worked, taught me about different functionality, looked at the areas where my brain was getting blood flow and wasn't getting blood flow. And I'm telling you, changed my life forever. Whereas I thought I was being set out to pasture in my late 40s, here I am now today running an international financial education company. It's well on its way to being 7 figures. So I just want to encourage you, whatever you're facing today, you can have more control over it than you think. think. Sometimes our things in our life, they feel like they're going to keep us down, but you're going to learn today, whether it's a physical issue like what I was struggling with, or whether it's an emotional issue, you have more control. You can change the brain you have. And there's so many things that are simple things that we can do that our doctors don't even tell us about. And these things that we're about to learn today, they will help you become more wealthy and abundant in 22. Wealthy you in 22 isn't just about money in the bank. It's also about abundant health. It's also about abundant relationships. It's also about abundance in our self-expression, in our spiritual growth. All of those things lead to an abundant life. So let me bring up to the stage now. Thank you for this. Let me bring up to the stage now the replay of Dr. Gail Frankel's talk called "What Your Doctor Didn't Tell You About Brain Fog." Thank you for that.
Hi, and welcome to my talk on what your doctor hasn't told you about brain fog. My name is Dr. Gail Frankel, and I'm very excited to be here with you today to share my passion about the brain health, and the end of mental illness. I have been a nurse for over 35 years. I started out at the bedside in the ICU and worked my way up to the C-suite. And 6 years ago, I decided that I had had enough of corporate America, and I left my job. My last job was running a huge academic medical center transplant program. Most of my nursing career was in some form of transplant, and decided to start my own company and start working with the patients that I really wanted to help, which were those with brain issues, whether it be from trauma, from domestic violence, sexual assault, whether it's from war, PTS, and other issues going on with mental health of our veterans, or just trying to educate the public about how they can care for the most important organ in the body, which is the brain. So I'm excited that you are here with me today, and look forward to hopefully shedding some light on a few issues that you may not have been aware of. So have you felt your concentration has been a little fuzzy lately? Maybe your memory is kind of distant, like you know it's there, but you just can't quite get to it, or it's foggy. Have you felt that you're not as sharp as you were before? Maybe not as sharp as you were before COVID. You've got your mental sharpness just isn't there. A lot of my patients and clients that I work with talk about feeling like they're underwater, like they're just below the surface and they just can't bring themselves up and out of the water. Or maybe some of them talk about they feel like they're sleepwalking through their days. I myself can tell you, when COVID started, about a couple months in, I kind of felt the same way. I didn't know what day of the week it was. Did you? I mean, the weeks just kept going by. I cannot believe it's almost been 2 years since we started this nightmare, right? And so it's just interesting that we all feel this in some way, shape, or form. And this mental haze related to COVID-19 is really very dangerous at this point, because a lot of people were able to balance. I always talk about our life as a balance scale. And most of the time we get some bad and we balance it out with some good, and things just stay kind of status quo. But when we get thrown into something like the pandemic, we no longer are necessarily able to cope with it. I've seen so many of my patients and people that I knew that had it together before COVID really not be able to balance the scale because of all the things that were going on. So you may have what we call brain fog. Now, before we actually dig into brain fog, let's talk about the brain. You know, the brain is the only organ that we don't routinely scan before we make a diagnosis. You know, if you went in and if you broke your arm and you went to the ER to have it checked out, they would not, even if they knew all they needed to do was cast it and let it heal, they would still take an x-ray to make sure before they make their final diagnosis. If you went to the doctor or into the ER with chest pain or shortness of breath, they're not going to just make that diagnosis right there of what the cause is. They're going to do blood work, and they're going to do scans, and they might do a heart cath, and they might do a bronch. They're going to do all kinds of testing before they come to their final conclusion. So isn't it kind of strange that we don't do this for our brain? And we don't look at all the things that could be causing the history. You may spend 15, 20 minutes with a physician talking about it. He may ask you a few questions, but we don't go back far enough. Now, when I interview one of my new clients, I'm going to take them all the way back to childhood, because we've all had damage along the way. The brain is not just a one and done, get injured. We have injured it all along the way, and I'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So think about it. Brains run the world. They run the stock market. They run the local markets. They run huge corporations, small businesses. They run the government. They run our schools. They run our churches and our families, and they run us. So if everything hinges in this world on how the brain is functioning in all these areas of our life, why don't we put that brain at the top where it belongs, and take good care of it, and learn how things that we do and that happen to us can affect our brain? So the brain itself has 100 billion cells. It has more connections than stars, but it's only 2% of our body weight. So it's very tiny. But it uses 20 to 30% of our daily calories. It's a lot of energy to be using, a lot of calories to be using. And its storage capacity, which is why it uses so many calories, is equivalent to 6 million years of the Wall Street Journal. So some of you may not know about that paper because it's been around for a long time. You might read it on your tablet now. But if you can think about all those stacks of newspapers, 6 million years worth, that's a lot, right? So our storage capacity of our brain is very big, but we rarely think about the brain. And that's a big mistake. So think about it. The brain's the only organ we don't really take a scan or look at before diagnosis. We may do, if you've hit your head and or if you lost consciousness, they may do a CAT scan or an MRI, but that is only a snapshot in time. Good scans, but only a snapshot at that moment in time. It does not look at anything from the past or any of the activity that's going on in your brain that could be causing some of your issues. That's a SPECT scan, and we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. It's a specialized scan that actually really can tell us what areas are damaged, having trouble, where we need to focus, and make a really good, with this good history and these scans, make a really good diagnosis. If our brain is not working at peak capacity, nothing else in the body performs as it should. Now, one of the rude awakenings for me, even though I'd studied the brain since the beginning, I've been fascinated about it. When I decided to go work on the procurement side of transplant, for those who don't know, that's the side where if a person's brain has stopped working and they're pronounced brain dead, one of the questions that's asked is, did they want to be an organ donor? Did they want to help someone, if they could, with their organs, somebody who's been on the wait list waiting for organs for transplant? So if you think about it, the brain is dead, and we have to keep those organs going for a while till we can get to the OR and recover them for transplant. So when I'm orienting with my preceptor, we walk into this room. We'd already talked to the family. They were adamant that they wanted their loved one to be a donor. They had wanted that as well. So she's going over things that I need to know. Now, I had taken care of these patients in the ICU for years, but it's totally different way of taking care of it. One time you're trying to save their life. The next time you're trying to save the organs to save someone else's life. So she said to me, look at this person. And now you need to forget about everything above the neck, because that's not working anymore. Because where brain death happens is at the brainstem, which is right at the base of the neck. So if we're going to make it to the OR to recover these organs, and we're going to optimize these organs for transplant, you have to be the brain for this body that's here right now. You have to tell it what to do for the heart to work, and for the lungs, and for the kidneys, the pancreas, and the liver, and everything to continue working, because the brain can't anymore. And these organs depend on the brain, and the whole nerve center, the whole, control panel of our life, to tell them what to do and what they need to do. And so you have to be that. And so it gave me a whole new thought process about how important this small 2% weight in our body is, and how important it is to us. Now, the other thing that we have to understand is that emotions that resonate out of the brain can also harm the body. So think about if somebody is very anxious, think if somebody's very afraid, think if there's all these things going on in this person and their emotions are very, very high. It's going to have a detrimental effect on the body. Anger weakens our liver. Grief weakens our lungs. Worry weakens our stomach. Think about that. You're with the ulcer. Does that make sense? Stress weakens our heart and brain. And fear weakens our kidneys. So let's talk about a few myths about brain and brain injury. Now, this little dude here on the screen right now is a skull that I'm sure you all saw in biology lab when you were going through school. Okay, and it's hard. This outer shell is very hard and protective. Okay. Now, if you were to open this skull where it's all smooth, open it up inside, it is not smooth. It has all these crevices. It has all these sharp edges in there where the brain sits. So the skull is hard, sharp, bony edges. Okay. Now, the brain, on the other hand, the brain itself is like soft butter or tofu or custard. And its consistency is kind of like egg whites or Jell-O. Kind of got them over here in the picture for you just to kind of imagine them. So think about that consistency. It's very soft. You could damage it very easily. It's squishy. It forms around things. So if you put this very important organ inside the skull, it's supposed to be protected by it. But if you get damage to say you fall off your bike and hit your head on the ground, or you are in a car accident and your head has been shaken very quickly, or any other thing that like football or in sports where you've gotten hit. Think about all those things that are happening, and think about that squishy little brain bouncing around and bouncing off all these jagged edges. So every one of us has some brain injury. We've had it over the years. That's why I take my coaching clients all the way back to when they were a child, because they may have fallen off their bike, or they may have, been hit by a ball. You never know. There's all kinds of things that could have happened along the way that they don't even remember happened. I had one patient who, when they went back over, asked their parents, and they had been dropped at birth and hit their head. But the fallacy for up till the last 10 years has been that if you don't lose consciousness, you don't have a brain injury. Not true. Not true. So brain injuries ruin lives. So we have to protect the brain. And I'm glad to say that when I left the corporate healthcare world, I went on, as nurses do, and got more certifications to help me coach with my clients. And the one that I did just about 2.5 years ago now, is I became a certified brain health coach with the Amen clinics. And if you haven't looked into them and you're interested, you should look them up, because it's probably the best thing I've ever done, because I have been thinking all these different thoughts my whole career, but people will say, well, back it up with something. What research has been done on what you're saying? And Dr. Amen and his 9 clinics, what they gave me is the research. He's done thousands and thousands of SPECT scans over the last 10 years and studies that show exactly what I'm trying to get across to you guys about this precious organ of ours. So we really have to protect it. He's worked very hard with sports and other, football and all these others, to make sure that the helmets are correct, that they're covering the right parts of the body, parts of the head, all kinds of different things. So if you're interested, I would take a look at that. So he does SPECT scans, and I talked about that a few minutes ago. And what a SPECT scan does, it looks at all dimensions of the brain, and it does both pictures, and then it does some color scanning as well. So this one on the left side is what the brain inside should look like. Nice and smooth, just like the outside hard shell, nice and smooth. And when your brain works right, you work right. Makes sense, right? Now, on the right side is a brain that's been subjected to, I don't know what all. It could have been some injury. It could have been some alcohol abuse. It could be caffeine has this effect. Yes, caffeine. Caffeine is not good, whether it's in soda or whether it's coffee. Too much caffeine can damage your brain. And when your brain is troubled, you live a troubled life. Now, here's a few more scans. The one is the healthy one that I just showed you on the other scan. The one in the middle top here is a brain that's not working effectively. It's underactive. And it's underactive in the front portion of your brain, where a lot of your thinking and your judgment and your decisions are made. And then the one on the far right is a patient who has Alzheimer's. So look at how much of the brain is kind of not functioning in this scan, that scan. On the bottom left, you have an injured brain. So only one area, everything else is still pretty smooth. One area has damage. And if we know that, and we know that that damage is there, we can help it get better and heal. On the far right side is a toxic brain. It could be toxic from drugs. It could be toxic from all kinds of toxins out there, like mold and Lyme disease and other different things. But it's been affected by toxins. And so it's not working effectively. And then that pretty color blue and red one in the middle, that is the other type of scan that the SPECT scan shows you, a different view. And it's going to show you how active parts of the brain are. And this one is overreactive. So lots of red is not good. So red is very active. And so this one has got red in all areas of the brain. So it's very, very active. Now, if you were looking at this part of the scan for that one right above it that I said was underactive, there would be very little red up in that area for it. So I wanted to show you these just to give you an idea of how the new technology is really helping us understand the brain, understand and really get good diagnoses for the patients that come to be seen. So the problem, brain-related problems affect 200 million Americans at some point in their lives. Kind of scary. Brain fog is one of them, and memory problems. Depression and anxiety. Insomnia. Yes, if you don't get enough sleep, it affects your brain. Attention issues. And being overweight or obese. Those extra pounds we all put on, and some put on a little too much, even more, can affect your brain. So eating healthy, having a healthy diet, getting some exercise, all those things are good for your brain. Now, if you have one of these problems, or some people have more than one, and then, so you have this existing problem, and then you put it on steroids. Think of steroids. You may have known somebody who had a lung issue and had to take steroids, and how jittery and shaky they became from the steroids. Well, you add that, and I call COVID-19 like the brain on steroids. It's putting more pressure on those already maybe balanced scales, maybe not so balanced scales. So we see that why we're having such a huge mental health issue. Not that we didn't have it before COVID, we did. It's now just multiplied. So let's talk brain fog. So brain fog can make it challenging to do your best work. So if you're experiencing it or have experienced it at one time or another, you understand this. You just can't get a grip on what you're doing, right? It can bring out the worst of you in a relationship. And it can make simple tasks overwhelming. Now, we all suffer brain fog at some time or another, and that's okay. It's the prolonged brain fog that we worry about. So if you have or know someone who's having this brain fog, and it's going on for more than a month, 6 weeks, it's going on and it's gone on for several months, these people need to see someone, because this is very dangerous for your brain. Most of the time, people will balance themselves back out, okay? And you have to understand that brain fog is not a medical condition or a psychiatric condition. It is a symptom of other problems. So if it is prolonged, we need to have it checked out. And you may be worried that you're starting to have dementia. Just because somebody in your family was diagnosed with dementia or Alzheimer's does not mean it has to be you. Because how you take care of your brain can take care of some of these conditions if you start taking care of it now. So you may not realize that anxiety also can be at the root of brain fog. You know, everyday things can affect yourself, affect you, like poor sleep, some medications, hormonal imbalances, all are associated with brain fog. And anxiety is heightened in brain fog. It just makes it out of control. So if you think about all these people that are experiencing this right now, or experiencing more or increased mental health issues because of COVID, you can see why, because they're so anxious. And like I said, I have seen some of my patients really struggle with this. And I've seen people who I thought were solid as a rock go off that balance scale, kind of jump off of it because of the anxiety and the fear and all of those things that are coming with the pandemic. So let's talk about the 8 most common causes for brain fog. So the first one is unknown food allergies. Now, we are seeing this at a huge increase, and part of this is because of all the processed foods. So I, at 60, started to have issues that my son had at birth, and I couldn't understand why I was just seeing it now. And my physician said to me, "When was the first time you bought canned anything?" And I said, probably when my kids were in middle school, because my mother canned everything. She canned all the vegetables, jellies and jams were canned. Everything was done at home. And she said, that's why, because you had clean food a lot longer than maybe others did. Now, the big ones that affect the most: gluten, soy, dairy, corn, MSG, artificial dyes, and sweeteners, and artificial sweeteners. So think about what's in the things that you eat, what's in the fast food that you eat, what is in the canned or processed or pre-prepared meals that you buy at the grocery store. out of control stress. It messes with your mind, it steals your focus, and it leaves your thoughts kind of like spinning around in your head. When this happens, there's a hormone called cortisol that really starts to ramp up, and it gets stuck in high gear. And it leads to detrimental changes that exhaust your brain and give you mental fatigue. Untreated depression causes memory problems, trouble concentrating, and mental confusion. The pills you're taking, what are you buying over the counter? What are you buying over the counter? Over the counter meds are a biggie. And the two biggest culprits are sleeping pills and antacids. Also think about the prescription medications that you are taking, such as cholesterol-lowering drugs, anti-anxiety pills, and chemotherapy drugs that can have a negative effect on the brain's cognitive function. So you got to keep those things in mind. The next big one, lack of sleep. Sleep is so very important. I cannot express enough to you how important sleep is. As you sleep, your brain is busy processing and consolidating everything you've learned and getting the learning and your memory all in the place where it needs to be from the day. When you don't get enough sleep, your brain can't finish its work. And so you have lowered your mental capacity. When you don't get enough sleep, you feel groggy. Don't you? All day the next day, you kind of feel in that fog when you didn't get a good night's sleep. And when it becomes chronic, it's associated with forgetfulness, trouble concentrating, and lack of focus. Now, I mentioned before the hormonal changes or imbalances. The big culprits here are thyroid, estrogen, and testosterone. And if those levels are low, you're going to have major attention issues, difficulty concentrating, and forgetfulness. And number 7, a past head injury. Now, I've talked about this a little before, but remember, if you get a blow to your head, or say you fall off a ladder, or you get a sports concussion, or you're in a car accident, or even injuries you don't even recall, they can leave you with fuzzy thinking for months, years, even decades. So if you're struggling with brain fog, you need to investigate if there are underlying brain traumas that might be causing this. And then you also have the untreated adult ADD and ADHD and anxiety that I talked about. Now, there are other conditions that are related to brain fog and mental issues that you might not think about. We already talked about a little bit about depression and anxiety. You want to make sure if you have any of those issues going on that you can't put it off. You have to get it checked out. Your mental well-being in uncertain times is more important than ever, so that you don't continue to get worse. So the first one is, we've talked a little bit about it, is COVID-19. Now, some of the people that have had COVID-19, we've been studying this, they can have up to 7, after they've recovered from the virus, they can have up to 7 months of inabilities to concentrate, of confusion, short-term memory loss. 7 months after recovering from having the virus. Exposure to toxic mold. I can't tell you how important this is. And I learned this when I was working in transplant, on the transplant side. That's one of the big questions that we ask those patients, because they're going to be taking immunosuppressive drugs and going to be really susceptible to anything. And if there is mold, if their house needs to get tested for mold, and if there's, or where they're living, and if there's mold there, we have to get them relocated, because mold is dangerous and it's something we don't see always. So old homes are notorious for it. Water damage can mimic many mental illnesses. So we need to get that checked out. Another one you might not think is Lyme disease. Remember, that's the one that's a bacterial infection from the bite of an infected deer tick. It can cause a host of cognitive and neurophysical issues. So you need to get that treated right away if you know that you were bit by a tick. I talked about anxiety and depression. It makes you sluggish, physically and mentally. Trouble with concentration, remembering things, making decisions. ADD and ADHD. You know, one way that you can maybe tell is looking at everyday things that the person used to do that they can't seem to get done. They get distracted when they're paying bills. They tune out at meetings, misplacing important documents. These are all brain fog symptoms that are related to this. And it's really important to get the right diagnosis and get this taken care of. And then mild cognitive impairment or dementia. You know, having brain fog or feeling that your memory is slipping when you're in your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, your 80s is common, but it's not normal. It's not normal. It doesn't have to be. So no matter your age, persistent symptoms of brain fog need to be looked at. So what can you do if you or someone you know is showing these signs and symptoms? Well, let's start with something really simple. And it's all I'm going to teach you today. If you want to learn more, there's going to be some links where I've got some free information for you, where you could get a hold of me for if you want to have a free intake session to see if there's issues that you need to address, or if you want one of my other courses that I'll be offering before the end of the year that will give you more information as well. So let's start and let's take stock of your mental health hygiene daily. What do you do every day for your mental health? And I can tell you, many people do nothing. And we don't do it on purpose. The day just gets away from us. So these are things you must schedule in your day. Are you getting enough sleep? 7 to 8 hours a night is what you need. So you need to figure this out. 15 to 20 minutes prior to bedtime, you need to have quiet time. The brain needs to start to slow down for the evening. No electronics. Electronics before bed just hype the brain up even more, and you're not going to get a restful, recuperative sleep. Because your brain needs to wind down. Now remember, sleep is when your body rejuvenates and your immune system gets the rest it needs. So if you're not getting good night's sleep, not only is your brain not resetting itself and healing overnight from whatever you went through during the day, but your immune system is not going to be at its best. And when does and still need to be at its best all the time? Our immune system. Because otherwise we're going to get sick. And those that take care of their mental health daily hygiene get sick less. Are you exercising? Now, I know a lot of people went really crazy with exercising, with bikes and all this kind of stuff during COVID, but it doesn't have to be that strenuous. Just taking a walk every day. I do this. I got a puppy at the beginning of this year, and because my older dog didn't want to walk anymore, and so we walk every morning for about 45 minutes. We go for a nice brisk walk. That's good for us. Ride a bike. I saw a lot of people riding bikes during COVID outside, and that getting outside is really good and breathing that fresh air. What are you eating? Are you eating healthy? We have become a society that doesn't eat anything healthy. We don't feed our children healthy. We don't feed ourselves healthy because of the fast food. And think of all those things, unless you're going to a chef kitchen where the chef is bringing in the food every day, fresh, it's got something in it. It's got some kind of a hormone or some kind of preservative in it. So limit your junk food, limit your fast food, limit your caffeine. Now, I'm not telling you to stop cold turkey of either your soda or your caffeine, caffeine in your coffee. But you need to be really careful about how much caffeine you're putting into your body. All these double shots of espresso and all this stuff is not good for your brain. Limit your alcohol. So what happened in COVID? Everybody thought it would only last for a couple of weeks, right? Or maybe a month. So everybody kind of sat themselves down. If they were working from home or whatever, they were eating junk food, drinking alcohol, drinking caffeine, right? All these things that were not good for their brain or their body. And now they're trying to come out of that. And it's tough once you get that addicted to those things. And are you taking time for you? This is really, really important. 10 to 15 minutes a day, just for you, no interruptions from anybody. It's kind of your sacred time. It can be indoors or outdoors, to clear your thoughts and to just breathe. So my suggestions for calming your anxiety and clearing your brain fog: breathing. Once an hour, or whenever you feel anxious, take a minute and breathe. 1 minute, 60 seconds. You can do it anywhere. You can do it in the car, at the stoplight. You can do it walking. You can do it sitting at your desk. You can do this anywhere. If you have an Apple Watch or a watch that'll remind you, it reminds me to breathe once an hour. It actually has a breathing cadence app on there that will walk you through the breathing for 1 minute. It makes a large difference. Make sure when you're going to do this and you're going to breathe, you sit comfortably wherever it is you're sitting. And you want to breathe in a cadence. So you breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4. You hold it for 1, 2, 3, 4, and you exhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. And just keep repeating that over and over for 1 minute. I can tell you, it resets your brain, and if you're doing this every hour, you're going to feel better. You're going to get more accomplished. The brain fog is going to clear. It's really good for you. The second thing that I talked about just a minute ago was taking 10 to 15 minutes a day for yourself. Setting aside a time. It can be in the morning, it can be in the evening, it can be middle of the day, whatever works for you, to get into a routine so that this is just some part of your day. We all say we're too busy, we don't have time. If you sat and really clocked and wrote down what you do in a day, you'd be amazed at how many hours we waste in a day, that we could be doing 10 or 15 minutes for our mental health hygiene. Now, find a quiet place, inside or outside, where you're not going to be disturbed. Tell your family, I'm going to my place. Give me 15 minutes. I'll be back. Unless the place is burning down, don't come get me, right? Get yourself in a comfortable position. Some people sit on the floor. Some people lie down on the bed or lie down on the floor, whatever works for you that makes you feel comfortable. Once you get in that comfortable position, let your eyes close slowly. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. As you inhale, imagine that you're taking in peace and calmness. And as you exhale, you're blowing out your tensions. You got it? Breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale 1, 2, 3, 4. When you're inhaling, think about peace and calmness. And when you exhale, you're blowing your tensions away. Now, this could be 10 minutes for you. Some days it could be 15, some days 5, depending on what kind of day you've had. But when you feel that tension leave your body, when it's gone, I want you to envision an escalator. And you're at the top of the escalator. And you're going to ride down. And as you're riding down the escalator, you're going to count from 1 to 10. So you're going to start down that escalator and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And when you reach the bottom, you're going to feel the sensation of relaxation. Enjoy that peace for a few minutes, remembering to breathe. Now, once you're at the bottom, I want you then to go up the escalator, count 1 to 10. And when you reach the number 10, open your eyes and enjoy feeling refreshed and alert. I can tell you this works. And if I had time, we would practice it right now. But I can tell you this works. And I will make sure this will be part of what you're going to get in your free little handout that you're going to get for being in the session today. So taking that few minutes a day, I can guarantee you it is going to make a world of difference in how you handle stress, how you handle your life, and it will clear your brain fog. If it does not clear your brain fog, you need to see a functional medicine physician that can help you figure out what's wrong with you, or work with someone like me, a brain health coach, that can help you figure that out by looking at labs and doing some testing. And I actually can tap in to my physicians at the Amen Clinic if need be. So I hope this has been helpful for you today. I've enjoyed sharing what I know about this. I love teaching it. I teach at the elementary school level. I teach at the high school level, the college level. I teach anywhere in the community, anywhere people will listen. I teach not only on brain health, which is the major focus, but on parenting and all those things that we need to have in check so that we can raise healthy children and we can start making a dent in the suicide rate and the incidence of mental illness in this country. So I hope you will join me in this mission, because we need everybody. We need everybody educating people on taking care of the most important organ in their body, which is their brain. I hope that I hear from you. My contact information is here if you need to get a hold of me, and go out there and make this the best end of the year that you can for yourself. Do these things for yourself, and I can guarantee you by January 1st, you're going to feel the difference. Thank you. This small 2% weight
I do want to let those of you who are watching remember. I do want to remind those of you who are watching that these are rebroadcast from the Building Wealth Together conference that was back in November. Okay, and so whoa, I don't know if you guys can see me. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. All right. So with this being replays from the conference, there's going to be some things that the speakers are recommending and by the end of 2021, but really it's only a month. I want to encourage you to really take a hold of the things that Gail has said because they work. And in just a short amount of time, in just a month, if you pay attention to the foods that cause inflammation in your body, if you get that daily brisk walk, if you pay attention to the things that you might have that are allergies and things like that, those things all can work so powerfully in your life. And in just a few weeks, you will see a difference. All right. And so let me go ahead. I'm not sure why I'm hanging up here on my screen, but let me go ahead and start calling up the next presentation. Now, I told you that I tell you, she's the information that she presented has really done so much for me. That's why I want her like in every one of my conferences. And I know a lot of times we come to these things and we want the rah rah and we want to get super hyped up and motivated. But don't you want to know that you can take charge of your health? And it's not like, I don't know. So last time I went in, well, not to these doctors at the Amen Clinic, but the last time I went to other neurologists, it was like a downhill spiral. Like, oh, well, here's your life. Your life is practically over. We're gonna sit you in the corner, do some brain games, and maybe and hug your kids, because in 10 years your brain's gonna be mush, right? So I really want you to take a look at the simple things that Dr. Gail shared that you can do to take charge of your life. It's not, we feel like, oh, well, you got to take this pill. And I know I'm making us behind schedule, but this is such a passionate topic for me, because if I had followed what traditional medicine says, I'd still be over in a corner somewhere crying about my lost life. And I'm not. I have a full life, a full and happy family, a full and happy business, a full and happy ministry, and it's because of these principles. All right. So I guess I'll move on, because I've already delayed us with all my commentary. But if you would like to come on stage and you have registered for this conference, you should have received a link that will allow you to come on stage. If you want to give a video testimonial for our speakers, we're actually going to allow you to do that. We're not going to allow you to do it right now, because I talked so much about brain health before and after Dr. Gail's talk that I've made us a little bit behind. I want to bring up the next expert. All right. The next set of experts, this is going to be in the form of relationship abundance, but it's also tied to financial abundance. We're going to bring to the stage Eric and Dr. Sakisha Heilig. They are also known as the Millionaire Power Couple. And I tell you what, I got an opportunity to participate in their conference earlier this year, and I called myself wanting to bless them and participate and bless their speakers. But guess who got the blessing? I got the blessing. And it was just wonderful to see how people could be united in their marriage and really understand, just like two of my mentors, excuse me, two of my mentors. Sorry, I'm getting a little froggy there. The Gore, I'm sorry, Greg and Julie Gorman. Hang on, y'all. And I just talked yesterday about how I've been following these guidelines that I got from Dr. Amen, and I didn't catch my family's cold. Well, we not catching one today. We're rebuking that and send that back to the pit of hell from whence it came. But when it comes to Greg and Julie Gorman, they mentored me about book writing, but their book that they successfully published and put in all these different churches was about being married for a purpose. And so when I heard about Eric and Dr. Sakisha Heilig, I saw that they were on the same path, but I had no idea how amazingly impactful they were in helping people and getting real about the issues that we have to address in our marriage. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to call up their keynote from our Building Wealth Together conference, where they talked about how couples can build wealth together. Now, if you're not a couple yet, or if you're not ever going to be a couple, that's okay. You can still get some really good nuggets out of this talk. Let me go ahead and bring their talk up to the stage now. This is going to be such a blessing. And you can follow. Oops, I don't have their link built. Well, I'll build it while they're talking, y'all. But you definitely want to stay connected with them, the Millionaire Power Couple. They just launched their TV channel. I mean, these people are on fire and they're doing a good work. I'm so proud to bring Eric and Dr. Sakisha Heilig to the stage for our Wealthy You in 22 challenge.
Hi, I'm Eric Heilig.
Hey, I'm Dr. Sakisha Heilig, and we are with the Marriage Can Win brand, and we're so excited to be talking with you today. We just had a thought that we were pondering about. So many times we talk about our physical health, we talk about our emotional health, but how often do we really do that deep dive into our financial health? So today, we're like any other couple, had challenges in different aspects of our relationship. But one of the really, really challenging areas, that part of that great divide that we're talking about, was the financial part. So today,
Yes,
we're going to be doing that deep dive, talking about 3 ways that successful couples can build and protect wealth. So if you've been struggling trying to figure out how to get your finances on track, then this session is for you. Now, one of the things that we know is that every couple does what?
They manage money differently.
All right. So we're no different from anybody else, but we had to recognize what was going to work well for us. But because we all manage money differently, we had to shift our mindset and recognize, what did financial freedom look like for me? What did it look like for my husband? So it was necessary to have that conversation. I mean, we graduated from school, both got good jobs, eventually started both making 6 figures. Woo-hoo!
Yes.
But then we still wound up feeling broke. Did that make sense to anybody?
Yes. It's like we just spent money and didn't have a budget, didn't have, a plan in place. All we knew is we made a lot of money, but then after a while, the bills started coming in.
Now something that we laugh about now, but how many of you know in your household, when you wind up having more month than money, that's not a laughing matter. You have couples that are stressed out trying to figure out just what to do and trying to figure out what financial freedom looks like to each one of them, and also getting on the same page to accomplish it, right?
Exactly. So what we need to do, and what we have a passion to do, is to make sure that communities need to know what financial security is now, and also to be able to create generational wealth for the future.
All right. So we have a question for you. What are your top 3 reasons for wanting financial freedom? Or how are the top 3 ways in which couples are going to be able to achieve that? Because I know that question was twirling around and round and round in our head. So we wanted to share with you 3 quick tips that you can start implementing into your routine immediately to start to achieve greater financial freedom.
And so we're going to start with number 1.
Yeah.
We got to talk about how to prepare for a crisis, because crises, they don't just say we're getting ready to happen. They happen unexpectedly.
All right. So we have a question for you. If you experienced a crisis, a lot of us, we're going through the pandemic. We had to start asking ourselves, are we able to live the same lifestyle that we have now if one of us lost our income, or if we had some type of disabling injury? I mean, it's not so much that you don't necessarily have enough money, but sometimes you need to reevaluate or go back and reallocate or redistribute those funds to areas such that it can meet those needs. And when you have a crisis, what happened to people in the pandemic? They did what? They lost their
jobs, they lost their, sometimes they had houses, but thank God the government stepped in a while and held up some of those foreclosures.
Right. But then some of us, some people experienced COVID, raising my hand.
Yes, we did.
And now that some people have lots of medical expenses, maybe it wasn't COVID related, but it was related to something else. You might have some outstanding debts because one of you or maybe even both of you may have lost your job. So when you think about it, when a couple's in the midst of a crisis, one of the last things they need to be thinking about is their finances. But we have an assignment for you just to kind of help you remember that in preparation for a crisis. Just think of it like this. How many of you guys out there are like huge diehard Starbucks fans?
Oh gosh, yeah.
Or for some of us, it's like me, Planet Smoothie fans. I got to have that smoothie every time I go to the gym or every time I go out with the kids. But we want to challenge you to take this next 30 days
Right.
and just jot down how much money you're spending on Starbucks or how much you're investing in smoothies, and just look at that tally and think about it. If I were to take these funds on a monthly basis and reallocate it, could it not help me with something for more of a long-term benefit than just an immediate gratification?
Yes. Now, also, what we need to do when we're documenting it, we need to document our wants and our needs.
Yeah,
And so then that's going to prioritize the spending habit.
absolutely. That makes sense. So I don't know about you, but sometimes my house may have actually looked different, because when you're going through a crisis, some of you might feel stressed and
Yes.
overwhelmed.
But we need to be able to prepare for those crises. So lost income, medical expenses, long-term care, and then when that comes with long-term care, there's a lot of outstanding debt. So that's number one.
But how many of you can recognize you start to feel overwhelmed? Have
Ah.
any of you ever looked like this? Just frustrated, not knowing what to do because this crisis occurred and you were not prepared. It could be either one of you or both of you feeling like, God, it's just not enough. There's not enough money. There's always more month than money, or maybe that was just my household. But in order to avoid those types of things, you got to start planning now.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
So number two, we need to provide goals and we need to set them. So we need to have flexible access to your money, to make sure we can use it to pay for expenses, to enhance our lifestyles. And the goal should be like the really important spends, like home, a vehicle, college tuition.
So, I mean, not the iPhone 13, right?
No, not the
Okay.
iPhone 13.
I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes
that shouldn't be a really big spend. We need to prioritize that. That's why a home is a big spend.
But wait a minute, hold on. Now, some people are going to challenge me on this and be like, no, that's an investment. It's an investment for my business. But let's be honest. I'm making a joke about that. But sometimes our goals are going to vary.
Right.
But we've got to learn how to plan for them, because, if you want a home, you've got to come up with your down payment. You got to make sure your credit is in order.
Right.
If you want a vehicle, you need to do the same thing, or even college tuition. Kids have to, a lot of kids want to go to school, and planning to send them to school
Exactly.
like the year before they go might not necessarily be the best use of your time.
Exactly.
There are certain goals that are going to be long-term and short-term. So start writing them down to make sure you and your spouse are on the same page, so that you're able to provide for and be able to accomplish the goals that you have.
Exactly. Now, when we accomplish these goals, it is a proud moment, especially when we have a home and our children can just burst in, as you see now below, that we can come into our home that we own, that we enjoy. And you see, they don't stay young. And that's when we talk about planning for those tuitions, and it becomes a proud moment. But the next step we need to do is we need to plan for our future. And so in planning for our future, we're talking about protecting the wealth and leaving a legacy for our family. So we made, we made a lot of money, right? But it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep, right? And so that's why we need to be able to plan for the future.
Now, one of the things that my husband was talking about, if you think about it, there's a young child. She's not going to stay young forever.
Right.
Eventually, she's going to grow up. So you need to have a plan in place for their future. Not meaning to step on anybody's toes, but GoFundMe is not a long-term financial plan for your family. And as we know, crises do happen.
Exactly.
So we are trying to help you avoid that. try to help you avoid, having to do that. We understand situations happen, but if we take the time to really delineate where we want to go, because who you are right now or in the beginning of your relationship, your beginning of your marriage, you could be different. Have a different mindset at year 2, a different mindset at year 5, a different mindset at year 10. So you need to keep doing these constant check-ins so to make sure you're planning for the future and that the two of you are on the same page. Now, like we said, the last thing you want to do is be focused on finances when there's a crisis.
Exactly. But in planning for the future, we have to think as in investments.
Mhm.
And our investments, we have to start. Of course, we have to have a start. And then when we start, it starts small. But as time progresses, our investments grow. They grow and they grow and they grow. So we have short term versus long term. So think immediate gratification versus long term sustainability. Now, do you have the old way of investing or do you have a new way of investing?
Now, that's a common question that we have for lots of the clients that we work with, because we want to make sure that they have an understanding of what you have, and is it definitely the best fit for the goals that you want to accomplish? Will it be beneficial to you if there is a crisis? Will it help you in terms of planning for your goals? Because what we do is help couples, to learn to take control of their financial future, and that helps them establish those plans. But you got to revisit it, and we understand there's so many different ways in which this can be accomplished. Definitely.
So now we're going to talk about the different ways and how we're going to protect our savings. Now, we talked about the old way of savings for retirement, and for your long-term investments. And so the traditional retirements are your 401ks, your 403b, 403c, 457, and the TSP. And this is typically when you have corporate America, or if you're working for the government, or in the government aspect, maybe like for a firefighter, a police officer, or in the educational system. And then you have your IRAs, Roth. These are all your traditional retirements. Money market, stock options. But the new way of savings is called the index annuity.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
No, yeah.
So this gives you some short and long-term growth, but it also protects your investments because there is no downside. Those other things like stock markets and money markets, there's a risk.
All right. Well, let's just be mindful of it. We understand that there's not necessarily a one size fits all.
Exactly.
So that's why it's really, really important to sit down with a financial advisor or a financial planner to be able to go through what your different options are. Because if you sit side by side with someone, their options may look different from yours. And it doesn't mean that theirs is any better. You have to look what your short-term goals are and your long-term goals. And then that way you can figure out what's best for you.
So as you see, we have the old way of doing things and the new way of doing things. But what we're going to talk about is really, we're going to have two perspectives. And we're going to use sibling rivalries, right? We're going to have two brothers. We call this the tale of two brothers. So here we're going to show you the traditional old way of doing retirement and investments and the new way. So we have brother A, who believes the old way is best. Brother B says, well, hey, I'm going to try this new way. So they're both going to contribute monies to their 401k or the new way of investment. So brother A says he's putting $6,520 toward his 401k. Now he's getting a match. Everybody's like, yeah, I'm getting free money from my corporate, company. Now, we also need to protect this wealth. So we're going to have life insurance. So the old way is I'm going to buy a term life insurance for 30 years. So my premium is about $680, and it's going to be a $600,000 30-year term. Now, brother B says, well, I'm going to use the new way. I don't have to put any contributions to a 401k, and there's no match. But my premium's a little bit higher. They're $7,200 a year, and I get $600,000 in life insurance protection. So let's see who made the right decision. So after 30 years, you know, brother A still says, well, I did the old way, but hey, let's look and see what happens here. So after 30 years, he has produced 858,000 in this 401k, but his term insurance is lapsed. So he has no life insurance. So, but he did save 65,000 in tax savings. So he has a total retirement savings of 858,000. Now let's see what brother B did. So he has 709,000 of cash value in his IUL. Now his death, if something happens to him, he'll have 864,000. He didn't have any tax savings, and his total retirement savings came up to $709,000. So it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. Again, now here are the results, right? So brother B, he wants to take out 97,000 a year for his income, right? So he has 97,000 tax-free loans from his IUL. He has 0% that he has to pay tax, right? Now, if brother B dies at age 100, his family will receive $3.4 million tax-free income. Now, brother A, he wants to take out $97,000 a year too. But in order to bring $97,000, he has to withdraw $129,340 from his 401k because he has to pay $32,335 to Uncle Sam. Now, in 9 years at age 74, brother A is broke. He's at McDonald's or Walmart. So he runs out of money. So which plan makes you feel more financially secure?
All right. Well, let's look at this.
Go ahead.
Brother A, his premium was $680 a year. So that's about $50 a month.
Right.
How many of you seen those commercials? You can get insurance for $50 a month. Now look at brother B, where he had to pay, his premium initially was more expensive, but long term, he received more and his family benefited more. So that's why when we're talking about investments, be it short term or long term investments. So we have to make sure that when we're making decisions, we got to make sure what's the best decision for us and in the long term, because that short term immediate gratification may not be the best thing for you or for your family. So one of the things that we want everyone to just be mindful of is just, we want to help you make your financial future simple, help you reach your goal.
Also, you got to consider too, remember we talked about those crisis points. So, and just to go back to brother A and brother B real quick, brother A had his 30-year term life insurance. He wasn't able to pull any money out of that term life insurance. But brother B, he's able to enjoy what we call living benefits. So he's able to reach and access that money in the time of need. And he can also reach his goals for retirement, and he can eliminate his risk of losing his retirement because the 401k is subject to what the market presents. So if the market goes down or crashes, his financial investments go down. With brother B, if the market goes down, he stops at zero. He doesn't lose any money. So that's the difference between the old way and the new way. And so we have to keep that in mind. So if you retired today, would you be able to maintain your current lifestyle? Especially in this housing market, the economy turmoil. So we ask the question, have you saved enough for today?
Yeah. So just be mindful. I want you just to imagine what it would be like being able to bring generational wealth to your family. During the midst of a crisis, the last thing your family needs to be wondering about is how they're going to pay your bills. The last thing they need to be wondering about how we're going to accomplish our goals, or, just being able to focus on the future. So just be mindful of that. This was like a brief overview, but that's one of the three, those are the three greatest strategies that lots of couples that are successful, they're mindful of it. They plan for that crisis, so they're not losing their minds
Exactly.
about finances. They plan for, provide for their goals, and then they focus on their future. So we really, we're super excited. Thank you so much for allowing us just to be on your platform. We'd love to connect with you. We're definitely on all forms of social media under Marriage Can Win. We offer definitely a free financial analysis for those who kind of like to see where they are. But, you can definitely send us an email at marriagecanwin@gmail.com or connect with us on social media. Now, Instagram, that's my area. You follow us there, we follow you back, because you spent some time getting to know about us, and we like to spend more time getting to know about you.
So again, we like to thank you for joining us. But remember, ACT, action changes things.
All right, all right, all right. So I know that some of you are just like, wow, they are a powerful couple. And then I know that some of you are like, wow, JJ had somebody on here talking about insurance products and annuities, and JJ doesn't do insurance products and annuities. But I tell you what I do, and that is the solid principles that they taught in their video. And so I'm just gonna, I should have closed them out before I said this, because I don't know that I want this part on their recording. Maybe I'll splice it. But just for the purists out there, I do want you to understand that as a financial planner, even though I'm a big fan of buy term and invest the rest, there are situations where other insurance products, such as a special needs trust or things like that, there's times where you do need to take a look at other options. Very, very rarely am I going to recommend something that is a whole life kind of product. But I tell you, the financial principles of thinking strategically and thinking about the future instead of today. And hey, finally y'all heard it from somebody, not just me, about Starbucks and the iPhones is not an investment. So I really, really want you to consider your financial options and really take a look at what it is you want in the future. And so I love that. Summarize what they were saying. ACT, action changes things. And wherever you are in your financial journey, it's not the wishing and the hoping and not even sometimes the praying. One of the things I noticed in the Bible, especially like situations like the woman who only had one little bit of flour left, or the woman whose prophet husband was a prophet, did not take care of his family. Boy, isn't that a common situation, right? Didn't have any insurance, didn't have nothing, died, left them penniless with a whole bunch of debt. I guess he figured Jesus was coming and it was going to be all right, or the Messiah was coming. They didn't know he was going to be called Jesus back then. Or maybe he just figured, hey, the Lord will work that out. The Lord will work that out. Well, the Lord did work it out for them. But you know what they had to do? All these people that you notice that they had, when the Lord came in and moved for them financially, they had to do something. She had to swallow her pride and gather up all them bottles. So even in the time of miracles, we still have to put forth effort. And I'm telling you today, if you put one foot in front of the other today, the Lord will multiply it, and he will add to it, and it will bloom and blossom and grow. But before I call up our next talk, which is going to be Greg Brinkley, who just released his book called Uncivilized about federal workers, I want to give you a third option to what was presented today. So you saw the comparison between Brother A and Brother B. And again, y'all know I'm not a big fan of most insurance products, but one thing that really frustrates me as a financial planner is people say, oh, I'm going to do what JJ says. I'm going to buy term insurance and I'm going to invest the rest. And then what do? They buy term insurance and they don't invest the rest of that money that they could have been spending on a higher price insurance product. They don't invest it. They go shop with it. They go on vacations with it. They buy cars with it. They go get their hair did with it, their nails, whatever it is, right? And so when they get to that 30 years and that insurance product runs out, well, now they don't have anything. But if you invest the money, just like you would have paid the other company to, then when your insurance product runs out, you become what's self-insured because over those 30 years you've invested the money. But that's not even the strategy I want to make sure you know about. I think we're going to talk about this more on day 3 with Terry Bontemps, right? But I just want to put a little bug in your ear about true tax-free income that can come from self-directed IRAs, especially if you set them up as a Roth. You're investing and all that money is yours. All of the earnings are tax-free. All right. That's not today. Today's wealth building mindset. And that's what we just heard about, was that strategic thinking mindset. So that's just a little teaser for day 3. You got to come on back for day 3, because everything we're talking about in day 3, whether it's gold, whether it's crypto, whether it's real estate, all of those things can be invested in a self-directed IRA, and you get the earnings tax-free. How you like that, huh? I know you like that. All right. So now what I'm going to do, I am going to bring up, like I said earlier, I'm going to bring up Greg Brinkley. He just published his book, Uncivilized: How Government Workers Behave. I love it. How government workers behave and how to help and what to do about it. This topic that we're going to cover today is how to maintain a swamp-free mindset. And so a lot of y'all know my story. You know, when I was in the Air Force, my last couple of jobs were really a little bit less than actually my last job was a lot of fun. There's definitely some interesting issues there that with my injuries and stuff, but the last job was a lot of fun. But the 2 jobs that I had before that, they were very toxic environments, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. They were very toxic environments. And the first one, I felt really powerless to do anything about it. And as you know, as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, I was just used to, I'm going to fix this. This is my domain. I'm going to fix this. That's my job as the leader, to fix this. And I couldn't fix it. And I wish I would have had somebody like Greg come along back then to show me the strategies that I need. So I'm going to bring up his talk, and then I'm going to give you a link to his book. I believe so much in his book. If you didn't hear the podcast we released yesterday about his book, I believe so strongly in him and what he's doing as the government game changer and the #1 coach for Black government professionals, that if you buy his book and you send in a video testimonial for him, I will reimburse you the cost of his book. He's not even in on this deal. This is me. This is my gift to you and my gift to him, because I appreciate what he's doing. I wish I had the wisdom back then, but all things work together for the good. If I'd have been able to keep fixing things and keep kicking butt and taking names, well, I might still be there instead of being here helping people dump debt, build wealth, and leave a legacy. So it all works together for the good. Let me go ahead and bring up to the stage Greg Brinkley, who's going to talk about building a swamp-free mindset.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Greg Brinkley. I am the government game changer, and I am here at the 7th annual Building Wealth Together Summit with my friend JJ Conway, and I thank her for this opportunity to speak to you today. I'm here to talk about the subject, developing a swamp-free mindset. Now, I want to start off by talking about my father-in-law. See, my father-in-law lives in Florida, and as you know or may know, Florida has a lot of lakes and ponds and swampland. So he has a lake behind his house. So I went out to visit him a while back, and he took me out across the back of the house, across the backyard lawn, out to the lake, and there's a dock right there sitting on the lake. So it was a cool place to just chill and take in the sights. But I couldn't help but wonder if there were alligators in this lake. So believe me, the next time I go out there, I'm going to keep my head on the swivel, because I'm not trying to have any alligators run up on me. I mean, I love eating alligator, but I don't like the idea of alligators eating me. So I got a question for you. What's the first thing you think of when you hear the word swamp? Well, for some of you, you might be thinking about alligators, or you might be thinking about the Florida Everglades, or you might be thinking about some old school movie like The Creature from the Black Lagoon or Swamp Thing. But I got another question for you. How would you like to live in a swamp? Well, some of you are probably thinking, well, it depends. for how long, and for how much. So here's a hardcore truth. Some of you are living in a swamp right now. And that swamp is called the workplace, because your workplace is toxic. Now, for some of you entrepreneurs in the audience, you may be thinking, well, this doesn't apply to me because I work for myself. Well, your work swamp might be your home. Now, I'm not trying to talk about your house here, but what I am saying is that working in a toxic workplace is a lot like living in a swamp with the muddy, mushy land and overgrown plants and bugs and alligators and crocodiles and snakes, you name it. Now, I worked for 27 years in government. And what I can tell you is that I know a toxic workplace when I see one. I've had toxic coworkers, I've had toxic supervisors, I've even seen toxic office cleaning crews. You know it's bad when the cleaning crew is toxic. I'm not talking about the cleaners and the chemicals that they use. I'm talking about the actual people. You know what I'm saying? So I want you to understand something that I learned from my time in government. So come a little closer. Let me talk to you for a second. Come a little closer here. If you're not careful and you don't learn how to navigate the toxicity in your work environment, you will be contaminated. And by contaminated, I'm talking about the contamination of your thinking. Let me give you an illustration. Remember the movie The Matrix? Well, if you haven't seen the movie, I'm not going to spoil it for you. So just plug your ears for 30 seconds while I talk to the ones who have. So in the movie, you remember Neo, and he takes the blue pill. And as soon as he takes the blue pill, almost immediately, he's shocked back into reality, or shocked into reality, into the real world. And he realizes that he had been living his entire life in a virtual computer generated swamp. And he took the whole rest of the movie to work out of that swamp mindset. Let me give you an illustration from my career in government. When I started working for the state of California, I was working in the mailroom and not even handling the mail. And my first day at work, I'm telling myself, look, man, you're not going to be here to make friends. You're not here to make friends. You're not here to be a lifer like some other people who have been here for 25, 30 years. You're here to handle your business. Now, yeah, you might not be running the postage meter or the mail sorter, and you're not doing anything really important. All you're doing is putting disability cases into mail pouches. But you better do this right and do it seriously, because this is your job and this is your career. But it didn't take long for me to realize that I was goofing off when the mill supervisor was away. I was talking to disgruntled workers who were complaining and grumbling about the supervisors and their workloads and other things too. I was getting contaminated by the work swamp, and I wasn't even aware of it. Now, how can you tell when you're being affected by your work swamp? You can tell, first of all, when you sacrifice your integrity. And by integrity, I'm talking about your personal values. What is important to you, what you believe in, what you're passionate about, what you stand for. And you have to understand that integrity is really about living out your good values. Now, here's the thing. Your integrity is like a compass. Whenever you're faced with a tough situation, your integrity shows you the way to go. When you are lost in the work swamp, your personal values help you get back on track. Now, what you cannot afford to do is start treating your integrity like you're on Let's Make a Deal. You know what I'm saying? It's your integrity is non-negotiable. It should not ever be up for discussion, because when you start negotiating your good values, the only person losing at the negotiating table is you. Now, keep this in mind. What's really happening is when you sacrifice your integrity, you're pushing down your good values with your bad values. And when your bad values have higher priority than your good values, your character and your reputation are bound to suffer. Now, let me give you another illustration from my life. When I was in college, I was working at this really nice department store called the Emporium. It was a very popular one in the San Francisco Bay Area where I grew up. It was like a half step up above Macy's, but a few notches down from Neiman Marcus. All right. So I was there for a few months. And one day my supervisor asked me to cover somebody's lunch in the men's department. So I said, sure, no problem. So I went down there and I'm working in the section of the men's department that had the Guess jeans. Now, this was like the early 90s and Guess jeans were huge. People were wearing Guess overalls and Guess jeans, Guess shirts, you name it. So someone comes into the department that I recognized from school. It's this guy that I kind of knew but didn't know well, but I knew he was popular. So he's shopping and I encounter him and we're talking and he's getting his Guess jeans and Guess shirts, brings them to the counter. I start ringing him up and he asks for a discount. Now, here I am, a 21-year-old black man in a really nice department store who was a Christian, mind you, and knows the rules of the company when it comes to discounts, especially employee discounts. And now I got this guy coming in from school that I didn't know well, but I knew was cool. So I had a decision to make. Either I say, no, I'm not going to give you a discount because you're not entitled to one, or I give him a discount and say, well, I'm going to score some cool points with him with the other people on campus. So guess what I did? That's right. I gave him my employee discount, 30% off of Guess Where. Now, it may not come as some surprise to you, but it sure was a surprise to me the next day when I got called into the store manager's office. And the store manager told me that my services at the Emporium were no longer needed. Now, facing the store manager was the easy part. The tough part was facing my dad when I got home, when I had to tell him that I lost my job because I gave out an unauthorized employee discount. Work swamps are they're integrity suckers. If you're not standing on solid, good values, rock solid good values, you will sink and you will get sucked down by the swamp. Here's the second way you can tell that you're being affected by a work swamp. It's when you start settling on your connections. There's a lot of people, and maybe even you, who are allowing other people, coworkers, work friends, colleagues, supervisors, to shape the way you think, speak, behave, and act. When you borrow other people's thoughts and opinions, you are taking on everything else that they have. Same frustrations, same complaints, and the same results. Here's another illustration from my life. When I started working for the federal government, I was in a building of over 1,000 people, and I didn't really know a whole lot of people that well, but I found a couple of guys in my branch that seemed to be pretty cool, and I found out that they spend their time in a common area of the building with some other guys talking about sports and some other things. So I said, okay, I'll start hanging out with them. Maybe I can make a friend in this process. So I'm spending a few days with them during break time, talking about sports and current events, but then the conversations got to be too inappropriate. And I also learned later on that some of these guys did not have very high reputations with the women in the building. So I decided I needed to break away from these guys for two reasons. One, I didn't want to be guilty by association. I didn't want anyone lumping me in with them and give them the impression or the perception that I was like them. The second reason why is because I did not want my behavior to be influenced by their behavior. Because as the Bible says, bad company corrupts good morals. Ralph Waldo Emerson says this. He says this: sow a thought, reap an act. Sow an act, reap a habit. Sow a habit, reap a character. Sow a character, reap a destiny. When you allow your behavior to be influenced by other people's negative behaviors, you end up damaging your identity, and you also end up damaging your future. So what you need to do is be aware of the alligators in your toxic workplace, because you have them. There's no such thing as a nice alligator. It's always, all alligators are dangerous. And you have alligators in your workplace right now. There are those who are trying to throw you under the bus. There are those who are trying to take your kindness for weakness. There are also those who pretend to be your friends, but really are trying to find an opportunity to stab you in the back. That's why you need to choose your associations wisely by watching their actions and behaviors closely. It's like what Maya Angelou said: when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. Here's the third way you can see if you're affected by the work swamp, is when you start slipping on your career goals. Now, it's real easy to get distracted in the work environment. Real easy. It's real easy. It's even easier to get distracted in a toxic work environment. And you can get so distracted to where you start losing focus on what you're there to do, what your why is, what your motivation is, what your career aspirations are. It's really easy to lose sight of those things. And when you take your eye off the ball, you start suffering and you start losing that opportunity to be the best version of yourself. Now, let me give you another example from my life. I'm going to give you a whole lot of stuff from my life. So when I started working as a team leader with Social Security, I had a desire to become a section chief, which is just a glorified way of calling someone a supervisor. So I was waiting for the opportunity. And I waited and I waited and I waited until not only one position opened as a section chief, but two positions opened up at the same time. So I said, this is my time now. Two positions, I know I gotta get one of these. So I started asking other people about what section chiefs did. So some people said, well, you gotta work weekends. I said, well, I can't afford to work weekends because I have responsibilities at home and at church. That's not gonna work. Then they said, well, you're gonna have to be flexible enough to work late on weekdays and maybe work overtime. I said, well, I can't do that either. So it dawned on me that maybe this wasn't my time after all. Maybe I need to give up this dream of being a section chief if there's this time demand and time commitment that's required. So two other people applied for the job and got the job. One was a team leader like me, and another person was not a team leader. And when I started watching what they did each day, it became clear to me that I got faulty information because they were going home at the same time that they were going home before they became section chiefs. They weren't working every Saturday. They worked on a rotation basis. So maybe once every 2 months they would be in on a Saturday. So my faulty information caused me to slip on the opportunity of becoming a section chief. I took my eye off the ball, which brings me to Little League when I played Little League. And I was a catcher in Little League. And that requires being focused on every single pitch and catching every pitch. There were times when I caught the ball wrong and it landed on my thumb and it would sprain my thumb to where it would make it difficult to catch those pitches. And I couldn't just take myself out the game because if I left the game, I wouldn't be able to come back in. So I just had to make sure that I kept my eye focused on every pitch so I would catch the ball in the soft part of the mitt and avoid my thumb. And then I had to go up to bat with a sprained thumb. Again, I had to keep my eye on the ball to get a hit. When I got that hit and when I was standing on base, yeah, my thumb was still hurting, but it wasn't hurting as much because I was able to keep my eye on the ball and accomplish my goal. So it is at the toxic workplace that you work at. You're gonna have to deal with some discomfort or difficulty, but you have to keep your eye on the ball. Now, let me share with you how you can navigate the toxic work swamp successfully. So one way you can try to do that is through conversion. Conversion asks the question, can I change the situation? Well, you can lobby for better working conditions or a better supervisor or better coworkers. But the fact is, changing a toxic work culture is not a one-person job. You cannot do it by yourself. Well, if you can't do it by conversion, you can do it by aversion. Aversion asks the question, can I escape the situation? So you can get a new job, but you may be trading one work swamp for another. As a matter of fact, your new work swamp might be worse than your old work swamp. Well, you can try to start a new business, but statistics show that small businesses are doomed to fail or potential for failing within the first 2 years. So that helps you to understand that maybe your business might not survive and you may end up right back at your work swamp. So if you can't do it by conversion and you can't do it by aversion, this is what you can do. And this is the way that you must do it in order for you to be able to survive and to navigate the toxic work swamp that you are dealing with every single day. You do it by developing a swamp-free mindset, and you do it using a proven, powerful, and time-tested principle, and that is through inversion. Now, inversion asks these questions. Can I overcome it? Can I conquer it? Can I rise above it? Do you know what a hovercraft is? A hovercraft is the vehicle of choice in the swamp. A hovercraft has a big fan in the back, a circulating air underneath the vehicle to make it lift above the surface. So in other words, the fan is blowing air and circulating the air underneath to create a space in between the surface and the hovercraft. Oh, don't miss this. You're gonna watch this. So in order for you to be able to be successful, you're going to have to practice inversion. Inversion is trying to and endeavoring to create a change of mindset where you take what you're dealing with and you turn it around. You invert it. You are doing the opposite of what other people are doing. So if the swamp is doing one thing, you do the opposite. If the swamp is negative, you focus on positive. And in order to do that, you're going to have to create some space between you and the swamp. So let's say you have negative coworkers and your negative coworkers are always coming at you. You can create space by finding some positive, growth-minded coworkers to associate with and to connect with, so you can create space and rise above the drama instead of getting pulled into it. Maybe you're overwhelmed by your work demands. Well, you can create some space by practicing self-care. And in self-care, you are allowing yourself to be in a healthier place in mind, body, and spirit to rise above the stress rather than getting affected by it. Or maybe you have an issue with your supervisor. Well, you can create space by enlisting your supervisor as your ally instead of your enemy, and using your supervisor and partnering with your supervisor to rise above the issue rather than being sucked into it. So inversion is the way that you are able to successfully navigate a toxic work swamp. You have to be able to embrace life in the hovercraft rather than life in the swamp. Now, let me put this on you. A hovercraft can travel just about over any surface, which means that the tools you use in your work swamp are the same tools you use to succeed and overcome any other swamp you're coming into contact with, be it your home or church or your business or just out in the public. You can rise above any swamp. You can hover over any swamp that you come across when you practice inversion and having a swamp-free mindset. Now, I want to end by saying this. My favorite hip hop artist of all time is Rakim. He is the best that has ever done it. He changed the game for hip hop in his generation. Now, he and his partner Eric B put out a song called Don't Sweat the Technique back in 1992. And the song starts off with these lyrics. Let's trace the hits and check the files. Let's see who bit the doc, check the style. I flip the script so they can't get foul. At least not now, it'll take a while. Now what Rakim was talking about was he had competitors and haters trying to copy his style, trying to mimic his artistic ability and diminish his success and his significance. So what he did, he practiced inversion. The song's talking about flipping the script. So say right now, say, I know this is virtual, just say flip the script right where you are. Say flip the script. All right, so in flipping the script, he was throwing people off. He was staying ahead of them and above them rather than being amongst them. That's what you need to do. You need to flip the script so that you can be able to hover over the issues that you find every day in your toxic workplace. So you need to flip the script. So say flip the script again. Now, when you're dealing with drama in your job, what are you going to do? Flip the script. When you are dealing with pettiness at your job, what are you going to do? Flip the script. When you are dealing with supervisors that give you grief, what are you going to do? Flip the script. When you want to become a better version of yourself, flip the script. When you want to succeed and thrive in your career and reach new heights in it, flip the script, because you can't do it in the swamp. You have to live life in the hovercraft. Les Brown said this. He said that there are three kinds of people in this world. There are people who make things happen, people who watch things happen, and people who wonder what happened. You be the person that makes things happen. Have the people who wonder what happened look at you and wonder how you got to that place. Make the people who are watching things happen watch you succeed. But you're not going to do it by thinking like them. What you have to do is embrace, develop, and practice every day a swamp-free mindset. And that is how you can rise above the swamp and stay in the hovercraft. My name is Greg Brinkley. I'm the government game changer. God bless your lives.
Wasn't that fantastic? Oh my goodness. You know, when sometimes we're in the middle of it, we don't think about inverting, or we don't think about any of these other tactics that Greg brought. So I really, really enjoyed having him here. And like I said, oops, I meant to have it up before. I meant to have it up before I brought me back on, but I don't want to keep talking too much in between these, because I'm already making us go late on our schedule. So if you don't already have the schedule, you can download the schedule. I will post it once I give you the link for his book. Here goes the link to Greg's book. And now I'm going to go grab the link to the schedule so that you will have the booklet, the guidebook, and you'll be able to download the worksheets and the takeaways and be able to actually enter the contest to win up to $1,500 in prizes just for sharing your takeaways and your ahas with the speakers. All right, so go down here to get Greg's book, uncivilizedbook.com. Let me do you a screenshot of let me see if I can share a screenshot of the page that you'll find. Share the screen window. It's not letting me. There we go. Yay. All right, there we go. So hopefully you're seeing that right there. You can go ahead and get you your copy of that book. I'm going to leave that screen up there for just a second while I get the link to the guidebook for today. Wow, that's a long link. Let me see if I can shorten that down for you. Okay, never mind. We're gonna bring up the next thing. We're gonna bring up the next talk. I'll figure out how to straighten that up during our next talk. Our next talk is one that's really near and dear to my heart. This is a speaker I've grown to know over the last year. And when she submitted her talk, I just felt like it was so powerful and just so from the heart. Her talk this is Dr. Anita Smith, and her talk is "You Can Win. You can make it after financial setbacks." So she's going to be talking about how to recover. I don't know about everybody watching today, but I know for my life that I had a real gut punch when I ended up, in my late 30s, a divorced single mom with over $845,000 of debt. And, I do share a fair amount about that story. There's a lot about that story that I don't share because it's not necessarily germane towards getting out of debt. But let me just say it was a devastating, dark time in my life. And for a lot of us, even if we can look back and we can see that the divorce or the accident or the health challenges, we can look back and see that it has worked out for our good. When you're in the middle of it, it's just so heartbreaking and you feel like your life is over. And especially when you work so hard, and maybe you've been there. You've worked so hard to avoid being a statistic, and you've worked so hard to achieve a certain level of success, and to just have the rug just pulled out from under you. And don't let you have a role in it. You know what I mean? Like, like that kid that rear-ended me, that was his fault. He messed up my life a little bit. He gave me a little bit of a road bump. That was his fault. He was driving too fast in the rain with too many of his friends in the car. I know this because they all took off running, and the cops were like, oh, they must have had too many in the car. He would have lost his license. And so they knew they were wrong. But sometimes we have a role in our own downfall. And when I think about all the debt and I think about all the stuff, I used to really blame my ex-husband. But I set myself up for being in that kind of situation. All along the way, there were little things that grew into bigger things, that grew into bigger things, that grew into bigger things. And I never did anything about it. I didn't put my foot down. I didn't stop. I called myself being obedient and not listening to sound biblical advice, but following what I thought was, someone who I thought was walking with the Lord. Sometimes we just put our head in the sand and we use a lot of biblical excuses as to why. But either way, what I think sometimes it's harder when some of it's your own fault. And I tell people now, okay, 12 years later, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I work when I want to work. I have a wonderful international business. We're on our way to 7 figures, and I'm doing it while nurturing my family and helping our ministry here in the Southwest jurisdiction. We're still seeking the Lord about launching here, but I'm driving to Albuquerque and driving to Oklahoma City and driving to Dallas and driving to San Antonio, and I need to start going down to College Station. But I'm just driving and I'm helping people get their churches off the ground, and it's a beautiful, wonderful season, and it's a wonderful thing. But but 12 years ago, I could have been here. I could have been here in 7 years. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I immediately paid off and hustled. I had my day job in the military. I had my 3 side hustles. I had some other things that I did from pop-up, and I knocked out $120,000 of the consumer debt, the stuff that had been run up on the cards. I knocked all of that out in about 2 years. And then you know what I did? I said, well, the rest of that's not my fault. So I'm not responsible for that. That's not me. It's not my responsibility. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. Somebody come along and derail your dream. You may not be responsible for it, but you are still responsible to your life. And you're the only one that can make a change. And if I hadn't spent so many years huffing and puffing about it's all his fault, and instead took my amount of ownership in that I had seen the signs coming and I still went blindly. Ooh, isn't that a scripture, y'all? Isn't that a scripture? The wise see trouble brewing and they hide themselves, but the foolish, they keep on going and they're punished. And even though I saw the signs when the Air Force said, sign that power of attorney, we're going to send you away for 6 months, sign that power of attorney. I didn't put any guardrails on that power of attorney because I was just being obedient little wife. All right. So sometimes we got to take ownership. And when we do, it makes it so much harder to pick up. For me, it does anyway. It makes it so much harder for me to pick back up because I know I was wrong. I know I was foolish. And now I got somebody who had already been teaching people I had already been teaching a debt-free lifestyle. I had to come up and come out and admit that here I was with $800 something thousand dollars of debt. Well, by then it was like, maybe 600 by then, and I had to eat some humble pie, y'all. Sometimes we got to eat some humble pie. And I'm gonna check out these comments real quick before I move on, because last time I forgot to give the comments what we need to do. I think I got all of Greg's comments on there. I may have to stop these folks on YouTube because they are giving the worst comments. And I guess that's what happens when you're on YouTube Live. I'm still getting used to that platform. But we're gonna bring up Dr. Anita Smith. Let me call her talk back. We're gonna call up Dr. Anita Smith. No matter where you are in your financial journey, whether you didn't know what you didn't know, and so you just went along blindly like everybody else, or maybe you had somebody pull the rug out from under you. I get a lot of clients who They didn't know they had a traditional family, and their husband either died or he just left them and they're in their 60s. And now it's like, how am I going to start over? I've never had to deal with the money. I've spent the money, I've managed the household, and I did a good job at that. But I didn't know anything about investments. I didn't go apply for loans to buy a house. I need help to learn how to do all that. I'm going to tell you right now, money is a lot easier than the commercials. And sometimes our traditional husbands and people who make money off of us would have us believe, okay? And we can help you move forward. But if you've been in a situation, maybe that was your situation, and you didn't need to know. So we see a lot of times. Now I want to stay on this. Okay, I know my commentary is getting us delayed. I know it is, but I feel that somebody needs to hear this, y'all. We have a lot of negativity in our culture about traditional relationships, but traditional relationships were partnerships. And see, when you are partner with somebody who compliments you, you don't have to know everything they know. You don't have to do everything they do. Now, should you be cognizant of it? Sure, you should. You don't want to be like the one lady whose husband died and left her with all these apartment complexes. He had never taken one of his military raises. So every time he got promoted, he would put that money into investments, and he would just live. They had just been living off of his second lieutenant pay, and this man was a major, and he died, and his wife was like over the top overwhelmed because they had all these apartment complexes and investment holdings, and she freaked out. She had no idea how wealthy they were. Now, what he did was actually a really good thing, but should they have come together on that? Absolutely. I'm not saying people don't need to be informed. And if you're in a traditional relationship today, it's important to be informed. Like when there's a budget meeting, you got to show up to the meeting and have an input. Like I tell people, at least every partner's got to be able to change at least 3 things. So if the one partner does all the work, the other partner's got to show up and change at least 3 things and get their input heard and get their voice heard, right? But there's nothing wrong with saying, I'm good with the money. She's not. I'm good with the money. He's not. I'm good. My husband is good with the driving. Now, none of my 4 car accidents that I had in the last 5 years were my fault. Okay, that's on the police report. But that's maybe a bad example. But he's real good. He's a real good, solid, strong driver, right? Our partnership, I'm really happy about that. Okay. There's things that I do that if he does it to help me, I'm very happy that he's helping. But there's things that I just do that are more efficient and more effective for the family. We're a partnership. All right. Don't you let anybody make you feel bad about being a partnership. Just understand for yourself how money works. And I can help you do that without disrupting your traditional family. But if you're in that situation, sometimes the rug has been pulled out from under you. Sometimes it's just life and culture has changed around you. Sometimes you, like me, had low self-esteem issues, and you just gave away your money to everybody who pretended to be your friend or pretended to love you. I said it. Okay. So whatever situation sometimes you just make bad decisions. I was teaching people how to get out of debt, and we were still buying properties in debt. I mean, to me, it was business debt. And then you think I would have thought I would have learned that lesson, right? Oh, I thought I learned that lesson, right? And then I opened me up a church. And you know what I did? Tell you what, I'm gonna write a book about this. This is almost like a debt trinity. I'm gonna write a book about this. We opened up a church, and you know what I said? I said, "Oh, the Lord will provide." The Lord told me to open up this church, and we can't open up this church with these scratchy old concrete floors. We need to put some carpet down. We need to put some commercial carpet down on these concrete floors. And do you know I went and put $10,000 on the credit card that I should have shut down? Oh, those $10, those church floors. I'm telling y'all something. Y'all have never heard this story, right? I put the $10,000 down on this church floors. There was a beautiful, beautiful floors, beautiful carpet in the front, beautiful vinyl, looked like hardwood in the back. I mean, that church was beautiful. The Saints from Arkansas came down and painted it. I mean, we opened up that building. I was just like, the Lord is with me. He is going to save, sanctify, and deliver. The Holy Ghost is going to be down here with fire. Like we going to have not an ark, but something. And the Holy Ghost is just going to be there, a pillar of fire by night and a pillar of cloud by day. And do you know what happened in March? Some of y'all know what happened in March. In March, the water main in Sears exploded and flooded our whole end of the mall. And you know what I learned? The person who says she doesn't do debt, but fell into it with business debt and said, okay, I'm never going to do that again. No more business debt. She went into church debt. And do you know what happened? Yeah. It took us 4 years to pay off that carpet and the floor that we couldn't even use. We couldn't even use the back for 3 years. We couldn't use the back, right? We finally got things worked out the last year. Couldn't even use it. And then the company that had to come in and mitigate the flood. Flood mitigation is not expensive. I mean, it's not cheap. So if you can get flood insurance, you should get some flood insurance. All right. See, look, I'm just doing a little extra plug. But here I am thinking, oh, I got this. The Lord is with me. You don't know anything. You don't have anything that is guaranteed except for what you got in your hand right now. So you have to make the best decisions you can make, and you need to make them strategically with the money you know is coming in. So if I know this is how much money I got coming in, and this is how much money I've got coming in, and this has already been earmarked and spoken for, then this is what I'm spending. I'm not going to go and say, I think we've got 4 families here. We're gonna go ahead and do all this stuff. I'm talking now. Look, some of y'all, somebody's a pastor today watching this, and this is gonna save you from a world of hurt. The wise see trouble brewing and they take action. The simple keep on going and they get punished. All right, that's a loose translation. You think, oh well, I got these 4 or 5 families, and we're gonna be able to do this, and we can do this, and we do this, and we can do this. March, Sears flooded. The mall flooded. It was months before we could open back up. July, the church had a shakeup. Guess what happened to all my families? Okay? You have to take action with what you have right now. And what you have right now is your ability to plan and your ability to think strategically. Your income is your number one source of wealth. Okay. All right. I feel it rising up, but the spirit of the prophet is subject to the prophet. So we're going to bring up Dr. Anita. She is going to encourage you. I feel like I was trying to encourage. I don't feel like I was being very encouraging. She is going to encourage you that you can make it after financial setbacks. Let's bring to the stage Dr. Anita.
Hi, everybody. How many of you know that going through a divorce can make you lose your mind, turn your life upside down, and cause you to have financial setbacks? A recent financial study conveyed that divorced single mothers experience a 52% decrease in their finances, like myself, while divorced single fathers experience a 48% increase in their finances, and causes financial hardship for 80% of the women who have to take care of our children and household expenses alone after a divorce. This is a financial setback. Setbacks are temporary and they are not a part of your destiny. Dr. Willie Jolly, a famous motivational speaker that some of us may know, affirms that a setback is a setup for a comeback. Let me repeat that again. A setback is a setup for a comeback. I experienced serious financial setbacks in 2014 when I went through my divorce. I went from being married for 10 years to becoming single again after 1 year. I was devastated. I did not see it coming. Ladies and gentlemen, it really knocked me to my core. I went from being financially secure to financially distraught. At that very moment, my entire life changed. I became a divorced
We're gonna see what what happened with her stream. Just give me a second. We're gonna bring her right back. All right, here we go. We're gonna start her over. I know we're gonna. It'll be all right, y'all. It'll be all right. This is a good message.
Hi, everybody. How many of you know that going through a divorce can make you lose your mind, turn your life upside down, and cause you to have financial setbacks? A recent financial study conveyed that divorced single mothers experience a 52% decrease in their finances, like myself, while divorced single fathers experience a 48% increase in their finances, and causes financial hardship for 80% of the women who have to take care of our children and household expenses alone after a divorce. This is a financial setback. Setbacks are temporary and they are not a part of your destiny. Dr. Willie Jolly, a famous motivational speaker that some of us
Not sure what I did. Not sure. Maybe I talked too long. Maybe I talked too long and I had her video in the queue too long. We're gonna give it one more try. If not, I'm gonna make the it's normally behind a paywall to get access to the lifetime access of these from the conference that we originally recorded them for. But if I can't get her talk to play, I will give those of you who are watching live, I will give you the link directly to that video. You just got to promise not to share it with anybody who didn't show up, right? Because I believe it. If you show up, I'm going to show out for you. So we're going to give this one more try. And otherwise, we're going to roll on, unfortunately, because this is a really, really good message. And it was just so encouraging. Oh, I think something's happening with the disc. Okay, I'm going to work to troubleshoot that. Let's give Dr. Anita one more try.
Hi, everybody. How many of you know that going through a divorce can make you lose your mind, turn your life upside down, and cause you to have financial setbacks? A recent financial study conveyed that divorced single mothers experience a 52% decrease in their finances, like myself, while divorced single fathers experience a 48% increase in their finances and causes financial hardship for 80% of the women who have to take care of our children and household expenses alone after a divorce. This is a financial setback. Setbacks are temporary and they are not a part of your destiny. Dr. Willie Jolly, a famous motivational speaker that some of us may know, affirms that a setback is a setup for a comeback. Let me repeat that again. A setback is a setup for a comeback. I experienced serious financial setbacks in 2014 when I went through my divorce. I went from being married for 10 years to becoming single again after 1 year. I was devastated. I did not see it coming. Ladies and gentlemen, it really knocked me to my core. I went from being financially secure to financially distraught. At that very moment, my entire life changed. I became a divorced Christian single mother, raising my daughters, juggling their schoolwork, juggling their extracurricular activities, working 2 jobs, 6 days a week, going to church, attending my doctorate program full time, and struggling to make ends meet. I did not know how to get out of debt. I did not know how I was going to make it. I was barely surviving. I went through a bankruptcy, a foreclosure, and I was living paycheck to paycheck. I did not know what I was going to do after being in a financial rut. I was physically, emotionally, and financially stressed. Can any of you relate to what I am saying to you today? During this time in my life, all of my money was depleted because I spent thousands of dollars on legal fees. We know going through divorce can be very costly, which caused my debts to spiral out of control. Perhaps like so many of you who may have experienced a divorce or going through divorce right now, or just getting out of a divorce situation, can experience financial setbacks like myself because I did not have a financial plan in place. After going through physical and financial stress for 2 years, I took action. I rose above my circumstances. I was tired of debt collectors calling me every day. I was tired of seeing all of these financial threatening letters in my mailbox every day. I was tired and I tried to call them. They didn't want to hear my sad story. All they wanted was their money. They was not sympathetic because I went through a divorce. They were not sympathetic because I spent a lot of money on legal fees. They was not sympathetic because I became single again due to no fault of my own. All they wanted from me was my money. I had enough and I took control of the situation by receiving counseling. I stopped having a victim mentality. I changed my mindset and I proactively took the steps to get out of divorce and become financially independent. Today, I am no longer defeated. I am financially stable, I am confident, and I am financially savvy. I can honestly attest that I am living my best life after divorce. Now, I'm going to share with you 3 ways to overcome your financial setbacks. Number 1, get your mind right. Number 2, get your health right. Number 3, get your money right. Firstly, get your mind right. Avoid negative thinking. Renew your mind daily. Focus on what you can control and what you cannot control. Things happen in life. We have to deal with it. Try mindfulness techniques like deep breathing. Take walks in the park. Meditate. Pray. And listen to good music to break free from worry, from anxiety, and depression. Try to understand your emotions and your behavior when it comes to money management. Get your health right. Being in debt is hazardous to your health, like it was hazardous to my health. You must focus on physical exercises and self-care every day to eliminate stress. Maintaining a healthy lifestyle is important to managing stress effectively and properly. You must become financially knowledgeable and financially empowered to demolish your financial challenges. You should implement practical financial exercises to improve your situation. What do I mean by that? What are practical financial exercises? You should create a budget, evaluate and track your spending for 4 to 5 months, and develop a financial plan to get out of debt. Allocate your expenses using the 50-30-20 rule, which means that you should set aside 50% of your money for living essential needs, such as mortgage, your rent, your car note, your truck note, groceries, things of that nature. 30% should be set aside for your needs, such as clothing, such as jewelry, such as shoes, such as hair expenses, haircuts. 30% for needs. 10% for tithing if you are a tither, and the other 10% should be set aside for savings. Also, cut your expenses in half. Determine what you need and determine what you do not need. Such as, if you have premium cable with 300 channels, how many hours in a day will you be watching those 300 channels? How many hours in a month will you be watching those 300 channels? You don't have that much time to watch all of those cable channels. Cut it out and get the basic cable for only $20 or $30 a month. If you add internet to that, that's maybe a $70 or $75 bill versus a $250 bill once you eliminate all of those channels and stick with only the basic cable package. Also, if you decide to go out to eat with your family on the weekend, or if you want to take your family to the movies, how much money are you going to spend on popcorn, on hot dogs, on drinks at the movie theater, plus paying $15 or $20 for a ticket after 5 p.m.? All of that adds up, ladies and gentlemen. Try to think about streaming that same movie at home and saving $20, $50, $100. Just think about what are your needs and what are your wants. Also, when you're online browsing through all those internet channels and you want to look on Amazon, if you want to look on eBay or all those other shopping channels, do not buy on impulse. That will really put you in a lot of debt. If you're thinking about, well, I'm entitled to this dress, I'm entitled to this designer handbag, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, or you're entitled to buying your child an Xbox and getting all the games for this Xbox, you're just feeling guilty because you're going through a divorce. Children understand. Tell them that you cannot afford it right now and focus on living within your means and not trying to keep up with the Joneses or the Smiths or the Alexanders. Focus on staying within your living money expenses. Only spend when necessary to avoid getting into further debt. Get your money right. Earn more. Find additional income streams to help with your credit card and other bills. Develop a plan to pay your debts off within 1 to 3 years using the snowball method, which is paying the lowest bill to the highest and paying one bill off at a time. Once you are able to pay off one bill, then you use that extra money to pay off the second bill, the third bill, the fourth bill, the fifth bill, and so on until you have finished paying off all of your bills. Once you do that, you can celebrate small. Also, what you need to do after you pay off all your bills, use that money to start building your emergency fund, your 6-month emergency fund, and also open up a savings account and do 2 things. Number 1, set aside some money for retirement planning. And number 2, set aside money for Christmas vacations, Christmas gifts, birthdays, and a summer vacation for yourself and for your children. You deserve that. So put in a plan to get out of debt. Focus on short-term goals and focus on your long-term goals. When you implement those 3 strategies, number 1, get your mind right. Number 2, get your health right. Number 3, get your money right. You will become financially equipped to conquer your debt, create wealth, and live a prosperous life. Are you ready to become financially free. Overcoming financial setbacks is possible and it is achievable. It takes prayer, patience, perseverance, and planning. You must believe in yourself and start telling yourself, I am a conqueror. I am an overcomer. I can make it after financial setbacks. Start affirming these things every day. Ladies and gentlemen, speak life into your financial situation. I am Dr. Nita K. Smith, financial advisor, award-winning author, and life after divorce coaching services. I help men and women who are divorced to heal, recover, and get their life and their finances back after divorce. You can connect with me on all of my social media channels, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. I want you to be relentless. I want you to be courageous. I want you to be fearless. Yes, you can make it after divorce, and yes, you can make it after your financial setbacks.
Wasn't that lovely? Wasn't that lovely? Wasn't that worth the wait, y'all? Be courageous, be encouraged. You can make it after financial setbacks. Oh my goodness. I just love, love, love Dr. Anita Smith. All right. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to try to get us back on top. We are going to follow her up with another fantastic individual. Her name is Jennifer Parker. And what I'm going to do, if you will just give me a second, I know we got to get back on track, but I think what's happening is a lag between the area that I saved all of these talks, okay? Because remember, these are replays from our recent conference and the computer that's running. And so what I'm going to do, I built in time for us to talk. I kind of talked it all out. But if you have any comments for Dr. Anita Smith, I'd love for you to get those into the chat now. I'm going to take this moment while we're chatting. If you have any questions, go ahead and put those in Oops, you actually, wow. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're still rolling. We're still rolling. So I don't know what you heard or didn't heard. I was telling everybody how I'm going to have to go research that link about divorced men coming out financially ahead as opposed to women. Because being in the military, all you ever heard of all the X this and the X that, and kind of makes you feel like, yeah, the men come out further ahead. But then you watch the lifestyle and you see all the women struggling and you see the men going out and chasing after new women. So, I mean, you're kind of like, well, I don't know. I don't know. But let me go ahead and give you guys a link. If you are registered for this conference, and this is the registration link for this conference, if you're actually registered for the conference, and some of you are registered, and then some of you are watching, I'm happy you're watching, right? But some of you who are registered, you will have received the link to actually come on stage and give your opinion at certain times during the conference, okay? So if that's you today, while I'm making this artificial break because I'm trying to fix the problems of the last speaker broadcast, now would be a great time to come on and give some feedback for our speakers and tell people what you've learned. Now come on now. Now, we're not asking for people to come in and talk about we're not asking for people to come in and talk about their stuff. You want to be a speaker. We got the Women Building Wealth Together conference coming up in May, and then we've got the next Building Wealth Together conference in November. It's a cycle. We keep them going, right? You're welcome to get on that stage. But if you would like to share some thoughts on what these speakers have shared with you today, I would love to bring you on stage, get you on here and hear your voice, and let's have a chit chat about it. All right. So while I'm getting these over there, let me see if there's any questions. Here's an interesting comment that was made. Finding ways to pay expenses through your business or your home-based business. Those are both very good tax management strategies. Make sure that you're doing that with the guidance of a CPA or other a CPA or somebody who is an advanced tax professional. See, you don't just want, like, I'm a financial planner. I went to George Mason. I got a little financial planning certificate. I still need to take the test to get my CFP designation. Okay. Yeah. Some of y'all remember that story. I got rear-ended right before my test. So I'm like sitting there taking the test, dozing off from the medicine. I almost passed it too, man. I'm like, man. So that'll be on tap for 2022. I'm going to continue this doctorate, and the next thing I'm going to work on is going back and retaking that test. But I have my certificate for financial planning, not a certified financial planner, but I have a financial planning certificate from George Mason. And I took a semester on taxes, but I am not a tax professional. Taxes make my head hurt. So I don't do taxes. That's why I am so thankful that she puts up with me every year, that, Abarakoya, the wealth building CPA. I'm not necessarily the best client because I'm always running behind, and I'm trying to get better about that. But you know what I mean? So you want to make sure that you make these decisions with somebody who's qualified, not somebody who did it last year and said, look at all this and all that. Taxes change from year to year. Okay, taxes change. You know what? I'm gonna give a Barry a plug while I'm downloading these. Because I'm downloading these. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up her website real quick for you. She doesn't know I'm doing this. She doesn't know I'm doing this, but she has taken such good care of me all these years. Let me pull up her. Let me share her site. If y'all know it, Barry, go ahead and tag her. Somebody tag her in the thing so she knows I'm sharing her. Okay, Abarakoya, the wealth building CPA. Hold on. Let me pull her up while I'm talking. You want somebody who knows what they're doing, okay? And I remember she and I were in the back of Sherman Ragland's class. We had our two little boys on our laps, and we were soaking up all the information. And now she is definitely helped me. But the tax rules, they change from year to year. So you can't even just go off of what worked last year. Like when I first started working with Iberry, the how do I want to say it? You could, since we were ministers, we could take a whole lot of travel deductions. Our church is kind of a traveling kind of church. We go to a lot of meetings and things like that. And it's just a very fluid kind of ministry. And so, with that, what we found is that we could take a whole lot of different deductions. Well, that was that year. Those deductions, they didn't apply soon after that, because a year or two or three or whatever it was, they changed the tax code. And so then the tax code was you could only take deductions from the ministry if you were full-time ministry. Well, we weren't full-time ministry. We were in the Air Force. So we couldn't take those deductions. You see what I'm saying? We could have just gone off of last year's information. We could have gone off of somebody in the barbershop's information. We could have gone off of auntie or grandma's information, right? And then, next thing you know, now we're getting in trouble with the IRS. And if you have never gotten one of those calls from the IRS that says, we need to look at your stuff for the last 7 years or whatever it was that we had to do, boy, that thing strikes fear in the heart of even the most holiest, upright person in the world. You know you didn't do anything wrong, but you still just a little bit scared when you get that letter, because you're like, what did I do to trigger this? What did they find? What if they don't this? What blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I'm not saying it to scare anybody, but I'm just saying make sure you make the right decisions. And sometimes we feel like we don't have enough money to go hire somebody who might be a world-class CPA, but every community, and if your community doesn't, find the next community over. Most of our communities are going to have tax assistants. They're going to have volunteers. They're going to have people who've done taxes. Now you want to make sure whoever's helping you isn't somebody who, like, one time I tried to take the course, right? I tried to take the course to help people. I took the course and I was like, I can help you with your 1040 EZ. But if you got a bunch of investments and properties and stuff, you need somebody who can actually give you some good advice, because they will save you so much more money. And sometimes you get what you pay for. And I do believe that good, competent, certified public accountant, that's what CPA stands for, is worth their weight in gold. All right. So I think I have I didn't get a chance to tag her because I didn't want to mess up the stream. But ooh, y'all see all my tabs open. That's probably why, isn't it? Ooh, I didn't even realize I had all those tabs open. Hold on, because my screen that I'm on, it doesn't have all those tabs. It's just StreamYard. Okay, so maybe I gotta fix a little something here. But while I'm fixing that and closing all of those tabs, we are going to bring up our next speaker. Her name is Jennifer Parker. And I absolutely, oops, let me just remove that there. Her name is Jennifer Parker. She, like me, is a Ramsey certified, well, we can't say certified anymore. We've been coaching under the banner of Ramsey Solutions, Dave Ramsey. Y'all know that I have my own financial planning. And then in 2014, I went and took the financial master coach training under Dave Ramsey, which is now Ramsey Solutions. And so she also is a master coach under Ramsey Solutions. And so when she is one of those people who, when I hear Jennifer talk about money and I look at her journey and I look at how she's helping people, I think to myself, oh my goodness, if I was even half as genuine. And I'm a genuine person. I just don't come off as genuine. You know what I mean? Like some people have a lot of pizzazz and they have a lot of stage, and I got the lights and I got a good camera, right? And I got a big mouth. But some people are just really genuine in the heart. They're just good people. And you're like, if I could take everybody that I know who's just genuine good people and give them a little pizzazz, they would really outshine me. And you know what? As long as they come on my platform, I will be okay with that. Because we all been this together. What are we doing? We're all building wealth together, right? But Jennifer is just a wonderful, wonderful coach, and she is a financial coach, first of all. But I thought she put together a really wonderful presentation. That's why I wanted to rebroadcast it for you today. A wonderful presentation on women in money. So let me go ahead and excuse me. Let me go ahead and bring, let's see if we can find her here. There we go. We're in the new spot. Let's see if this works better this time. I'm going to go ahead and bring to the stage Jennifer Parker.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Parker, and I'm with Parker Financial and Life Coaching. And I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about money today. I wanted to have a discussion about what it takes to build wealth. We've all made mistakes and we have emotional blind spots when it comes to our money and maybe even some bad habits. But I want to first assure you this is not a lecture. It's really meant more to be a discussion. And this is some life lessons that I learned the hard way that I hope by passing on that you won't have to go through some of the same things I did. So a little bit about myself. So I was married a little at 22, and I thought that it was most reasonable at the time, as I was a teacher in social studies, to kind of let my husband handle the finances. He has a master's degree and he's a CPA, and surely he knew more about money than I did. So fast forward 18 years and things didn't work out. He wanted a younger, newer model. And so on our 18th anniversary, we went out to Chili's and he told me that he wanted a divorce. And I was, of course, devastated. I had no idea. I was very blindsided by the whole process. But in the meantime, I had a very angry 13-year-old and a very angry sixth grader that needed to make ends meet. So at the time I was a teacher and I got paid once a month, and I was actually quite terrified. I'd never had to manage money. It wasn't on my radar. I went shopping. I took the kids' clothes shopping. I handled the marketing, and I just kind of had a blind eye on the rest of it. So I found out very quickly as the bills started piling up, and I didn't know really even how to write a check or how to see how much money was in our accounts other than looking it up on the computer. I wasn't creating a budget. I was just checking if I had money in the account. If we had money in the account, I thought we were fine. But that's really not a good way to build wealth. So as the bills kept piling up and you start getting those nasty phone calls and ugly letters when you can't pay things, I found out that there was actually $65,000 worth of debt that I didn't know about. And so this, again, coming on the emotional storm of the divorce and being on my own for the first time ever, it really was a tough situation. And it was so hard, and I was scared, to the point where sometimes I would just lock myself in the closet after the kids had gone to bed and cry it out. And eventually, though, you can't be an ostrich, especially if you got two people looking at you to see what you're going to do and how things are going to be handled. So I did what every good teacher does, or what every person who loves books does. As you can see, that's my passion. But I hit half-price books, and I started to read and started to learn. And my sister came alongside me as well to teach me and to help me learn about building wealth and how to pay bills and all the things that somebody I felt like should have taught me, but I didn't know, which was very lowering at my age and having a master's degree by then. I just felt like it shouldn't be so hard. And so one of the things that I do as a coach is I come alongside clients and I work with them one-to-one to help them figure out the process and make it maybe a little bit less helpful, a less horrible process. So let's talk about building wealth, because sometimes our finances just seem so complicated and everybody has a different way. So it's controversial and it's overwhelming. And who do you listen to and who's trustworthy? All right. But I find that when you can gather a group of women to get together and talk, it's empowering and it's exciting. And now that's been a little hard since COVID hit. But here we are at this great seminar, watching the videos and learning together, and we'll have panel conversations later. And so hopefully this will be something where everybody gets a lot out of it. Okay, it's not working. What happened? It stopped. Why isn't it letting me do it? It's on. Click this. Click this. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so let's talk about the future. All right, because what we want to do is change our legacies. So I'm going to teach you some life-altering changes that will make you leave a different legacy, which is a gift to every daughter, every granddaughter, every niece that you have. So the other thing I really want to encourage you is talk to your friends. Whatever information that you learned today, pass on. I want to make my big, hairy, audacious goal is to make money not a taboo subject. All right, we would rather talk about sex than money. And to me, that's just crazy. We need to instead make it an open subject so that we can learn from one another. And we need to teach this information. While we may not have been taught this information about finances in school or by our parents, once you know better, I believe you must do better. So let's first break down our money habits. Where are you really? All right, when you take a deep dive into your money, what does it really look like? Are you living from paycheck to paycheck? Or do you have a plan? Is it working? Do you have more month at the end of your money? Or how are things working out? All right, and I want you to think about, what do you really want from your money? What I have found in my research is that most women view money as security. All right, so when we consider this need for safety, security is a primal need that we all have, to be safe and to be secure. All right. And as women, these emotional needs shouldn't be discounted or dismissed, because they do impact how we look at money and how we think about things in the future. All right. As Chris Hogan says, you want to leave the past in the rearview mirror, and you want to be forward facing, looking out the front. All right. And I interpret that to really also mean give yourself some grace. We've all made money mistakes in the past. We've all done things we wish we could go back and undo or send a letter to our younger selves and say, hey, don't do it this way. Don't do this. All right. But we really can't. And instead, we need to give ourselves grace because, at the time we were making the best decisions that we knew how to do. And we couldn't make other decisions because now we're looking back with different information. So let's have an honest discussion today. All right, what are some of the pain points for women around money? Well, the fact of the matter is we all need strategies to help us deal with money and to release this pressure that we feel. Cleaning up and making changes to how you handle money makes a difference, and I want to assure you, I don't care if you're 25, 35, 45, or you've hit the big 50, it is never too late to start. So let's talk about these as three distinct problems that we want to solve today. Problem number one, we don't feel like we have the education or a game plan or an instruction manual for what to do with money. Problem number two, we need specific strategies for dumping debt and sustainable budget practices that actually move the needle in our lives. We need to have confidence that we can actually make a difference in our life, that we don't have to live paycheck to paycheck and be shackled to this debt. And problem number three, as women, we need to acknowledge that money and emotions go together. So we need to be able to suss out what's getting in the way of making progress. If women feel like money provides security, that's going to make us less likely to invest it in the stock market because the stock market's uncertain. So we have to dig down to the roots so we feel and we have the information to make the next step. So I want to teach you 4 things, and I actually teach this in my teen and money class. This is kind of the basics of things that you need to know. Number 1, money is relative. Somebody's always going to have more than you do, and somebody's always going to have less. That's just the way it is, all right? The other thing you have to know is money is finite. No matter how much or how little we have to choose how we allocate our resources. For example, if you choose to go on a cruise and spend $7,000, all right, you can't spend the same $7,000 on fully funding your Roth IRA. It just doesn't work that way. So money is finite. So when we have a budget and we're being very intentional about bossing our money around, telling it where it needs to go, we are choosing how to allocate our resources. All right. And the closer we can line up our choices with what we say we value, the happier we will be. So if you look at your budget and you look at where you're spending your money, that tells you what are the things that are important to you. All right. I also want you to have a money master mindset. All right. I want you to feel like you're not in analysis paralysis. And how do you do that? Well, for me, it's looking at books, it's listening to podcasts, it's attending events like this one. Always tell yourself you have more to learn and more to grow. And in fact, it takes 7 repetitions for most students to really learn anything. And so give yourself the grace to really dig in and not feel like, hey, one spin through this cycle and I have to have it down. Instead, it's going to take a little bit to get familiar with the terms and give yourself the time to do that. The final fact is that money is amoral. Money is just a tool. I like to show my students a brick, a simple, simple brick. And what do you do with the brick? All right, you can build wells in Africa, you can build schools, you can throw it through somebody's window, all right? And it doesn't matter to the brick. It's what is done with it. So money is not good or bad, all right? I want you to think of it as, well, what can you do with it? And the fact of the matter is, if you have a lot of debt, you can't give as much as you want to do. If you are drowning in debt, as much as we want to be generous people, we don't have the money to do that. And so getting out of debt and being able to give generously is a wonderful goal for every family to have. All right, so let's talk about some solutions to these problems. All right, to be honest, it takes about 45 minutes for my clients to make their first budget. It seems like kind of a painful process. You have to grab all the information. You have to put it in the spreadsheet. You have to start looking at it. All right, but after you make the first one, I promise it gets easier. It does take about 3 months for the budget to fully start working exactly right. All right, but the key to managing your money well is knowing how much is coming in and how much is going out. All right, so before the month even begins, you want a written plan for debt reduction, sinking funds, and savings. And I'm going to teach you how these 3 things will put you on the path to wealth. All right, so creating a budget is more than just being current on your bills or checking your bank account and realizing like, oh, happy day, I do have money in here so I can go spend it. Budgets or spending plans actually give you permission to spend. It can be like getting a raise because you actually know where your money is. You know you can afford that outfit. You know you can go out to dinner without guilt because you've put it in the budget. So this actually allows us to be proactive rather than reactive. So I have a psychology degree, so I'm going to go a little deep here, but just don't worry, it won't take too long. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a very old psychology concept, but it's been around for a long time because it's still relevant. So notice there's only 5 levels, all right? And we start at the bottom with just being able to breathe, have food, and sleep. All right. And then our next level is safety and security. And remember how we talked about how women view money as security? It's the second biggest need. All right. And so this is where we need to think about how we're looking at our money. I also want you to start viewing debt differently. The truth is there's no good debt. Having student loans doesn't mean you have good debt. All of it is something that we want to get rid of. So how do we do this? Well, we set a budget before each month begins. The next step is really to have $1,000 safety net or an emergency fund. Now, this $1,000, this isn't going to get us through a pandemic. This $1,000 isn't going to get us through a major medical catastrophe. But what this $1,000 will do is when the car breaks down or the garbage disposal goes out, it will allow us to not reach for a credit card, but instead go into our emergency fund and pay cash. All right. The next thing to get out of debt is to create a debt snowball and track your practice. All right. If you don't track your practice and your progress, all right, you won't see how you're doing. All right. So your progress, if you're a visual person, you want to kind of create a jar or create some kind of visual that you check off the list and say, oh, this debt is now done. You know, put it on your fridge, put it in your closet, put it on your bathroom mirror, somewhere you will see it all the time. All right, as debt snowball means that you're going to put your debts smallest to largest, regardless of interest rates. All right, smallest to largest, and start winning by paying them off. And the way that we pay them off is when we pay off that first smallest one, we take whatever that minimum is that we were paying and we put it to the next debt. So on all of our debts, we're still making minimum payments, but we're focusing on the smallest one to get it out of our lives. All right. And the first one that you get, it'll be like, okay, I got that paid off. The second one that you do, you'll be like, got that one paid off. The third one you get done with and you know is out of your life forever, by then you'll be excited. All right. And as things keep revolving, sometimes you'll get to a point where, okay, now I've got some really big debt here at the end, a car that I'm paying off or those dreaded student loans. When you get to that point, break them into small targets. All right. So what I do with my clients is I tell them, if you've got like $80,000 of student loan debt, then every time you pay off 10, we need to do something to celebrate. A weekend getaway. This is not a $5,000 trip to Paris, but a weekend getaway, something that acknowledges the sacrifice that you've been making and rewards your attempts. All right. So I want you to celebrate your wins along the way. The other thing that you need to do, and the reason that making a budget is never a one and done thing, is because the months change. In October, we have Halloween. In Thanksgiving, we usually have extra food costs and meal prep. At Christmas, we like to buy presents. We go to lots of parties. Pre-COVID, of course. We like to get dressed up. So every month, different things happen. September in my family is the birthday month. We have 5 birthdays in September. And so I'm always going to allocate a little bit extra in September to cover all the different birthdays. And that's what I mean by matching your budget to your calendar. Also, I want you to pick a number, all right, that you don't spend that amount of money before you either wait 24 hours or have a quick budget meeting. All right. And I always tell my clients, how do you pick this number? It's the number that's going to kerfuffle your budget. All right. So when I was a single mom, this number actually for the first several months was $5. $5 would send the whole budget out of whack. Later it was $25. All right. As I have continued to dump debt, it's now $500. Things have changed in my life. And I'm, so glad for the effort that I put in. All right. But having a little bit of a check on your spending, having some rules in place helps you get more control. And that's really where we want to be. Now, how fast do you really want to dump your debt? You can go, I want you to be as intense as a gazelle, all right, in this. When I found the $65,000, I was so upset. I was so embarrassed. I was mortified. I called myself all kinds of a fool, and I was certain on a teacher's salary I couldn't ever get rid of this. It was going to be with me like a pet forever. But I also looked at my kids and thought, I've got to find a better way. So as a teacher, what do? Well, you substitute on different teachers' classes. You work in the gym on Monday mornings, which I laugh about that because that's when all the weekend romance had either fallen apart or gotten going, and so there was almost always a fight Monday mornings in the cafeteria when I had cafeteria duty. One year I gave up my conference period to teach an extra class. I always taught summer school. So there are things that you can do to make your shovel bigger. I eventually even took a tutoring job. So I would literally work from 7:30 to 4:30 at school. And then from 5 to 9, I would go tutor kids for AP tests and the SAT and ACT. And I was just determined to get this debt out of my life. Most people can actually be out of debt in 12 to 18 months if they're really serious about it. And the 3 steps to doing this are making a budget every month, being determined to dump your debt and using a snowball to do that. And then step 3 is going to be building financial wealth, which we're going to talk about that in just a second. All right, so what do you really want from your money? You have to know your why. If you don't know your why, you cannot cast a vision. And if you don't have a big enough vision that your why makes you cry, then you haven't dug deep enough. So as an exercise, I want you to pull out a sheet of paper, write why on the top, and 7 times I want you to iterate on this question. Why do you want to be out of debt? Well, I don't want to owe all this money. Why don't you want to owe all this money? Because I feel like it's destabilizing my home. Why don't you want your home to be destabilized? Because I feel like that's going to negatively affect my children. Well, and why and why and why. And for me, the deeper I dug, the more I felt like I had no security while I had this debt in my life, that it was a huge risk. I could lose my home. I didn't have enough to pay the bills. I figured at some point I might even be moving back in with mom and dad. As much as I hated to even think of that as an independent woman, I fought that. And for me, it was worth working all those extra jobs to keep my independence. All right. The other reason that you have to know your why is because for a season, you're going to struggle. It was a struggle to get up early to do cafeteria duty. It was a struggle to work a full day of teaching and then come home and do tutoring. It was a struggle to be away from my kids, and I had to remind myself of what my why was, and that it was for a season, it wasn't forever. And so I would rather be gazelle intense for that season than have this debt continue to drag around and never ever go away. So your reason that you're doing this, it has to be big, because for a season, we're going to sacrifice to get there. And we want to make it worth that sacrifice. So that's why we really have to dig down to our why. All right, so now let's talk about watching your wealth grow. John Wesley said, make all you can, save all you can, give all you can. And my dad was a Methodist minister, and so this was kind of always at the forefront of how we thought about money. All right, once you learn to control your finances, the next step is to focus on the real fun of personal finance, which is saving and building wealth so you can accomplish your longer term goals. All right, there are 3 reasons why you need to be a consistent saver, which means you're living on less than you make, and you're stacking it up like a squirrel with nuts and having a plan. First of all, emergencies happen. It's really, life happens, and it's really not about when or if, but it's about when. At some point the car will break down. At some point it's going to rain. And so if we have a good emergency plan, then we will not be taken aback, and it might slow us down for a month or 2, but it's not going to take us out of the game. Also, you want to save for major purchases that you're saving up for. All right. So after getting an emergency fund of 3 to 6 months, having these what I call sinking funds, where we're sinking our money into the funds so that we have that when we need it. This is how you win with money. This is when, instead of being just in the trenches, this is what really pulls your head above water and helps you win. So at some point you're going to have car tires that you need, and it's going to be $800. So I'm going to save $50 a month till I have the $800. And then when I need the money for the tires, then I'm going to have that. I'm going to have a fund if I know, hey, I've had the same mattress for 7 or 8 years. I'm probably going to need a new one. I'm not going to go out and finance that. Even with 6 months free financing, that is not how I'm going to win with money. So the sinking funds allow you to save for big events that are going to happen. By the way, Christmas. We know it's always on December 25th. We need to be prepared. If you save $100 a month, then you will have a fully funded cash spending plan and ready to go at Christmas, and you won't have that debt hangover in January when you're looking at, I put all of this on credit cards and a little bit at Macy's and a little bit over here and a little bit over here. You want to avoid that. All right. And so that is the reason. You also, when you look at these accounts and you watch them grow, I want you to feel such joy in your heart. All right. As much as we talk about how we go out and we spend and we have retail therapy, I want you to instead find your joy in watching these accounts build up. All right. And feeling proud of yourself, proud of the job you're doing, proud of the legacy you're creating and leaving for your kids. All right. And so with these steps, right, having an emergency fund so that little things don't throw us in such a bind, major purchases that we're saving up for, this is really what starts you to allow to build wealth. All right. And so then we can give, we can plan for retirement, we can even plan for estates so that we leave behind the legacy to the next generation that we want. So you need 3 accounts. You need an emergency fund that's got your 3 to 6 months of basic expenses. You need your sinking funds. Those are those short-term things we're saving up for. Hey, we got Christmas coming. We know we need tires. We know we need a new mattress. We want to save for those. And then we also need long-term savings or retirement investments. The best way I know to get ahead with this is to automate your savings, to make it an automatic part of your budget. Pay yourself first. I know I want to fully fund a Roth IRA. This is my goal. So every Friday, I put $137 into my IRA account. It comes out like a bill. I don't even think about it anymore. By automating your savings, it takes away the, oh, do I have enough money to do this month? No, it's just going to come out on Friday, so I need to be prepared. All right, so let's talk about money and emotions. Uncertainty triggers fear and anxiety. All right, and so we are hardwired to focus on what's happening now and let the future take care of itself. We prefer, as humans, the immediate gratification rather than waiting. However, the problem with this is some questions don't have a clear-cut answers. What's the best way to invest? Take small steps. Don't put your money anywhere that you don't understand. Well, are stocks going to go up or down this year? I mean, when COVID hit, it was a roller coaster ride. However, everything has come back that was in there. All right. So are stocks going to go up or down? Again, that is not a question that we have a clear-cut answer on. The other thing is when you're planning for retirement, that we don't have an expiration date. How long are we going to live? We don't know. This is why we need to live on less than we make, and we need to have a plan. We know that women tend to outlive men. We know that women are living longer and longer, so we need to have a plan for what we're going to do, because ultimately we don't want to be a burden on the next generation. All right, so I want to teach you a quick little easy rule, all right, to remember. And the rule of 70, it's called the rule of 72. And all we do with the rule of 72 is divide it by the interest rate. And that gives us how long it's going to take to double our money. Now, why am I telling you this? I thought, I wasn't going to go all mathy on you, right? But this rule is something to remember because, again, we have such a high need for security. And we think we're keeping our money safe when we tuck it into a CD or treasury bonds or things like that. But the real problem is if you are only making 3% on an interest rate, it's going to take 24 years for your money to double. All right, one more quick chart. Just bear with me. Hang in there. All right, so if you make 1.5% on your $10,000, it won't double. If you make 3% on that same $10,000, 24 years later, it will double. If you put it in a different plan that's making 6%, well, it'll double every 12 years. All right, and that's good, okay? But if you put it in good growth stock mutual funds, which are averaging between 10 and 12%, it will double every 6 years. Now, why does that matter? Well, if you start like I did, if you're a little late to the game of investing, all right, I need my money to double more quickly. That means I need to be a little bit more risk tolerant and putting it in mutual funds. Because if I started investing at 40 and 6 years later when I'm 46, the money has doubled, all right, and then at 52 it doubles again, and then at 58 it doubles again, then there's a good chance that when I retire, I'll retire with more dignity. All right, like I said, it's never too late to start, but thinking about the rule of 72 also pushes you to think about how you're going to invest your money. All right, so we've talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We know women are more fearful, so that's why the rule of 72 becomes even more important. The other thing women often suffer from, and I guess most people, but women specifically, we suffer from imposter syndrome. We tell ourselves, well, I don't know enough. What could I, I don't have enough information here. And we tell ourselves, I'm not smart enough. We have all these limiting beliefs that we drag around like luggage or bricks in a backpack that we need to get rid of. All right, women tend to underestimate themselves, and men will overestimate. And we see this just in the jobs that people will apply for. Women don't apply for jobs unless they meet all of the criteria. Men, if they've got 3 out of the 5, they feel like, hey, I got a shot at this, I'm going to take it. So knowing this and knowing our money habits, we need to put these things to use to make better decisions. Women have 60,000 thoughts in a day. All right. And so all this chatter, monkey chatter in your brain going on is something that you need to be aware of so that we can also call out the good from the bad. We need to avoid limiting beliefs like, oh, I'm not smart enough to budget. Oh, I just teach social studies and I can't possibly understand math. I don't know where that came from. My mother would have hit me over the head if I ever said that out loud. But somewhere in my heart, I really believed it. All right, Amy Cuddy has a wonderful TED Talk on how even changing your posture can affect your mood. And she shows this with, like, she calls it the superwoman pose, where you put your hands on your hip and you stand confidently. All right, but I will also tell you that the antidote to fear is facts and taking massive action. All right. And so when we are feeling fearful and we are playing small, that means that we need to think about our posture, get the information that we need to make decisions, and continue to take massive actions because you are capable of dealing with all the things. All right. So realizing that money can also be an emotional fuse. I mean, how many of you have started thinking you had a simple money question and all of a sudden found yourself in a raging fight with your spouse? All right. We need to recognize some of those emotions that go with money. There are triggering feelings. All right. Anger actually makes us more optimistic and more likely to take risks. Fear causes that fight or flight. We want to bail out of the markets the minute anything seems to be going wrong. When you tell yourself everything is wrong, you actually will scare yourself into this fight or flight and lose your reasoning along the way. All right. Desire is a deep longing for something that can lead to overspending. It's not overspending if you have a plan for it. But if you're having retail therapy for the day because you don't feel good about yourself, that's not the way to do this. All right. Sometimes when we're feeling sad, it feels like a big void. We often fall into the trap of filling that void with stuff. But when we recognize what we're doing, we can stop that purchase and stop all the stuff that we get. All right. And it's not that I don't want you to have any stuff at all. I just don't want your stuff to have you. I don't want you to have to work an extra shift because you have stuff that you're probably not even using. So I want you to work on identifying your triggers. The first step to keeping your emotions from sabotaging your finances is to identify them. Are you angry? Are you feeling scared? Are you guilty? Are you tired? I always tell clients, look, don't try and have a budgeting meeting when you're tired or you're hungry. It's just bound to descend into chaos. Give yourself permission to feel, all right? You've been through a messy divorce. You feel really bad about it. Give yourself permission to feel those things, but not necessarily to take action, like going shopping or going out to restaurants that you can't afford. The idea is to allow yourself to have the feelings, but keep your finances moving in the right direction. Take a look at what is this underlying need that we're meeting without financial strategies, and then redevelop them to be healthy and successful. The other thing you can do is just slow down, retake control, give yourself time to figure out the steps that you need to take. Then don't. Decide when you're ready to move forward. Don't take steps before you're ready. Go ahead and sleep on it. Take a purchasing pause. Don't get excited about something being on sale when you know it's going to still be on sale days later. So be aware of these things. So let's recap. What have we learned? Well, it's pretty much impossible to remove emotions from money. So since they're already there, instead we have to learn how to deal successfully with them. We're better off learning to recognize our emotions and what they are likely to trigger us to do rather than to try and separate them from our actions. It's important to remember debt is a thief. There is no good debt. All debt steals your opportunities. So the other thing I want you to do is try and invest as early as possible once you've dumped your debt. Because as we saw with the rule of 72, compound interest works for you. So thank you for your attention today. I'm looking forward to speaking on other panels and hopefully talking to you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. This has been a fantastic, fantastic session. And I just think about some of the statistics and some of the ways that are different between men and women. And I think it's important to meet ourselves where we are. And so we've just finished talking with Jennifer about women and money. And now we're going to talk to somebody who's going to I'm going to bring him to the stage live first, and then we're going to hear his pre-recorded keynote about that's what fathers do. This is such an important topic for me because one of the hardest things that I had to learn as a single mom was that, guess what? You are not a dad. And, I would buy myself the little Father's Day card, like, yeah, I'm doing this thing, right? But at the end of the day, we do the best we can. And I'm not going to take that away from anybody. But there are people out there who want to be more involved as a father in their child's life. And in my personal observation as a financial planner, having that parental influence greatly increases the child's opportunity for confidence, assuredness, and wealth attraction. Not to say any of us can't get there, right? Because if y'all know my family history, and I'm sure many of you had some family history that's just as bad, if not worse, we can still overcome. But don't we want to give our kids less to have to overcome? Look, my kids are already scarred enough with me as a mother. I don't know. I don't know how many of you saw it before I pulled it down. My son and I were doing a live thing, and we were talking about. It was supposed to be part of the conference, and I pulled it because it was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be about parents, and they were like, "Yeah, well, we would just like for you to be a little sweeter and nicer." And I'm like, "That's not the mom you got. You got this mom." Sweeter and nicer is this personality, comes with these skill sets and doesn't come with those skill sets. Guess what? You got me, but I am trying to be sweeter and nicer. So what I've brought up to the stage, we're going to talk a little bit live with him, and then we're going to broadcast his talk. Kevin Williams, you can find him on Insta at Kevin Will Speak. Kevin, I'm super excited to have you join us today. How are you doing?
Thanks, I'm good. It's exciting to be here. I don't want to talk long because, we've already gone a little overtime, but it's great to be here. And I mean, you're so right, obviously, about the roles that parents play. And we do things differently, and that has an impact on our families for sure. And of course, if you have to raise a family as a single parent, then you do what you can. And sometimes that includes bringing in other friends or other family who can kind of fill in some of the gaps. But one way or another, if we love our kids, we'll manage to get them what they need, right?
Well, I think one of the reasons I really was excited that you've been participating in a lot of my projects lately, is because I've noticed, and I honestly did not notice this when I was in the throes of being a single mom, but now that I'm married to someone who's doing his best to be a good dad, I've noticed in the culture. And I'm just going to throw this out there and let you chat while I pull up your talk because I know we are behind. So my son is very excited. We are pulling his talk from the lineup so we can get back on track. He's like, thank you. He's like, no worries, mom. I'll take one for the team. Um, but I've noticed in the popular culture, the TV shows and everything, it really downplays the value of fatherhood, and it downplays the masculinity of men. And I kind of don't know what to do about it because I was an independent mom for so long. But the best I can do right now is bring people like you. So what do you think as I'm pulling up your keynote?
You're right. That's been really disheartening for me over recent decades. Is watching how, and I suppose it's kind of the pendulum swing, which is typical of humans, right? There was this male dominance where women were put down and discouraged and abused in so many ways by men. Now we've kind of gone the opposite, and we're saying, okay, well, men are no good, and we don't need them, and look at how they're stupid, and we're pointing out all these ridiculousness. And of course, there's some truth in all these things, but we're generalizing and we're really undermining men and masculinity, and that's really unfortunate. And I hope that we can kind of stop that pendulum swing and come to a more balanced perspective sooner rather than later. And certainly in our own families and communities, we can start to build that sense of mutual support and encouragement. And it's an interdependence that we have as a species.
Yes.
Not dependence, not codependent, but an interdependence. We do actually need each other as much as we can in all kinds of different ways, and that's good and healthy, and it's fun and exciting when you can work together on things instead of trying to go it alone, right? So.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm learning, just because I did something for myself by myself for so long, I'm learning to appreciate the differences that my husband brings to the table. And you know what? There are times when my children just really appreciate dad's perspective and not mom's perspective. So with that, we're going to go ahead and play your keynote. We're going to hear from you twice today. We've got your shorter keynote right now, and then later on you're going to come back to encourage us with a little bit of a longer workshop on that's what that you have what it takes. And so I'm really excited about that. Let's go ahead and get this beautiful footage rolling.
All right.
3.
Oops, I went too soon.
Hey, welcome. Great to see you all here. I have really been looking forward to this week and the 3 days of speakers. Some great talks lined up. So I'm sure you will enjoy them as much as I will. My name's Kevin Williams, and I'm a father of 4, and I have a wife who is amazing. And I want to tell you a little bit about some of the decisions that face me as a father and how I've handled some of them. One thing I know about you, even though we haven't met yet, is that you've also had some challenges that require decision making, and how we face these challenges is important and can have a huge significance. There are those challenges that we choose, right? There's career change, start a new hobby, join a sports team, move to a new city, change jobs. We have a choice, although sometimes it doesn't feel like it, right? When maybe you're offered a promotion with more money, but you're under financial pressure, so you kind of feel like you have to take it. There is that. And then there's those challenges that come to us that we just have no choice. Something happens, tree falls, somebody does something, and we're just stuck facing this. And so recently, I've been dealing with a bit of both, along with my family. A few years ago, we had been out at the drive-in, watched a couple of movies. After packing everything up and putting it all in the truck, I'm heading home, and not even a mile down the road, we come across a guy who decided to get high and then drive towards us. So last minute he swerves over. All I could do was begin to turn the wheel a bit, and we hit. Truck flipped and rolled, and we landed on our roof in a ditch. And you know what, before I go much further, I have to say how grateful I am and how amazing my wife was in this situation, because this is crisis at its best, right? It's something that just, wham, you're there. And the first thing she does is she's calling out to hear from everybody, make sure she can hear voices and everybody's okay. We're hanging from our seatbelts, but she looks over and sees me hanging, but I'm unconscious. She doesn't know. You can imagine what went through her head. And in a split second, she sees that. She hears the voice of God say, "You're going to be okay." She believes it and goes back into action. Gets herself undone, gets all of us out of our seatbelts down to the roof of the truck, which is on the ground, and gets everybody out and has help getting us out. And then at the hospital, she's there with trying to find lawyers, calling different companies and calling the insurance company, calling friends and family. And the collision's just happened, and she's dealing with all of this stuff. Finding a place for the kids. Only 2 of us were admitted to the hospital. So we are so fortunate to have her taking care of us in these ways. Now, compared to that, the starting of my story, the first challenge I faced when we got back to the house, they had a hospital bed for me in a wheelchair. And that's all I could do, because I was all broken down to one side. I was moved from the wheelchair into the bed and back, and couldn't really do much. And the challenge that I faced early on was that I couldn't do what I normally do as a dad. I couldn't get in when my wife was struggling with a damaged wrist and trying to get meals on the table, and the kids weren't cooperating sometimes. We'd just been through a trauma, and there was so much going on that I couldn't do what I do. I couldn't help. I couldn't be the husband, and I couldn't be the dad that I'm used to being. And so what am I? And what good am I? Why am I here? What do I do about this? And really, I think in my mind were the words of Viktor Frankl, who said, the last of the human freedoms is the freedom to choose your attitude in any given set of circumstances. So no matter what's going on, you can choose your attitude. Well, he learned that the hard way, okay? I mean, he survived the Holocaust and other atrocities. So, you know, he knows. He knows what it's like in the worst of situations. So instead of giving up and feeling bad for myself, you know, I did things like, you know, letting the kids paint my toenails and curl my hair, and they were playing with the hospital bed, trying to fold me in half, which really hurts when you've got cracked ribs. So I did that, did what I could. A small thing, but it was an important thing, especially the choice. So look, literally our lives have been turned upside down, but now we're really getting into it. There's 6 of us with all different injuries and side effects of this process here. I mean, we have to choose therapists, and you've got to find one that you can kind of relate to and work with. And physiotherapists and psychologists and counselors and you name it. And eventually we started getting into finding some specialists that we'd never heard of before. Man, I mean, it was so much going on. With 6 of us, we had anywhere from 2 to 4 appointments each per week. It's at some points, I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And we had therapists, some of them had been working in the industry for 30 years, said, I've never dealt with this before. A family of 6 people all in the same collision at once. I don't know how to deal with this. I mean, we'll work with you, but we don't know what the procedures are or how to do this. Wow. I mean, what do? You're trying to put together stuff that you know nothing about, and you're grabbing for different pieces and trying to fit it together, and you're looking for a specialist. And I mean, it was like putting together a jigsaw puzzle in a hurricane. Literally, I mean, stuff is just, it's a whirlwind. You can't keep your mind straight. And you think about a specialist and you reach out to them, but then they're gone. Like they're not available or whatever. So the wind's taken that one away, and you reach for another piece in this hurricane. So frustrating. Oh, and fearful. Like we didn't know what was going to happen. Worrying about points we were worrying about food, and are we going to get the help we need, and how do we give the kids the help that they need or get the help that we need? Is it going to work out? It was, sometimes it was just too much. So hard. And I mean, honestly, we had no right making some of the decisions we were making based on our lack of experience and knowledge in these fields. But we did what we could, and the natural thing was to start with the basics, right? Keep going back to, do we have food? Kids got food. We still have the house. We got water. Are we safe? Well, yeah, the collision kind of shook that. But, even just the house, do the kids feel safe in our house with all these strangers coming and going and new things happening? Are they feeling safe? Are we okay? It's so much to deal with that we really, really shouldn't have been dealing with. And really, this focus on the basics kind of puts you in the survival mode. And when you're there, if you've ever been there, you know how you can get tunnel vision. You're only looking for these few things that are most important. I mean, you need food and water and shelter to stay alive, right? You need to keep yourself safe. Well, we stopped looking out for a while because of this. We were just so deep in we didn't really have a choice about the collision itself, only about how we go through it. And so after a while, I went back to what I do know. I know who I am. I know me. I am a father who loves his children and wants to do every good thing for them. I'm a husband, loves his wife and wants to care for her as best he can. I am the son of the living God who is raising me as a good example for me to follow. And so then I asked myself, well, how does this man make decisions? How does he decide between one thing and another? Well, part of the answer to that was early on in the collision, and I think it was my wife who mentioned this first. She realized that this collision could be something that absolutely tears us apart as a couple and as a family. It's happened to a lot of people. Or it could be something that pulls us together. And that's what we chose when we got married. We deliberately spoke about togetherness and growing together over time. And so that's what we chose again for this collision. And this became one of the key guiding principles in the decisions that we were making. And that changed so much. And one of the best examples was that fairly soon on, one of our kids just couldn't go to school anymore. And the trouble was that it wasn't, that there was physical damage or that there was some diagnosis that people could say, okay, we understand this, and so that's why. It was, none of us understood it. She didn't know, and she just couldn't go. Well, what kind of father, what kind of parents doesn't let their kid not go to school for almost 2 years, the better part of 2 years? How could you do that? Well, I'm one of those parents. But we looked at who she is, and we looked at ourselves and how we wanted to make decisions, and it was based on what we know, and what we know is what is good, what is love, and how to care for each other, even when we don't know all the details. And we made the right choice, and we're still making the right choices based on that. Everything in me was fighting against that. I had learned all my life that you've got to go to school, you got to pass, you got to get decent grades, you can't miss a whole year, let alone 2. So I needed help. And I had a lot of help with, psychologists and counselors and a spiritual director and coaching that kind of pulls it all together to help me remember that I have what it takes, to help me come back to remembering who I am and standing firm in that. That was critical. This kind of a process, this is huge, right? And it required a lot of change, and it required a new set of skills, new way of living and being and loving. There was a lot of change to go through. And so I leaned heavily on my helpers, the people that were with me and guiding me and offering suggestions. And, I figured since I know who I am, that I just felt there must be a way through this, beginning with that hope and a sense that there's a better future because of how we were looking at these decisions. And I figured, okay, if I don't have what it takes, at least I have the motivation to find what it takes or to grow in me what it takes, whatever it is that I need. This is a huge thing, and I hope that you haven't been through anything like this. I don't know, we can't talk today, maybe another time. But the principles that I learned through this process apply to all kinds of situations. And I want to say this. We often we compare ourselves to each other. And sure, I'm not denying that, a collision with all 6 of us is a really big deal. It is, for anybody, anytime. What I want to say, though, is whatever you're going through, if it's the worst thing that you've had to face so far, the most difficult thing you've had to face so far, then acknowledge that. It's the most difficult thing that you've had to face. And so it feels overwhelming. It doesn't have to be a collision to be overwhelming. It just has to be something that is beyond your experience, something new that you haven't faced before. And that can be overwhelming. So don't underestimate what you're going through, and don't compare yourself to me or anybody else. I've been amazed at what I have been able to get through. That I was capable of so much more than I ever imagined. And honestly, not because I always believed it. Some days I didn't know what was going to happen when I woke up. I put my feet on the floor and said, let's give it another shot. But with all the help and guidance and keeping a focus on who I am and my faith in God, we just kept going, and we made a lot of good choices. So the same can be true for you. It doesn't have to be something major for you to need help walking through it. It just has to be something that is a little beyond your reach, a little beyond your comfort zone. I've had a lot of help over the years with all kinds of different things, and I'm always glad for it. Doing things together is actually more fun. That's one thing about it. So many benefits that come from working together. The added resources and the learning that happens. I can't tell you how many times in the last few years since the collision, I was blindsided by my own blind spots. And just reacted or responded to things, and then somebody would point out to me, and I'd be like, wow, okay, that was not right. Why did I do that? And just recognizing things about myself that I couldn't see without somebody else kind of giving that extra view. It's been an amazing journey, and I'm really grateful for all that we've learned and for the fact that we have all survived and we're all doing so much better now and moving on to great things. Really excited about that. And here's what I know also. I'm not all that special. Well, yes, I am special. But you're special too. You really are. We're not so different in that. And I know that you are also capable of so much more than you realize. I know that you have what it takes. And I would love to begin to show you that. Coming up later, I have another talk, which is a bit longer, and I can get into a little more detail with you. And I want to share with you my thoughts on why I believe you have what it takes, and to show you that. We'll walk through a process together, and I hope, I'm sure, that you'll begin to see that you have what it takes and that you are capable of more than you realized. I'm really glad to have been here. I'm really glad that you're here with me. And thank you so much for joining me. And I hope that you'll join me later on for this other talk, You Have What It Takes. And we'll walk through some stuff together. And we'll learn a few things. And you're, I think, going to be surprised at what you might find out, even in this short time together. So, again, my name is Kevin Williams. Have a great day. I hope you really enjoy the other speakers coming up. I hope you'll join me later for that other talk, and I hope that you will reach out to me as well. And if you want to do that now or later on, just go to kevinwillspeak.com, and there you'll find an opportunity to set a time to talk with me, and we can explore life together and have a great time. So again, thank you, have a great day, and we'll talk soon.
So is that a little surreal watching your keynote? It's just as powerful and meaningful. I don't know if you saw my reactions here as I was managing all of the comments, and because we're streaming across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different platforms, and I'm just like, even I've heard your story all these times, and I'm still like, ah. I really appreciate you being here, Kevin. I did have one comment. That was texted in, and they wanted to know, and I tried to tell people, just put it on the Facebook so I could bring it up on the screen, but they were just kind of curious, how has that journey been of restoring the I was trying to paraphrase, taking more time trying to paraphrase. How is the journey of restoring relationship between each other from the accident? I guess what they're meaning is their trust issues from the accident, and how is the restoration of that? And this is important because when you're in a relationship, it's your number one, it's the number one effector of wealth. People don't realize that, but we think about a lot about our health, and our wealth is in our health. We'll talk about that more Wednesday. But if you're in a relationship and there's no trust, that's a huge deal. So can you talk a little bit about that? I know we're a little bit behind, but I want to give you some space to talk live to the audience.
Yeah, I'd love to briefly address that because you're right. Your key relationships are absolutely have a huge impact on your finances, no question about it. And trust is central to that. And in terms of our family, just quickly and generally, there was a lot of things that made that shook up our relationships. Um, we have brain injuries and the emotion and so on that were present really changed people's behaviors and attitudes. And so we got into situations where you might just respond to a question from somebody and then they take that, they hear it as some kind of criticism and just blow up and like, well, wait a minute, who is this person? What's going on? Or the opposite, people just kind of disappear and they're like, where is she?
That would be
So
Mr. Man.
yeah,
I'm the blow up, and he's the fade into the background.
yeah. And so it's taken a lot of conscious work with myself and my wife, especially to not only be aware of ourselves, but be aware of each other and be aware of the kids and what's happening and learn how to help each of them respond differently to each other. But of course, first, for me, it always comes down to first knowing yourself. So help the children go, okay, why are you feeling this way? What's triggering this response in you? Why do you think that your sister was being mean to you? And things like that. And it takes a lot of persistence. And the younger the kids are, the more difficult some of the concepts are. And that's part of this collision. You know, our kids have had to grow up in some ways very early and before they sort of should. But that's the reality. And so, yes, we had to walk very carefully, patiently, and lovingly through that and be very deliberate in rebuilding and continuing and strengthening those relationships so that, as I said, otherwise this thing just could have torn us all apart. But we've actually been able to pull ourselves together.
And I saw that following my car accident, which is nowhere near as devastating as yours, but the impact on the family and how it was all tearing the family apart, not just financially, but emotionally and just even spiritually. It was such a
Yeah.
drain. So this has been wonderful, wonderful. We're looking forward to having you come back in about an hour or so, whether live or not. But we're gonna have your talk you referred to. You have what it takes. We're gonna have that workshop come in, and you're gonna dig a little deeper into that, and we're
Yeah.
excited for that. Happy to have you here today. We're going to go ahead and call up our next person, unless you have any last comments. And you
No,
still
no,
want people to go to kevinwillspeak.com, right?
absolutely.
Yeah, let me put that back up there. I was doing that, and while you were talking, and then I kept getting so into the story, I kept getting distracted. That's the worst part. You know, I love. Oop, no, that's Jennifer. Sorry. There we go. I love doing these. Let me rephrase that. I loved having someone else do the production. It was a
Mm,
lot of fun for me to just watch, but I also enjoy this part of it where like I'm doing it all, and you saw me in the backstage doing it all. So hopefully you, the audience, are seeing a wonderful aside from that one little blip with Anita. I hope you guys are having a wonderful experience. Connect with Kevin will speak again. He's going to be back on in about an hour. We've got 2 fantastic talks coming up in between, but we want
mm.
you to be encouraged. Okay, I know a lot of what I do is towards women, but I have absolutely the biggest heart and much appreciation for the men out there, especially the men who choose to step into their role as fathers. Thanks again, Kevin, for being. We'll catch up with you later.
Thanks.
All right, next up to the stage, we're going to have someone who, those of you who've been with me for a little bit, you saw her teach with me with Think and Grow Rich. We're going to bring up Camille Thomas. She's going to be talking about what I wish I would have known. Sometimes we feel like if we'd have just known then just what we do now. Now, I will say in my life, I've made a lot of things where I could have known, I should have known, I would have known, but I chose not to know. But that's neither here nor there. We got to start where we are and we got to move forward. And Camille is going to help you do just that. Here she goes.
Hello, I'm Camille Thomas, owner of Aspire to Grow Higher LLC, a leadership. Hello, I'm Camille Thomas, owner of Aspire to Grow Higher LLC, a leadership and resilience training and coaching company. I'm here just to give you a little bit about my entrepreneurial journey and some of the things and lessons that I've learned along the way. So I spent my entire adult life in the military. I spent over 25 years in the military, where I was told what to wear, what I was going to do, where I was supposed to be, where I was going to live, what time to be there, et cetera, et cetera. You get the point. And then one day, when retirement was looming in the near future, I woke up. Like, I really realized that I had to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. And that reality hit me like a ton of bricks. And the thing about it was I didn't have long to make that decision. I was lucky I had a marketable skill. And then I was also luckier that I had a few friends, or many friends actually, that were CEOs of companies in the industry that I was in. But deep down, I knew that I wanted more. During that same time, I became a master resilience trainer, and I was very involved in teaching, facilitating resilience and leadership courses. So my skills sharpened with every class or group that I taught, and I was even more marketable. And I was in high demand, but more importantly, I felt a sense of fulfillment that I just couldn't shake. Now, my post-retirement job choices weren't shabby in the least bit, but the more I thought about it, the less appealing they were. Here I was in my 40s, and I was in aircraft maintenance. I had beaten up and bruised my body over the years so bad that the thought of doing that to myself again for another 20 years to get another retirement, it just became more and more unlikely. I was good at my job. As a matter of fact, I was great at my job, but I was not fulfilled in working in that capacity. Again, I couldn't shake that feeling of fulfillment that I had when someone told me that what I taught or what I said to them had such an impact that it changed their lives. So I had to get quiet and I asked God, I said, God, what am I supposed to be when I grow up? What am I created to do? And then more importantly, I asked him to guide me towards that. And y'all, this is a true story. So once I got still and quiet, one day I had a dream, and I dreamed about John Maxwell. And let me say this is not a paid promotion. I'm not endorsing anybody. I was not asked to say this. This is simply my truth. So I had this dream of John Maxwell. And when I woke up that morning, I began scrolling through Facebook. And then I saw an ad to join the team, like, 2-3 scrolls in. And I thought to myself, I was like, I heard about phones listening to us speak, but phones listening to my dreams. And that was a new one even for me. Okay. But again, this is just my truth. This is how it actually happened. So I clicked on that link, and that was all she wrote. That was March 27th, 2018. And I joined the team on March 31st of that same year. So here's where my road to entrepreneurship began. I began to dive into the learning modules, trying to soak up everything that I could. And I tell you, I was overwhelmed by the amount of content that was on that platform, but I never felt like I was in over my head, if that makes sense. The more connected I was to the team, the more I had this burning desire just to start my own business. And that thing just began to grow in me and just grow and grow and grow. And I never, and let me say this again, I mean it in the most literal sense of the word. I have never, or at the time I had never, considered being an entrepreneur prior to joining that team. And then all of a sudden, it was all I could think about. I began playing around with names for my business, looking to see if it was available. I was thinking about what kind of business I should start. And then by July 2nd, I made the decision. I chose the name. And on July 10th of 2018, Aspire to Grow Higher LLC Leadership and Resilience Training Company was born. So here's the part though. The formation, the legality of it, the filling out the forms and everything like that was easy for me. I'd always heard about people, having an idea and starting an LLC, but there was a lot that I didn't know about becoming an entrepreneur. And it was far more than just getting, IRS EIN numbers and filling out your federal and your state stuff, bank account and all that. It was so much more. But all I knew was that I had this burning desire to start this business, and it wouldn't let me sleep at night. So I dove into it, learning and consuming as much knowledge as I could in my area of expertise. I was also getting as much experience as I could, teaching, facilitating, and coaching while I was still active duty and still getting a sure paycheck. And that gave me a level of comfort and a level of, a margin of error that prepared me or semi-prepared me for what I was about to do. And the closer I got to retirement, I knew that I did not want to go back into the same institution that I was leaving. The money was good, but I knew God wanted to take me in a new direction. So I decided to bet on me. I had to put it all out on the table. I gave it all up to chase my dream with a passion and a fervor that I had never felt before. And then that day came. I was faced with a huge decision. Post-retirement, or prior to retirement, they had offered me a job that was created specifically for me, tailored to my skills, my knowledge, my degree, the whole nine. And I was faced with the decision of taking that job, going back into the institution that I just left, or turning it down and building a business from the ground up with absolutely no experience running a business at all. And I'm here today, so I'm sure you can guess which route I chose. People thought I was crazy. And to be honest, I probably did too, but it was just something that would not let me sleep. I couldn't give up on it. People didn't understand why I would give up all of these sure jobs, jobs that people only dreamed of, to start my business without a backup plan. People try to persuade me to take the job for a year. Then if I wasn't satisfied in that job, then try to go into business for myself. Then they try to entice me with the, it'll allow you to create a money margin and give you the freedom to work without pay for a while. But I had a different plan. I knew I would have to sacrifice for what I wanted. People didn't understand my passion because God didn't give them the vision that he gave me for my life. And there was times I had to say that. I said, look, y'all, you don't understand because he didn't give it to you. This is my life. This is my vision. If you don't want to get on board, get off. But I understood that they were trying to protect me to a certain extent. But I was not going to be derailed. Yep. I dove, and I dove head first. And let me tell you, I bumped my head, not just once, not just twice, but a few times. All right. I bumped my head. But at the same time, I knew that if I didn't do anything else, I had to invest in myself. So I invested in myself, bought into program after program while trying to build a client base, and it didn't work. I watched countless hours of YouTube to see what others were doing to grow their business and their audiences, and I tried what they were doing, and it didn't work. I bought funnel programs, ready-made content programs, systems, templates, more programs, and I still wasn't getting the client base that I had hoped for. And y'all, I'm going to tell you now, I spent over $50,000 in a matter of a couple of years trying to find the easy way to entrepreneurship. But what no one told me was there is no easy road to entrepreneurship. All of these ads and commercials make it seem like it's so easy to do. All you have to do is click here. All you have to do is build this. But they don't factor in the human side of that, okay? Just because you're doing it doesn't mean somebody's going to want what you're buying. And it also takes sacrifice, and it takes time and persistence, and a lot of it. I had to sacrifice some of the wants that I was used to. I had to decide what I could live without. I went from a 7 to 5 schedule to a whenever there is work that needs to be done and I do it for however long it takes to do it schedule. People talk about entrepreneurship and all the glitz and glory of being your own boss and making your own schedule. But what they don't talk about is the time that you must invest to get your business up and running. So let me say this before we go any further. You have to create a schedule. You have to, because I was burning the morning dew and the late night oil. I was doing whatever it took to ensure that I could deliver what I promised with the best quality possible. But I was wearing myself out. I was wearing myself out, but I kept going because I promised myself that I would see this thing through. In my heart, I kept feeling like it would be 3 to 5 years until I got a breakthrough, but I refused to give up. And when I made that decision to step out on faith, I kept hearing, I got you. I got you. And then when I went to work every day, people confirmed, I got you. I remember it took me 2 years to convince my commander to let me do an offsite. And an offsite is a training that's outside of the base, the confines of the base gates. And we did it in civilian clothes. And I had leadership training and resilience training and a commander's panel on the whole nine. It took me 2 years, but I was persistent. I slotted it for six hours. That 6 hours turned into 9 hours by the request and at the request of the attendees. They enjoyed it so much, they asked me to keep coming back and doing it. They said once a month. My commander said he can only do it for once a quarter. But after that first offsite, one of my peers came up to me. He said, Camille, that training, he was like, oh my God, I have never had training like that before. He said, I hate to say it, but I think you missed your calling. And my response to him was, I didn't miss my calling. I'm about to walk into it. And that week, several people came up to me and said, Camille, what you have on the inside of you is much bigger than this. And it was something I had already felt and known. I had already started my business. I just didn't launch it at the time. But they kept saying, God got you. They didn't know that those were the very words that I kept hearing on the inside of me. I got you. If you trust me, I got you. And so I knew in that moment, I went in there and I pressed the retirement button. And I knew that if I continued to do what was in my heart and do what I was led to do, that I would not have to worry about the thing. And the crazy thing is, the more I followed my heart, everything was taken care of, more than taken care of. And in fact, I didn't want for anything. And this is all while purchasing all those programs after programs and, invested in myself. So I'm not going to say that those programs were worthless. Nope, I'm not going to say that. I do have lifetime access to many of them, and I'm sure I'll need them in the future. Didn't need them just at the time, but in the future, I'm sure I'll utilize them. And I've learned so much about myself, my capabilities, and even found out things that I never knew that I was capable of. I've learned more about my industry than I ever thought I could or would. I've connected with people that I never otherwise would have met. And I've spoken in conferences in countries across the world that only proximity could get me in. But again, it came at a personal cost. So I'd like to share some things I've learned and other things I wish I would have known sooner. So I'll start with, be clear on what you're doing. There's a reason that the Bureau of Labor Statistics say that only about 50% of new businesses succeed past the first 5 years. And then only 25% make it to year 15. Yes, there's some variance in numbers if you go looking, but it gives you a good idea of your chances of making it. But in my case, the lack of clarity cost me a lot. And as I stated, I started this business because of a dream, and I would not recommend that to everybody. I mean, you can start it as part of a dream, and I don't regret my decision to do it. I just wish I would have done and taken more time to do some research and preparation before I just jump 2 feet in, But I found that I'm not alone, which made me feel a little bit better. So many people that I've spoken to said almost the same thing. What they said was, I had an idea. Somebody said it was good and that I should start a business. So I did, but I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no clue where to start. So if you have that business idea and you want to start that business, I'm going to say start with a business plan. Okay, it's something I wish I would have done. But very few people I know, once I started asking other entrepreneurs, very few people that I know actually started their business with a business plan. That's fundamental. But when you don't know what you don't know. But that business plan will outline your focus. It'll help you with your marketing strategies. It'll help you with your goals and your objectives. It'll help you with your industry analysis and so much more. And this is so, so important because it'll give you clarity on where you are, where you want to be, and how and what you need to get there. It also helps you understand your market and your competitors and helps you find your unique gifts and talents that'll set you apart from all of your competitors. What do you have to offer that they don't have? That's what sets you apart. And this is an area where I would spend some time. You might have to spend a lot of time in the beginning, but it'll save you so much time in the long run, so much money, and it will give you a focus to work toward. And focus is what a lot of people lack. And it's what I lack in particular. I had a lot of marketable skills, and I felt like everybody could benefit from what I had to offer. But the truth was, everyone was not my ideal customer. So I wasted a lot of time on people who I thought could use my services, but they didn't think they needed my services. And I'll be honest, by completing a business plan, it probably would have shown me, all the things that I needed to know, whether I wanted to start that business right then or not. Now, again, I don't regret my decision at all. But if after doing a business plan, you still want to go forward, at least you're starting off on a good foot. I didn't have that business plan when I started. I had no clarity and I had no focus. And because of my lack of clarity and focus, I paid 3 different people to do my website over and over and over again, along with some logos, and I'm not even counting those. And then ultimately, I ended up doing it myself, and then again, pay someone else to clean it up. So I wasn't sure what I wanted my website to look like. I didn't know what message I wanted to send out when people saw it. I didn't know how to create a landing page, whether I needed one versus a website, or did I need both? I didn't know what colors were eye-catch, what the colors that I chose for my website meant. I didn't know how I wanted it structured. I didn't know what services I wanted to offer. How did I want to advertise? All kinds of stuff. But ultimately, I wasted over $1,000 just on the website alone because of my lack of clarity and focus. And again, I'll throw this in there, but I purchased a few, and I'm not going to say how many domain names, because again, I was not clear on what I wanted or what name was most appropriate for me or what I wanted that messaging to be. And now I realize that there was no rush for me. I could have taken the time. And as a matter of fact, I wish I would have taken more time to be clear about the message I wanted to send in my business name, because it would have saved me a lot of money. And then to top that off, they weren't even on my list of priorities because I didn't even have a plan. So I found myself all over everywhere. And that business plan will help you to evaluate your current resources and help you utilize them in the most important places. Put them where it's going to make sense. The goal is to make money, not to use up all of yours. So you have to be strategic. Well-chosen resources are better utilized than chasing random programs that will not get you any closer to your goal than you were when you started. As I told you before, I am multi-talented. I wanted to train and facilitate, but most people knew me for speaking and coaching. Those were great, but I also had another marketable skill, which is writing. I am an author, and I also edit and copyright. And that's where I make my money, but few people knew about that. So I had to decide what I wanted to focus on and then create a plan to continue to add and hone each additional skill along the way. So what can I charge for right now? That should have been my focus. What's bringing in the money is where I need to focus. So I had to shift some priorities in a way that made business sense. Even though I was good at the other things and I really enjoyed them, it made business sense for me to start at my most marketable skill, the one that was bringing in the money. Now I do all of the above, but really my main focus is writing right now. So another big thing that I had to figure out was, what do I charge? I didn't even know what my skills were worth. I had been in the military where my salary was set based on my rank. The only time there was going to be a fluctuation was when we got our pay raise every year, or if I was promoted, or Every 2 years in that thing, you get a slight new raise. So I had no say-so in my pay scale, except that I kept going forward and kept going up and getting promoted rather than to go backwards. So everything that I did, every class that I taught, every community and military program that I organized, every speaking engagement that I did, all of that was included in my government wage. I couldn't charge for what I did. And honestly, I never thought about what my skills were worth on my own. With that being said, when you're thinking about, what to charge, I had never even compared myself to other motivational speakers. I didn't go out there and see what they charged either, because that wasn't my main job. And then I viewed them in a much different light than I viewed myself. When I had to put that price tag on my expertise, I was completely lost. I was even more lost when people said that they loved what I did, that their lives would change and that they wanted more, until I charged and then no one showed up. And then I began really questioning my worth. Am I really worth what I'm charging? And this is why clarity and having a coach is so important. And that business plan too, because you got to know where you need to be monetarily anyway. But a coach will help bring clarity to what you truly desire in your life. They will help you map out a plan to get to your goal, keep you on track. They'll ask you the hard questions and then make you think deeply into the decisions that you make. They will not let you take the easy way out. And they will hold you accountable to what you say you want and then guide you along the way on your journey. And then another thing I learned about my journey to entrepreneurship is that when things got dry, I really had to remember my why. So I had a different transition than a lot of people, going from, that military background into the civilian background. But it's really not much different than a lot of people's transition from one industry to another, or from not working to working, or whatever. But the thing was, people knew me in a certain light. They knew that they can always call on me and I would deliver. They could give me, say, hey, I need this done, and boom, it was done. And there was no charge associated with it. So it was easy for them. They gave me accolade after accolade. I got referral after referral. They would call me in to save the day. And there was no shortage of support when I did all of this for free. But the moment I went from free to fee, things changed. The people that swore they would support my endeavors because I did so much for them, suddenly they were nowhere to be found. Ghost, okay? That whole ghosted me, I got ghosted, okay? But I would get tons of messages asking me to come and speak at an event, or to edit a book, or give them tips on writing a book. And then one time I was even asked to put on, these book writing courses and stuff like that. Or they would call me and say, can you do these mastermind groups or deliver speeches? But as soon as I prepared them and advertised them for a fee, advertised the very thing they requested, not a single one of the people who asked me to do that thing showed up. Not a single one. And I tried again and again with the same result. And it was in those times that I questioned whether I was doing the right thing by starting my business. How can I run it successfully with no customers? Why is it that people only see the value in what I'm doing when it's free? Is that all that I'm worth? All of those self-limiting beliefs kept haunting me, but there was a voice inside me that was stronger. My voice had to be stronger. God's voice had to be louder, clearer. And I kept hearing, I got you. It'll take some time, but keep doing what you're doing and you will get there. And I had to remember who and whose I was. And I decided to persist on against all odds. I looked at it like every experience was an opportunity to hone and sharpen my skills. And then not only that, but even to get valuable feedback to make the next experience even better for the next group of people. And my why was so important to me. Every time something or someone told me and tells me that I'm not doing the right thing, I remember why I am. And it fuels my passion just to keep going. And this is when a lot of people quit. They quit during the hard part of the process because their why isn't strong enough. And I remember hearing, start with why. If your why isn't strong enough, you got to have a why. And I didn't understand what that meant. But the thing about the why is it has to be yours. And what I mean by that is many people do things for others, but not themselves. I've heard people say, I want to do this for my kids, for my parents. I want to prove them wrong. I want to do it for my haters, all the people that said I couldn't. But anything that you do for others, it will not last. Anything that you do out of obligation is a lie and will cause internal conflict, where you're fighting what you feel obligated to do for others with what you really want to do for yourself. You'll always win either way. If you continue to feel obligated, doing something begrudgingly, or if you take that chance and do it for yourself, either way, you win. It's up to you which choice you make. But you have to attach your why to something you value. If it's really your why, you're not doing it for other people to prove them wrong. Why are you doing? What is going to get you out of bed? What is going to keep you up late at night to finish that project that you know is due that next morning? If your goal is not values-based, or if it is values-based, you're more likely to see it through. If it's not values-based, you'll find every excuse not to get it done because honestly, you didn't want to do it anyway. You weren't doing it for you anyway. So it's easy to just say, oh, you know what? I don't care what they think about me. I ain't gonna do this. It don't even matter no more. I'm grown. My parents, I don't care what they say about me. It's easy to give up on it if it doesn't have any value for you. So why do you want to do this? Why do you want to do it for your kids? Is it that you want to just say exercise? Is it that you want to live a long life? You want to have a good quality of life so that you can actually enjoy your children? Why are you starting this business? Do you value hard work? Do you value freedom? Do you want to leave a better legacy for your kids than the one that was left for you? Do you want to be the change maker in your family and pass that grit, grind, and status quo breaking spirit on to your kids? It has to go deep and it has to be about you. Then and only then will you see the fruits of your labor, or others will be able to benefit. And I'm not going to say you can't see fruits, but if we're talking about long haul, you have to find the why within you because every day is not going to be peachy. All right. We've also heard, the saying that the friends you start with probably won't be the friends you end up with. And it is so true. I found that everyone doesn't want to grow. Some people, when they see you going there like, oh, I don't want to do all that, but they want to reap the benefits of your growth, but they don't want to do the work that it takes to grow themselves. I've heard things like, oh, she doing this and that, but she can't give me X, Y, and Z. Why should you benefit from my hard work when you're not doing anything to benefit yourself? You're grown, but people honestly think, they're in your circle. They want what you have, but they don't want to put in the work to get it. I've heard this one too. Oh, she thinks she all that. She don't know nobody anymore. It's not that. But again, entrepreneurship, as I heard somebody say, you're married to your job. You're married to this thing. This is a part of you. You have to make agreements with your family and your kids when you're working late or when you have to stay up, or sometimes you have to miss something here and there. We want that time freedom, but there's that part in the beginning where you're grinding until you get there. So some things I don't have time for anymore. I can't just go out and do whatever I want to. I have a business to run. And then here's another one. If I'm honest, I heard this one from a family member, and is a family member that I have done absolutely nothing to but give to. And this person said, oh, what, you think you some kind of guru or something? And start laughing. It was like, you ain't all that. Ouch. But then I thought, I'm like, you know what? People will get upset even by your success, even those closest to you. And I thought about that thing and I said, man, what have I done to this person? But here's the thing about friends and family. Sometimes when you lose some, you make room for the right ones to enter your life. And when I dove into my business, which included mindset management, that invested in me, there were people who were not ready to receive the knowledge that I gained. They didn't understand the shift in my thinking. They was like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, you ain't never gonna be because we came from here. and not many people. And I didn't want to hear that anymore. And they didn't understand when I started taking responsibility for my choices and then encouraging them to take responsibility for theirs. They weren't ready to go in the direction I was going in. They didn't want to stretch themselves and they didn't want to grow. And then I was told I was intimidated. It wasn't by anything I was saying to them directly, but just by podcasts that I was on. I have a couple podcasts, but by the podcasts that I was doing, or by the speeches that they saw me do, or by interviews. And then all of a sudden, I was sweet yesterday, but now I'm intimidating. And then the crazy thing is that I was just growing and learning, and I just wanted to share the knowledge that I had with everybody that would listen. I wasn't doing it in a browbeaten way. I was just, sharing on my podcast, or sharing on videos, or sharing on interviews, or whatever. And then I realized that everybody can't or isn't willing to go up with you. So I had to begin to, surround myself with like-minded people who understood my passion and desire. People who spoke life into my aspirations and then encouraged me to keep going despite what it looked like. These are the people that I may have never been connected with if I hadn't up-leveled or leveled up my circle. These are the people that gave me opportunity after opportunity, that helped me to move me in the direction of my dreams. These are the people that have helped me through every step, every challenge, every obstacle, and every success along the way. And although it may be uncomfortable, or sometimes it may even hurt a little bit, and in my case it did, you have to know when you've outgrown your circle, and you have to know when to move on. So here's what I'll say to you. The only investment that will never lose its value is the one you make in yourself. And it's also the best investment that you can make. People who don't understand your drive, your vision, your burning desire to step out on your own will often say that your investment in yourself is a waste of money. And I even heard that about myself. Somebody said that to me. They'll tell you not to buy into the programs that have given you the steps to be successful. They'll say you can find it on the internet. You can get it for free. And while this is true, there's so much that the internet cannot give you. The internet can measure distance, but not proximity. And the proximity I'm talking about is the proximity you get by surrounding yourself with like-minded people. I promise you, you will find yourself in places and in spaces that you never even imagined. That has been my story, connected to people that I never imagined. But here's the other thing. If you do it the wrong way, you can waste money on extra things that you could have avoided paying for, but it boils down to mindset. Even if I did do it the hard way and expensive way, I learned something from each and every program that I bought into. Napoleon Hill says, human beings don't value that which is free. So for me, if I pay for it, I'm learning from it, period. Anyway, I'm not going to get on that, but I am. I'm taking something from it. I'm extracting something from it. But people that I never expected got jealous and began saying things about me that were absolutely not true. And at first I was hurt and upset, but then I decided to take it as a compliment. So I really began to understand that people's insults are really a reflection of how they feel, not necessarily the truth about you. Now, when people say things, I do take that and I'm like, is there any truth in it? If there is, then that's course correction for me. If it's not, I throw it out the window and keep moving. And I'm gonna go back to that dig about me being a guru. I realized that it wasn't that I thought that I was a guru, even though I have invested myself. I have gained a ton of knowledge. I have a lot of certifications and degrees, but it was what that person thought about me. Something that I said resonated with them, and it said guru to them. And that means that I'm making an impact. So score for me, I'll take it. Another thing I want to say is don't let anyone define success for you. When we start comparing ourselves to others or comparing our success with the success of others, we lose sight of what's important along our own journey. So by comparing where you are with someone else, you can minimize the progress that you've made on your own journey. And too often we compare ourselves to those who are not even on our level anyway, not even in your playing field, not even in the same arena. You, my dear, are not Oprah. Only Oprah can be Oprah. You are not Lisa Nichols. Only Lisa Nichols can be Lisa Nichols. The only person and the best person you can be is you. Don't be that cookie cutter. What do you have that's unique to you? That's what people are going to be drawn to. But when you look at other people's ideas of success, you'll find yourself getting depressed if you're not where you think you should be according to their journey or according to where they say they were. Only you can figure out what that looks like for you. And you'll be a much happier person for it. And now I'm not saying that you should settle for mediocre or average, but look at success as a journey. You don't get there by one achievement. Now, some people may get on the map by one achievement, but if they don't do anything else, that's it for them. They'll be that one-hit wonder that has been. But success should be a series of achievement and years of forward momentum that take you on a lifelong success journey. Like John Maxwell says, I don't want to be talking about what I did 5 years ago because that was the last thing that you did. Then it doesn't mean anything. What have you done in the 5 years since? So set those mini goals that you can count as a success and build a road of small successes along the way. And then I want to tell you, don't give up. You didn't begin your journey to entrepreneurship just to give up on yourself. You wanted something, whether that was time freedom, financial freedom, freedom from living from somebody or under somebody else's rules, whatever it was. You did not set out on your entrepreneurial journey just to say, I tried it and it wasn't for me. Absolutely not. You wanted to live life your way on your terms. It's so easy to give up and come back to what's comfortable, but we all know that there is absolutely no growth in your comfort zone. Anything worth having is worth fighting for. This is your life. You only get one, and you are the only person that can live it the way you want to. So I say, take a chance on yourself. What is the worst that could happen? I always say this. What, if it don't work out, you'll be exactly where you are now. Ain't too bad, but it's not what I want. So what if I actually succeeded? What will my life look like? What could I achieve? What kind of lasting impact will I be able to make on this world? This road has been challenging, but it's been so rewarding. I've connected with people I never thought possible. I'm learning about myself and expanding my capabilities. I'm investing in myself in a way that will get me to my goals and dreams in a strategic way. So I say, surround yourself with people who are like-minded, who will lift you and encourage you and celebrate you on your journey. They'll also course correct you. And most of all, don't give up on yourself. Bet on yourself, trust yourself, and go out and live your dreams. Thank you very much for your time. I hope there was something that you can take away from this. Be blessed. Take care.
Oh, that was wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I love, love, love hearing Camille speak, and she's so empowering and encouraging. And we're going to bring up somebody else who's also, you heard from him earlier, you're going to hear from him again, somebody else who's also empowering and encouraging with maybe a different style. I'm going to bring back up to the stage Kevin Williams, and we're going to just do a quick response to what we heard, give some kudos and some ahas and some takeaways for Camille. I really appreciate, and this is something I'm going to do something special for Kevin because he's doing this. And I asked our speakers, I said, I know it's kind of last minute. I had said I was going to broadcast this for everybody because of some of the things that happened. We put together, we worked together as a team, and I took ideas from the speakers and we put together a challenge because of some of the issues that happened with the initial conference. But one of the things that I found with Kevin is he did everything he could to maximize his investment in this conference, and he showed up to the training, and he submitted his videos, and he asked for inputs, and then he showed up to support the other speakers. And I'm like, if there's anybody I ever want to have, it's Kevin. He sat there and he was like, and he didn't even put them all on there. I think he was trying to make sure that the comments didn't all say Kevin, 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 but he's got so many comments for each of the speakers of just how empowering and uplifting they are. And I'm going to tell you right now, Kevin, you are exactly the kind of speaker that I want on my platforms. And so when we're done today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop back and I'm going to make you a video testimonial that you can use in your marketing as a speaker and as you go through your journey, because I love working with people who are givers. I love working with people who are about their business, and I love working with people who understand that a rising tide lifts all boats. And so we're going to uplift each other, and we're all going to build wealth together. So I'm excited you're here. So tell me, what did you, give us some reaction with Camille. I've got a ton of things that I want to say, but let's hear from you real quick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I really appreciate everything you said, and certainly appreciate everything you're doing for all of us here through these platforms. So thank you for that. Oh my goodness, there were so many things, so much gold in what she was sharing. And one thing though that kind of stuck with me, and like I said, I connected to, was she talked about clarity and being true to yourself. And I went through some things that she was saying connect with me, and that I had a dream and vision to do something, but I wasn't really clear about it with myself, and I didn't share it clearly with other people. And so I kept trying all these different businesses and avenues and trying to get to this dream, and they didn't work because I was trying to get there through businesses that were not suited to me and I didn't really want to be involved in. But I was trying to get to this place where I was working as a leader with people and coaching and training, and I was trying to do that through network marketing companies mostly. And I didn't, and eventually, years later, I realized I don't have to do it in one of those businesses. I can just do that directly. I can just be a coach. It took me a while to figure all that out.
That's right.
It was being clear. It took me that time to really get clear on why it was that I wanted to enter into those businesses, and what was it that I really wanted, and who am I as a person. And so that's one of the many things she shared that I really appreciated and connected with.
And that's something that you help people do now, is find that clarity in their life.
Absolutely, yeah. I love it. That's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I love what Dennis had to say here. He said that you have a loving kindness about you. And I think
Thank you.
that's what draws people to you and makes them feel comfortable talking about items that are, really difficult. Some of these topics are really, really difficult. And
Yeah.
Trinetta here is agreeing with you about clarity, and she's thanking you for what you have offered us today, and the comments and the insights, and in preparatory for what we're about to receive, because you've got another deeper dive for us that's
Yeah.
going to encourage us that we have what it takes.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I really do believe that. And I don't want to try to say what you're about to hear in the talk. I'm really grateful for the chance to share this stuff. And if people have comments or questions after, I'll be here live again. But yeah, let's roll. It's exciting.
It is, and I would
Unless
be
you're not quite
rolling.
ready, then I'll babble some more.
No, I was like, I'm just so excited. I was like, wait a second, I'm the one who's supposed to pull it up. We'll cut that part out. We'll cut that part out. Okay. All right. Here we go, y'all. Kevin Williams, one more time. You have what it takes.
Hey, welcome back. Great to see you again. Since you're here, I'm going to assume that you've been asking yourself the question, do I have what it takes? Well, or maybe you just came to admire this awesome beard. Could be, I don't know.
I totally admire
Once
the
again,
awesome
my name
beard.
is Kevin Williams. I'm really glad to be with you here and appreciate you and all the other speakers that are here. So I promised earlier, and I'll say it now in case you weren't there, this time I want to share some really helpful thoughts. And I'm going to walk through a process about how we make decisions and how we look at different situations. And being a father of 4 kids, I have 3 girls and a young boy. Man, I ask myself a lot, do I have what it takes? Am I really cut out for this? Oh man, there's a lot of times when I wondered, and still do. I'm fairly confident now. We've brought one to age 18, so we're doing pretty good, I think. But this question, do I have what it takes? It comes up in so many ways in so many situations, right? It's not always big things. It might be small things, and moving house, starting a new career, or it could be starting a new hobby, all kinds of ways. Starting a business. And you wonder, well, can I do it? Is it really suited to me? Is that really what I'm cut out for, or am I cut out for it? So I'm going to get practical about this and try to answer that question. I'm convinced that you do have what it takes to do a lot more than you realized, or that you ever imagined, probably. And I'm making it my mission and my job here to show you that in the next 40 minutes or so. So let's dig in, because, you know, when I want to formulate a set of principles by which I will work through any area of life, I like testing it against the most difficult scenario. Now, I'm not necessarily going to create that scenario, because for me, raising my kids and caring for them after a collision that we went through, that I wouldn't choose. But I do look at it and say, well, do the principles that I'm looking at here apply? And they do. And so if they hold up in a difficult situation, then I figure they're going to hold up in smaller cases or less serious situations. So just a little bit about, I'm not going to go a lot into the collision, but essentially this was something that, I mean, really flipped our lives upside down. And there's so many things that come out of it. I mean, initially it's just an impact, right? We were all in the vehicle together, we got hit, and you just have to deal with it. You don't have a choice. And you can feel completely ill-equipped and unprepared, and that can make you feel lost and feeling like you just don't have what it takes. Because you weren't expecting it, you didn't have a chance to prepare for it, right? So having a framework with which to look at these challenges is really helpful. So we're going to go through that. Now, again, we can't talk live, and later we can do that. And we'll talk about how we can have a conversation about this. But for now, I have to kind of make some assumptions, but I'm going to walk through this process with you step by step. And I want to encourage you to think of any kind of challenge that you have already been through. I mean, I recommend picking one of the more difficult ones. I think it helps to highlight some of the things we're going to talk about. But whatever one works for you, something that you've been through already. First of all, the fact that you can remember one means you can do it. You've made it through something before, several things, I'm sure. So you can do it. Now it's a question of getting intentional and looking at how you can do it. And maybe find out, you might have turned down some things that if you looked at them differently, maybe you could have done it. And we'll explore that. So, like I say, obviously you've done it before. And what I'm going to do here is a little bit different. As you're picturing this situation and challenge that you faced, and think about the feelings and thoughts that were associated with that, I'm just going to say that what I'm going to do as I walk through this, I'm going to use Maslow's hierarchy of need as a framework for this. Now, okay, I don't know if you've heard of Maslow's hierarchy of need, but in case you haven't, the basic idea is this guy Maslow created a pyramid of basic needs that all humans have, that he feels were necessary to being human. And the foundation and the place where he says we have to start is with things like food and water and shelter. Okay, we need those to survive. The next step up is dealing with safety. Once you've got the other ones dealt with, then you can worry about keeping yourself safe. Once you have those things all together, then you can go to the level that he calls love, or connection and family, where there's intimacy and belonging. That's kind of the third level up. And he goes on to esteem, which includes things like self-esteem, respect, feedback from other people, some freedoms. And the sort of pinnacle or top of his pyramid is self-actualization, which really just means answering the questions of who am I, why am I here, what's the meaning of my life? You know, no big deal. So I'm going to walk through that with you. And then we're going to look at how to apply the principles which may be a little surprising for you. So when we're starting with the basics, right? The first step, food and shelter. All right, so food and shelter, what it represents, the fundamentals. But for me and my family, it represents literally food and shelter. After a collision, and there have been other times in our marriage where food and shelter were actually in question. And again, you may or may not have been there yourself, or know people who have been in situations where they really don't know if they're going to have a meal tomorrow, or if they're going to lose their home the next day or next week. And you know, one of the things that comes out of that is that if you've ever been there, you know that you get really caught up in that. When these things that are so necessary for survival are at risk, our minds, our whole being becomes very focused on it. And we just need to deal with that, right? I mean, you know, I'm sure you've heard stories of people who are hungry and are like stealing to feed themselves or to feed their family, and things that they wouldn't normally do. But when they're desperate for those fundamentals, we can go beyond what we thought we would normally do, right? So let's step back now. Okay, food and shelter is important. These are the essentials of life. So I'm going to take you back to your challenge, right? The challenge that you chose to look at and to analyze through this process. So what's the food and shelter there? What are the essentials in that challenge that you went through? The things that had to be there. If you took it out, then it just wasn't possible to do it at all. Those things must have been present because you went through the challenge. But did you stop and think about ever, what were those things that were most important to that process? Now, as we work through this, your mind probably keep working on that. You might begin to get clear. This is a new thought process, perhaps. So we'll just keep going. The other way that I want you to look at this is, were those things present in your life outside of that challenge and that circumstance, but were you secure in that? Did you have food and shelter and water? Was that taken care of? Or was that in question? Now, think about that, and whichever answer you had, if you had all your food and shelter was taken care of, think about how that impacted you as you moved through this challenge that you're thinking about. Same thing if it wasn't present. Think about how that may have distracted you or made it a more difficult process. Now, that's how we're going to go through each of these steps. So the next step is safety. All right. Well, for us in the collision, of course, yeah, our lives were at risk. Safety was physical. But then in the follow-through, the aftermath and the recovery, there was different safety. There was relational safety. I mean, here we are, 6 of us, all traumatized, trying to kind of recover and get our bearings and get treatments and so on and so forth. And I mean, there's just a lot of weird stuff going on, and emotions and stresses. And so, you know, you might say something to somebody and they yell at you because they don't like the shirt you're wearing today. Why would you say that to me when you're wearing that shirt? I don't know. I mean, weird stuff comes out when you're under stress. But the point is that, you know, the relationships didn't always feel safe the way they did before, right? So we had to process that and walk through that. And we had changed. Some of us had really changed because of brain injuries and different things and just the trauma. So there's that. And, you know, we had a lot of people coming and going in our house for years. So, you know, were our kids feeling safe with all these strangers? Like, who are these people that are just coming in and doing stuff and then they're leaving? Our door was pretty much always unlocked and open, and people would knock and walk in. So there's all that kind of stuff. So now for you and the challenge you're looking at. that challenge, was it safe? Physically safe, emotionally safe as you were going through it? Because some hobbies and some jobs are like, have physical danger to them, so that's a possibility. Some challenges don't feel safe emotionally or socially. You're worried about failing and looking stupid, or whatever the case may be, right? So was that challenge safe for you as a challenge in terms of what's happening inside there? And maybe you already know what the next question is. Were you feeling safe in your life in general? Never, aside from that challenge, were you feeling safe? In your relationships, in your job, physically? I don't know what kind of neighborhood you lived in or may have lived in the past. Some neighborhoods are not as safe as others, right? So again, whether you felt safe or didn't, now take a moment and think about the challenge that you're walking through, and how did that feeling safe or not affect the way you went through that challenge? The thoughts that you had about it and the feelings that you had as you went through it, your ability to focus on it. Were you distracted by not feeling safe? Or were you good and you had energy and focus? Either way, it makes a big difference. I think you're probably starting to see that. So the third step Maslow talks about is love. In a broader sense, not romantic love. I know you might feel like you're going to die if you don't have that somebody in your life, but you won't. I'm not mocking you, but seriously, you won't die. It'll just might feel bad for a while. But we're talking about, so family, connection with people, a sense of belonging to a group or something, or whatever it may be. For our family, that sense of belonging, we really see it, especially in kids. And if you know any kids, you've probably experienced this in some way. That what we now refer to as FOMO, although that's probably going out of date already. So the fear of missing out. I mean, oh man, the times when I would do something with one of my kids and then the other one or two or however many were around were, what about me? What about me? Don't forget me. I want to do it too. It's like, well, it's okay. I still love you. I still love you. I'm just doing something with your sister here. It's okay. You'll get your turn. It's not a problem, right? But it's a deep thing in us that we want to be involved and connected and belong, right? It's really important to us. And in fact, as I was saying, kind of somewhat joking about, needing someone to love, that's a very serious thing, right? It's a strong drive to feel connected and to belong. So in family, we see that. So when you're thinking about the challenge you went through, here we go again. Was that present in that situation? Was there opportunity for you to connect with people? And if there was opportunity, were the people actually doing it? Were you able to connect? Was there a sense of belonging to something or not? Was it not there? And did it matter for that particular challenge or for you? Maybe it didn't, I don't know. And then again, your life. Outside of that, how were you feeling? Were you feeling connected? Were you feeling like you belonged to a group, that you had family, that support and encouragement and the resources that come with that kind of community and connection? The next step. Now, okay, we dealt with the kind of things that keep you alive, and we took a step further, got social, and now we're kind of going to a whole new level with the next step. Now we're talking about esteem. So in Maslow's, in the context of the hierarchy of need, esteem involves also self-esteem, respect and recognition, excuse me, and also some sense of freedom that come in that level of the hierarchy of needs. So esteem for the kids. So you know, I'm going to go with feedback and recognition. When we're raising kids, a lot of people joke about, you know, raising kids. Oh, well, all you do is keep them alive till they're 18 and they move out and then you're good to go. Okay, there's a lot more to that. But as you're raising kids, in that process, you want to know if you're doing okay before they move out, right? So one of my favorite stories is as our kids, each one got to a certain age, we would sometimes take them to a party or to play at a friend's house, and we would just start to drop them off and go home. And sometimes the other parent or some other parent would bring them home from the party and drop them off for us, which is always great. And so one time somebody dropped off one of their kids and she just kind of rushes in and like, yeah, hi, thanks for saying hi. So I talked to the parents and, you know, how was the party and how did it go and everything. And she said, oh, your daughter was amazing. She was so polite and helpful and friendly. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Hey, somebody catch that kid. That's not our kid. She's not ours. Oh, wait a minute. You said helpful and polite? No, we'll keep that one. Yeah, we'll keep that one. Okay, doesn't work that way. And I love my kids. I don't want to get rid of them, just for the record. But the thing is, we were getting feedback from outside. When the kids are at home, you know, they test the limits, they try things, and it doesn't always work. And so they learn their lessons, and when they go out and with other people, they do the things that work. So, but that way, we were able to get some feedback and understand, okay, we're doing all right. They're picking up on what we're trying to teach them, which is good to know. So, in terms of other challenges, right? What kind of feedback is available? Is there respect for you? Are you being built up, your self-esteem or your esteem within the community? How was that? What was there or not? And of course, you know, then we're also looking at, you know, what was going on in your life outside of that. How were you feeling with your life in general? Was your self-esteem good? Did you feel respected by the people in your life? And then again, take a moment and think about that. How did that impact you going through that challenge? It feels repetitive at this point, but I hope that you're thinking about that, because this is where it's really helpful to really understand. So we have one more step. The next step is what Maslow referred to as self-actualization. So the question of sort of who am I, what's my purpose, what is the meaning of life or my life specifically? I don't know. Sometimes we spend a lifetime trying to figure that out, but I don't think it has to be that hard. I think even if it's an ongoing process, wherever you are right now, who are you and what meaning do you find in life? What's the purpose that you find in life right now? It may change over time, and well, that's okay, right? And with kids, right? I mean, absolutely it's a process, and they're growing and changing, so it's an ever-changing process of helping them to explore that. You know, one of the other things that Viktor Frankl said in his book, Man's Search for Meaning, he recognized the importance of that sense of purpose and meaning in a person's life, especially when they're under stress and struggling with life. But it applies to everything. And so, here's what I want to do. We've talked about each of these levels. Sorry, I didn't ask you about your challenge in terms of self-actualization. The challenge that you've been considering. Was there anything in there that spoke to this idea of purpose or meaning? Or was it just another thing that you went through? that's probably fairly easy to answer. What about in your own life outside of that again? How are you feeling in terms of your sense of purpose and any meaning to your life? And again, sorry I rushed, so let's take a moment to pause and think about that. How did that impact you walking through that challenge? Whether esteem was there or not, how did that impact you as you walked through that? Make it easier or more difficult? Or maybe it didn't change it much, I'm not sure. We could talk about that another time. Okay. So, now what we're doing is we're going to talk about how we apply these ideas. And the key to it is really the way we walk through this. Okay, so you and I've just walked through this process now from the ground up, kind of literally or figuratively at least anyway, in terms of the basic needs: food, shelter, safety, love, esteem, self-actualization as kind of the last step. And when we naturally approach life, that's the way we do it, right? It feels normal, it feels natural, it feels good. You look after those, you find the things that you need most, you take care of that, and then you worry about the next one, am I safe? And then you worry about the other things that are, you know, once you know you're alive and you're going to stay alive, then you can think about family and connections, and then you can think about the greater purpose and things, right? That's normal, and in some ways, yes, that's right. However, I'm going to propose to you that when we can, we should approach it from the other direction. And I want to walk through that with you to help you see the impact of that and the benefits of looking at life, kind of turning the whole thing on its head, as it were, and starting with the first step being self-actualization. Now, again, I don't know where you're at right now. We can talk later, I hope, about these things, but I don't know where you're at in terms of your thoughts on who you are, what your purpose is, and so on. If you don't know, think about it. Spend a little time considering. If you do already have some idea of that, then here's what I would suggest to you. If you have already been considering a new challenge, something that you want to take on, and you're wondering if you have what it takes, think about it from this perspective. Begin to look at it from the position of who you are and your purpose in life. What is your purpose in life, and what gives meaning to your life? And then ask yourself, this challenge or opportunity that you're considering, does it match with your sense of purpose? And if it does, then I would say, great. Now take it to the next level. Does it meet your needs for esteem? Okay, so you know who you are and your purpose. Do you think that might change what you need from people in terms of recognition and esteem and the freedoms that come with that? I think it might. I think it will also change your perspective on what you need. So along with esteem, I talked about those indicators that you're doing okay, that you're on track, those mile markers, we used to know them as, that tell you that you're on the right course, you're doing okay. If you know who you are and what your purpose is, then you probably have a better idea of what kind of markers you need, what kind of guideposts, what kind of supports and encouragements do you need. It might be a bit different when you look at it from that perspective. Then, of course, the next step would be looking at the love connection, that sense of belonging and connection with others. Okay, let's look at this. You've spent some time thinking about who you are and what your purpose and what the meaning of life is. I'm certain that if you know that, or even have a clue about what it is, some idea of what it is, you're going to be in a better position in terms of loving yourself. Your esteem needs and sense of purpose are going to impact your sense of love and value. What is important to you? What do you need in terms of intimate connections, family, or belonging? You're going to find that they're a little bit different. Because now, instead of coming at it from the bottom where it's like, oh, I don't have and I need to get it, now you're coming from a position of, this is who I am, this is why I'm here and where I'm going, this is what I need, I'm going to get it. The motivation factor, this is what Viktor Frankl was saying, is that the motivation factor, when you know your sense of purpose, begins to open up your mind to the possibilities. And it changes the way you look at things. So it changes the way you look at community and belonging. Is it something that you're craving, you need, or is it something that you want because it's beneficial for you and others? Let me share this thought with you, and I believe this to be absolutely true. Anything that any person does that is of value, lasting value, is done with other people. Anything that is done that has lasting value has been done with other people. You don't do anything of value on your own. You might accomplish some things, but there's very little that you can literally do on your own anyway. So, having that sense of purpose and direction in terms of who you are and the meaning of what you're doing, now you're looking for people. You're looking for community, not as much because you feel a need, but because you want to have a community to support what you're doing, and you want to invite people into what you're doing because it has purpose, it has meaning, it has value. Now you want to bring people in and invite them to be a part of it. That's amazing. That's a completely different way of looking at the process. Now the same thing is going to be true when we take the next step and we go to the step of safety. How you look at safety is going to be very different. When you know who you are and what you're doing, and you have a team with you, you have your esteem, you have your community, what is safe or unsafe, you may have a different definition of that. And as well, you may feel you're in a better position to take greater risk because of where you're coming from. So you're not coming at it from fear and loss and the I need to get this. You're coming at it from a I'm okay as a person and I have support. I can take this chance. I can take this risk and I can look at things very differently. I find that to be exciting. So now down to the last step, or on to the next step. Those little things, the essentials, little but very important. Okay, so again, I am very confident that when you're looking at a challenge now, you're going to see it differently. So first of all, normally when we come at a challenge, we look at, okay, well, what's necessary? I want to decide if I can do this thing. So I go, okay, what's necessary? Well, you need these things and you need that and it's got to be safe and blah, blah, blah. It's like, is it there? And you might not see something. Oh, well, I think it needs these, but one or two of them is not there, so I guess I can't do it. That's unfortunate. I've done it myself many times. If you are motivated by a sense of purpose and meaning, and you have the esteem factors that you need, the respect and responses from people, and if you have that community of support and your view of what is safe is figured out, you will find the things you need for a variety of reasons. One, your mind is just opened up to possibilities because you're focused on who you are and where you're going and the purpose behind this. Second is you're motivated to find those things. Not just that you see more possibilities, but your motivation is up. And thirdly, you have support, you have community, and that brings additional resources. So now they can also help. They're also a part of finding the things that you need, getting those basics, those essentials sorted out. So you may find also that when you look at it from this perspective, what is essential might not be what you thought it was. The thing that I love about this is now when I look at different things, I have a whole different view of what's possible and what I can find. I see so many more options. Now, for someone like me, I don't need more options. I'm already a guy who loves to do a lot of different things, and I have to already kind of hold back and not do everything that I would like to try. But it's exciting to be in this position where you feel like I could do that if I wanted to, if I have the time and it fits into my life. It fits with who I am, gives me what I need, I can find the resources, there's great purpose and meaning in it. That would be exciting to do that. I mean, why not? Right? A whole different way of approaching the challenges of life. Now, okay, so what about something like a collision, right? Can I look at that in the same way? Yeah. Something that has happened to you that you didn't choose, you didn't want, you don't like it. This happens a lot, and again, we haven't had a chance to talk, so I don't know for sure where you're at. But these things come up, right? Challenges come to us. Some of them are really big, like 6 people in a collision, and some of them are not that grand, but they're still, as I said before, the most difficult thing you've faced. Then it's going to be very challenging. So we can take this idea and sort of, once you kind of get your bearings and you recognize, okay, this thing is happening, it's happened, and I need to deal with it. Okay, there may be some things, like in our collision, we had to make sure there was food, because initially there was some issue there after our collision. We needed to get help with food. Okay, fair enough. But once we'd taken care of that, then we could look at who are we and how are we going to go through this. Looking at ourselves and thinking, who we are and what kind of people we are now and want to be when we come through this, began to change the way we looked at the choices. Because some of the decisions we had to make, we had no idea which way to go, because we had no experience. And the best help that we were able to find didn't always know. So we had to start with something. And when we began to approach these things from a question of who we are and what we want out of life, what meaning and purpose we want to put into it, it changed so many things. Now, life wasn't suddenly easy, but we began to get more internal peace. I know I did. It was such a big difference. And as I mentioned before, with big struggles like, a child who can't go to school for almost 2 years, that's a big challenge. And in terms of me personally, so having help getting centered back on who I am, why I'm doing this, and what the purpose is in terms of loving my children and moving us in a positive direction, and in terms of keeping us together as a family, those honestly were the things that were guiding my choices, and it brought good choices and good consequences. Absolutely did. And so that's really exciting. But the question that remains is, what's the next step? Now, this process I've described is absolutely useful and valuable, and I have no doubt that as you begin to apply it, you will see some significant change in the way you go about making your choices. You begin to see more opportunities open up. I have no doubt, as you begin to look at your life, beginning with who you are and what is the meaning and purpose of your life, you begin to see so many more opportunities. And no doubt that even as I've been speaking, you've begun to do that. You almost can't help it, right? You start applying what you're hearing to things that you've already been thinking about. Now, of course, I don't know yet whether you are working on that level of self-actualization, looking for that meaning, the purpose in what you're doing, or are you on that esteem level where you're looking at respect and the feedback from people, the mile markers that help you know that you're on track? Or are you in the love part? That connection, right? Belonging. Is that where you're at right now? Or are you looking at safety, needing to know that you're going to be okay, or that the opportunity that you're looking at, the challenge that you're facing, that you can be safe in that? Or is it down to the nuts and bolts? What are those things that you need, the essentials that you need to get this thing rolling and to make it a success? Whatever level you're at in that, or a combination of them, the next step that I suggest is reach out to me at kevinwillspeak.com. At kevinwillspeak.com, there's an opportunity for you to sign up for a call with me. Now, no cost, no obligation, but I want to show you more of this, more of how you can begin to apply this. Absolutely, you can begin to work with this right now on your own. Today, you can start to do it. But I know from experience that it's so much more helpful when you're working with somebody. And when I can't even speak to you directly, or you can't give me feedback right now, it makes it more challenging. So I want to offer this to everybody. Just one opportunity to sit down and start working through this. If you want to give it a couple of days, call me now, set up that appointment for a couple of days down the road. And give yourself a couple of days to come up with some questions maybe, or maybe you're already full of questions. If you're like me, you probably are. But I want to show you directly, for you in your life, how this can apply. And it's just something I want to offer you because you took the time to come to this summit, because you're clearly serious about this. So here's a chance to get a little deeper on it and to get some personal one-to-one on how to begin to apply this in your life specifically. I'm really excited about everything that we're learning here today. And in these 3 days, so many great speakers with so many great things to share. Clearly, you're also someone who is concerned about the future and about your family and the legacy and the continuation of their financial well-being. So congratulations on being here. And I know that we can do some good things together in terms of helping you get to the next level. So just take that next step. Simple. At kevinwillspeak.com, set up a call with me and we'll begin to walk through some of this so that you can begin to understand it more specifically. Again, I really appreciate you being with here. It's been great having you with me, and I hope that you're going to enjoy the rest of the summit. And I really hope you have a fantastic week. And I look forward to hearing from you really soon. Have a fantastic week. Bye for now.
All right, everybody. That was fantastic. I am back with, okay, I've got everybody unmuted now. I'm back with Kevin again, and we also have joining us Sybil Slade, who has a talk coming up soon. I just really enjoy Kevin's demeanor and the way that you come across to the listener, how engaging you are, how comfortable you make everybody feel, and then also you give us permission to be in your presence without having to pretend that we're perfect. Sybil, do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, so that I agree with you wholeheartedly, JJ. Kevin, yes, very lovingly. I think if I was a person that was anxious about all of those potholes that you were speaking of, you probably would have set me at ease to begin to start taking that deeper dive. And I think most times that's what we're afraid of, right? Of kind of facing the man in the mirror, but you're giving us permission to do it and then telling us what that outcome would be. And so, again, I think your talk was very powerful. You know, when we honor our values, that's when all of the possibilities open up. So I was right there with you. I was like, yes, I love it. Bring it.
Yeah, thank you, ladies, so much. I really appreciate it. You know what's funny about the compliments on my speaking is I will never forget the first public speaking I did in grade 6, and it was the most unmitigated disaster and embarrassing, and I was awful. I thought I would never speak again, and yet now I can't wait to share. And it's now it's just from the heart, and it is what it is, and I'm not trying to be anything else. And I guess that's something people appreciate, that for so many years I didn't think was, you had to present a certain way and all that. But anyway, this isn't so much about speaking career, but in terms of where we are this week and talking about wealth, really all of this comes out of my heart for and desire for a wealth in relationships. It's always been my priority, and that comes through in how I work with my family in good times and tough times. It's always relationships to me are the priority, and what is good for people. So that's just kind of my focus in all of life. So thank you for letting me share that.
I appreciate you sharing that. And I know that this conference isn't about speaking. However, this conference is about building wealth together. And so, what I'm going to do is, just so I don't let it go, and while I still have you on the screen, I'm going to give you some a little testimonial that you can use as in your marketing. So I'm going to say right now that you're one of the most fun speakers that I have enjoyed. Wait, I don't want to say it that way because I don't want people to think that you're like rah, rah, rah. But to me, to have somebody who comes in that I can just listen to and I can just let my guard down with, and then I can just take in without having to feel condemned or that ashamed or guilty. It means the world to me that I can have that experience with you. And when it comes to planning a conference, or maybe let me say it this way, as a conference planner, as an event professional, one of the things that I look for in speakers are people who can meet the audience at all different energy levels. And one of the things that I love about Kevin Williams is he does not pretend to be anything but who he is. And because of that, we feel like we can come in and we can get what we need from him while we're in the audience. And as an event planner, I can get what I need from him to be somebody that will wrap his arms around the audience, give them some of his masculine strength to know that they can make it and that they can do it, and give people permission to let go and be who they are and acknowledge their journey where they are, even if it's not what they want, and be able to begin to move forward. Kevin gives every audience clarity that they can move forward, and he gives them opportunities to seek inside themselves as well as understand the strength that they have. And for that, I thank you, Kevin. Thank you for being on the stage here at Building Wealth Together. I really do appreciate you. I do also want to say one other thing to other event planners, and that is Kevin has definitely supported the other speakers in the event. And I appreciate that because all of us working together helps have a fantastic event that moves the needle forward in the lives of those we serve. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for all that. I really appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to get back into the conference mode. Wherever I can, whenever I can highlight somebody, I'm going to highlight them, And oh, look here, we've got that Trinetta agrees. So Kevin, you got a lot of fans out there, and I really do appreciate everybody who's taking the time to comment and share their thoughts, because as a speaker, you do like to know that you're making a difference. Yeah. And Kevin, you're making a difference.
Yeah, I appreciate all the feedback. Thank you guys so much.
Now we have somebody else coming up to us who is also making a difference. And some people say, well, you're a financial planner. You don't want to have financial people come on and talk. Are you kidding? It's just like being a parent. My kids need to sometimes hear things from other adults. And then they're like, wow, mom, Mr. So-and-so taught us this. Or wow, mom, Miss So-and-so taught us that. And you sit there like, I've done taught you that 3 or 4 times, but at least you got it. That is all I care about, is that you got it. And so I am going to we're going to have a little bit of a change in the program. I know some of you have you know what, I will say this. I will say not as many of you have downloaded the guidebook that I put work into as I thought you would.
Hey, that's an awesome guidebook.
So next time, well, I felt bad. I was like, I really should pay somebody to do this. But by the time I explained what it was, I could have just done it, you know. And that's one of my pitfalls. Like you asked in your talk, where are we in this journey and what do we need to go to the next level? And I'm like, I know what I needed to get to the next level. I need to learn how to let go. I need to let go of stuff and let somebody else do it, right?
It's hard to let go of your baby.
Because it's like, but that's the thing. That's one of the hardest things that I had to do in the military. And I'm gonna post the link to the guidebook. I was gonna shorten it, and I got so caught up in the talks, I never did go to the link shortener and shorten it. So I'm just gonna actually post it for you guys, the direct link. So you know, one of the things that I found as a leader in the military is it's sometimes you feel like you're taking more of your effort to delegate and to be able to teach people what they need to do to serve you and to serve the mission. And it's just easier to go ahead and do it yourself. But the problem is, in the long run, what you're doing is you're hamstringing not only your future because your capacity is so limited, but you are also keeping somebody else from coming into their own.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's a comment that I wanted to actually make with Camille's talk, and I didn't get a chance to. Well, I had a chance, but you know, I got distracted on something else. But one of the things that she talked about is how she spent all this money on this and that and the other because she didn't have clarity. Well, one of the reasons we don't delegate is because we're afraid of spending money here and money here and money there, and it's still not good. I spent this money with this this graphic designer and they didn't do a good job, and money with this. You know, when I redesigned my logo, and this is the old logo, we've got a new logo now. When I redesigned the logo, I went through 5 different Fiverr guys till I found somebody who really communicated with me and took what I said and did it. And I had to pay this person 25 and this person 25 and that person 25, but it was a test. And I was testing the field to see, was I going to find somebody I could work with? And now that I found somebody I could work with, he has done several logos for me in organizations that I serve. So hopefully now you all will be able to see the link. I know you're not gonna be able to type that in. I promise this time I will make a typable link. But if you go to Building Wealth Together, I guess that's the easy way to do it. Here, let me just show you the screen. Ha! Silly girl. If you just go to buildingwealthtogether.com. All right, share screen. And then we're going to bring Sybil. We're going to bring her keynote up. Give her an opportunity to talk a little bit and get her keynote up. If you go to buildingwealthtogether.com and you scroll down, this is the Building Wealth Together. This is the guidebook here. All right, we are a little bit, we did rearrange the schedule just a little bit for today. If you go, and I'll just, no, that's the conference. Sorry. Okay, if you go to buildingwealthtogether.com and you scroll down, you will get the VIP upgrade for the conference. These talks are rebroadcasted from the contest, the conference. So I'm not trying to sell you the VIP upgrade. Okay, don't worry about that. Just scroll down. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Hold on. Let me just make sure we clear on something. I will always take people's money. Okay, you want to buy yourself a VIP upgrade? I will take it, and my speakers will be happy to get their cut if you use one of their links. Okay, so let's not misconstrue that. But that's not the point. That's really not the point of what I'm trying to do today. All right, today we're trying to bless you. All right, so you're going to scroll down, and you're going to see all of the different freebies there, the previews, and you're going to scroll all the way down. Wow, I should have just what happened? Scroll down, keep going. There we go. Woo. And it's going to give you the guidebook. Now, you know what? In retrospect, I think what I'll do during the talk is I'll put this up top. But you click on the guidebook and it's right there and it's free. You don't have to put your email in. You don't have to subscribe to my list. I mean, come on. I want you to subscribe to my list, right? Yeah, we're going to fix this. We're going to fix this. We're going to fix that. We're going to fix that. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it later. I'll do it later. But yeah, you can go to buildingwealthtogether.com and click on the VIP and scroll down. Okay, let's get back to our wonderful speakers. All right. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to take that down. All right, we're going to take that one down. Okay. And what we're going to do now is we're going to bring up Sybil, and Sybil is going to talk to us about money. She's going to talk to us about money. Hold on. I don't like this view. Can we do? Yeah, I like that one better. Okay. She's going to talk to us about money. She's going to talk to us about the ABCs of building generational wealth. And one of the reasons I like this talk is because it's not just about money in the bank. It's what are we doing to make sure that we have longevity and I was about to say strategery. Okay, well, I guess I better start that intro again. But it's not just about how much money you have in the bank. It's really also about how much you keep and how much you pass on to the next generation. We're not just thinking about today. We're not just here building wealth so we can go shopping tonight. We're here building wealth for tomorrow, and that requires a strategic, long-term thinking, a long-term way of managing our money. And today we have to the stage Sybil Slade, who's going to talk to us a little bit about that. Sybil, while I pull up your talk, would you like to address our audience live? Thank you for being here live with Kevin and me.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited because we're just on the heels of 2022. And this is a great time, yes, to recalibrate around our money if we haven't already. And certainly a lot of people have, just given the pandemic. Some of us have been able to save. Some of us have had to make drastic changes. But I also, again, think at the beginning of the year, this is when we're a bit more focused, right, about planning. And so I laugh as you said, what do I want to share with the group? I'm going to tell you this analogy that I dealt with earlier this week with a client. You know, we all have these homes with our cars and garages. And if our child or husband park in our garage spots, then we're a little upset because we have a designated space for every car to park. Now, we do that for our cars, but not for our money. I cannot tell you how much lazy money I have seen this last quarter. Money sitting in savings accounts. It's well beyond the emergency savings. It could last a good 3-4 years without income from an employer or from a business. So that's really lazy money. It's not outpacing inflation. If you look over into these money market accounts, where I see someone getting 15 cents or $1.30 or something of that nature, we really have to get into the game of investing. There's 3 ways to build wealth, and that's real estate, that is investing, and that's small business. The lowest barrier to entry is investing. So that is why I love to do the ABC conversation. I want to remove the fear and help people to understand why it's important that we get into the game, get off the sidelines and get into the game.
We may have to get into the sidelines live because I find your video online and it's in the VIP portal. I've even got your MP3 there that people can download. I'm not seeing it here. So I'm trying to pull it up here. But let's just talk a little bit, because you said the lowest barrier of entry is investing. And I think a lot of people think it's the other way around. Like they're afraid of investing because they're so worried about losing their money. Can you speak to that and maybe alleviate some of the fear while I figure out what I did here?
Sure. So certainly there is going to be some degree of risk with reward. And so typically in the investment space, when you're working with us, someone like me or JJ, what we're going to do is try to understand what your risk profile is. And once we determine what that is, then we will help you to invest according to your risk profile. On top of that, there are so many other strategies to help mitigate the risk so that you're not absorbing the entire shock of the market. We've learned a lot of things since 2008. Now we have what's called passive management. This is where things are rebalanced for you on an annual basis so that if your portfolio is growing out of whack in one area, because there's a lot of growth and then it's squeezing out the other side, when everything begins to shift back, you're not having the major swings that we had in '08. You're actually going to have this kind of steady momentum because the rebalancing happens along the way. And when I say rebalancing, there are certain allocations that you want to have in your portfolio. Some may be large cap growth, some may be mid cap growth, some may be small cap, or it may be value. But when those allocations, whatever those percentages are that are based on your risk profile, when they get out of whack, we rebalance them. So that is what.
Before you keep going, let's talk about cap, because you and I know what cap is, but let's tell people let's help other people understand the small cap. What does that mean? What does that mean? Because I know some people are hung up on that.
Yes. So when we're talking about large cap, we're talking about large capital. Yes, no. And I don't know that I fully go into it since that's really a cliff note talk. So when we talk about large cap, we're talking about large capital companies. So we're talking about like the Fortune 500, the larger companies. That is what we're speaking of when we say large cap. And so those are the monies that where you will get your earnings each year. So that's how you kind of see the needle move on your earnings. Then you had the mid cap growth. So these are kind of like the Russell 1000, 2000. So these are not yet big companies, but they're not startups either. And so with them, you will also have some degree of growth or earnings. I'm trying to use more of the layman term so you'll know exactly what I'm saying. You'll have some of that, but not as much as you would have with the large cap growth. And then you will have the small cap. So these are the startup companies. These are the companies where they're wanting to quickly reinvest those dollars as soon as you earn them. They're wanting to continue so that they can then grow those companies to the next area, like the mid cap and then eventually the large cap. So that is why you really want to have a portfolio that's comprised of all of those things, because now you're diversified across various asset classes, asset sizes, versus a set and forget where you're invested in one thing. And if that one thing goes down, then you have to kind of ride that wave. Either you're going to buy that loss or you're going to hang in there until you get the gain again. And so again, it's just very important to be able to make sure you're diversified based off of your risk profile so that you can sleep at night, so that we can sleep at night. And that's why we do this. We want to make sure that you're comfortable at whatever level you're investing at. But if your money is sitting in cash, I call it lazy money. Some people call it mattress money. It is not outpacing inflation. And right now, did you see the November numbers for inflation?
Oh, I haven't.
7%.
I believe it. Just looking at my grocery bill.
So what does that mean, JJ? That means for every dollar that's sitting under the mattress, you really only have 93 cents. Your buying power is diminishing as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Contrast that to some of my most conservative, and this is going to sound gangbusters, but this is why it's great to get into the game. Some of my most conservative people are in 2-digit returns right now. And like I know, conservative can be anywhere from 2 to 5%. But I'm saying double digits. And they were last year. A lot of people took a haircut, the first quarter of last year. Second quarter, they were back and then some.
Yeah. They were back. They just, and anybody who knows anything about the market, when everything started to go crazy last year, they just kept reinvesting. Yes. They kept pouring more in. And what happened? I don't know about y'all, but I've been siphoning off the top of my son's 529 to pay for my college.
I mean, again, it was so much opportunity out there, and I promise you, before the lockdown, if you're able to go back to find any of my old videos, that's literally what I was saying. What should you be doing now? Saving, 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 because there's going to be some great deals in the near future. And sure enough, there was.
And we are going to talk more about investments more detailed on day 3. But the reason I wanted to bring you into day 1 when we're talking about mindset and wealth management is because before we can be comfortable with investing, some of us who've never done it before, just like Kevin's talking about investing in the family and investing the time into getting clear on who you are and where you want to go and what you want for your family, the partnership and the purpose. It's the same kind of thing with our money. We have to be clear about where we're going and what we want from our money. And so we are going to talk about that more, but we need to set that stage today and get a comfort level today. People were like, oh, I'm going to pull out of the market. I'm like, no, don't pull out of the market. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got some, well, it's not in my mattress, but I got some money tucked away here and there. I know how to make a false pocket here and there. But that's not investment money. That's it's like insurance or a savings account. People say, oh, I'm not going to have an insurance. I'm not going to buy insurance. Well, insurance protects you against risk. It's an expense. It's a risk mitigation. It can be used as an investment, but for most people that talk to me, it's not really the appropriate decision for them where they're at. But now if you've got millions laying around, we can work on that. I can turn your 1 million into 7 like that. But also if we're going to play the super safe route, and didn't Kevin talk about that? He said, where are you at? Where are you at on this journey? Are you all about the security? And sometimes, this is my thing, is sometimes I can fall into trying to play it too safe.
Yes.
I know some of you are surprised to hear that, because I'm loud and proud and in charge and large and in charge, and I'm always going to be opinionated. But in my daily life, I have realized over the last couple of years that what it was holding me back from really moving forward in my business and my ministry and my family and everything was an extreme amount of fear that was forcing me to play it safe.
Yes.
And so we can't play it safe all the time. So just like with my military folks, I remind them, look, we're retirees now. We've got this check a month coming in, but 20 years from now, that inflation is going to keep growing, and if it grows at all, that little 1%, 0.5% pay raise that the government gives us is not going to outpace the average 3% and the current 7% inflation that we're seeing. So we have to be on top of our money and invest it so it will grow, so it will have it for the long term. Okay. Woo, this has been fun. Kevin, did you want to make a comment before I pull up? I found out what happened is I spelled Sybil's name wrong.
That's a common one.
I literally had to go into my back end, download it from the portal, pull it back down, and then I'm like, oh, that's what I did wrong. But Kevin, do you have any thoughts on this investment? Like, what would you, like, if you could ask Sybil any question, what would it be about investing?
Well, there was one thought that came to me that I was going to save. I don't know what she covers in her talk, but when you talked about investing being the low entry option, I was thinking that perhaps myself and a lot of other people may feel like investing, in order for it to make a difference, you need to take risks. Otherwise, you're playing this really crazy long game, and it's like you so long to get ahead through that. And that's, I know a bit about investing, so I know that that's not necessarily true, but I thought maybe you could address that quickly for people.
So I'm going to address it, and I'm going to give JJ a chance, because you know what? A lot of financial planners and advisors have different philosophies. So it's very important to make sure you're aligned with one that has similar philosophy to you. But actually, it's consistency. It's consistency. If I give the same amount over time, we all have heard of the compounding interest, right? How it just reinvests. That is what it's going to give us the outcome that we want, more so than the riskiness.
Yeah, that's how we balance it out.
Yes. And so even when we talked about those deals during the last year, when people just wanted to kind of throw all their money in the market on one day, I said, no, you need to drip. Because you need to make consistent things over time. And that's the same thing with your 401k, any of those things. So your employer knows to give it to you over time. But if we don't take advantage of that free money, we're not going to get it over time. And that, my friend, is the very lowest barrier to entry, when they automatically enroll you in and then people still go, no.
Well, consistency really, I'm learning, is the key to everything we want.
Mhm.
It's the key to maintaining my health. And I'm trying to get I'm first trying to get my pre-accident health back. And then my next goal is pre-pregnancy weight, right? I'm trying to get, for health, relationships, everything. You can throw $100,000 into the market today. And sure, depending on what you invest in, it can go up and down. And over time, the market goes up, but you might be even, you might not, you might put it in the wrong thing. So if you can consistently invest across different platforms, it's going to be more secure. Now, if you now, please, you got $100,000, we're gonna take care of you. We're gonna put that in the market. We're gonna take good care of you. All right. But we're not selling no financial securities on this call today. All right. But think about, like, I just went snowboarding with my family. It's the first time I've snowboarded in 6 or 7 years. I only made it a few runs, but I was very excited about being able to get out there. But you can burn on a good day of skiing or snowboarding, you can burn about 2,000, 3,000 calories in just a couple of hours, right? But if you did that once a winter, that's not going to help you make your fitness goals. It's better to burn your 100 or 200 calories every single day than to try to cram it all into one afternoon. Similarly with money, you're going to get the most stable and the best and the most consistent return by investing over time and being consistent. And so, I love this. I love this. All right. Well, we are going to, this is what I live for. See, I like the pre-recorded talks because they're so informative, but I live for this interjection, this engagement, this fun with the speakers. And so if you all have a question for the speakers, hold on, I see a comment here. Let me make sure that's not a question. Yes, sister. If you have a question for the speakers, go ahead and drop it in before I start. If you drop it in after I start, well, Sybil's going to be able to hang on for a little bit. She does have another client call to go to soon, but she'll be able to hang out for just a little bit and be able to answer questions in the comments as well. Sybil and Kevin, I want to thank you for being here. You're welcome to hang out as long as you're able to. Drop in, come back in, or whatever. It's all good with me. But let me go ahead and bring up this video. This very well done video, by the way. All right. I just had it. Where we go? There we go. All right. Sybil Slade, y'all.
Hello, my name is Sybil Slade and I'm a wealth strategist. I'm also the principal and founder of Sybil S. Slade LLC and vice president and financial advisor.
Let's see. Is it at least playing on the Facebook?
The anticipation grows. I mean, she'll cut me off when your talk is ready, but I appreciate what you're saying, that you can show someone who's really cautious and nervous about investing how to actually kind of move forward and get ahead without taking the risks that they're so afraid of, or at least the unreasonable risks. That's fantastic to know that you understand how to do that. That'll be a big help to a lot of people.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I spent 21 years at the Atlanta Fed in the Community Economic Development arm. And so I worked a lot with low to moderate income individuals, First Chance, checking and savings, second chance, welfare moms that were transitioning to Section 8. And so if I can get people who have very little means to save and invest, I can get anybody to save and invest. Or at least that's my philosophy, because I was able to make them believe in the power of that compounding interest, that consistency.
Yeah. It's so true. Actually, what JJ said as well, that consistency just applies to everything we do.
Doesn't it?
Best way to move ahead in every area of life. Relationships, fitness, you name it.
Yes.
For sure.
So very true. Persistence pays.
Mm-hmm. Persistence and consistency. Mm-hmm. People learn to trust that and rely on it, right? So if you are consistent in what you do and how you work with people and so on, then they learn to trust you and rely on you for that. So how are we doing, JJ?
Well, I had to go make sure we didn't have another Fortnite revolution on our hands here. I do live in rural Texas, so there's only so much bandwidth to go around. Thank you all for, I could see you all on my phone. I'm like, oh, they look like they're having a great time. I almost didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but I do want to play Sybil's talk before she has to go.
Yeah, so let's hear it.
Let's give this another shot. Let's try this again.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sybil Slay, and I'm a wealth strategist. I'm also the principal and founder of Sybil S. Slade, LLC, and vice president and financial advisor with Life Plan Financial Advisors out of Atlanta, Georgia. I am so excited about the 2021 Building Wealth Together conference. And today I'm going to be talking to you about why we should be investing. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and transition over to my presentation. All right, let's dive in. I must get started with all the legalese. Today's presentation is for educational purposes only. It does not reflect the opinions of Life Plan Financial Advisors or Securities America or any of its affiliates. All of the opinions are my own. So, why should we be investing? Investing is essentially good money management because it ensures both present and future financial security. So not only do we end up with money in the bank, but we also end up with another income stream in the future. So investing is the only way to invest in growing wealth and passive income. And now that we're living longer, we also want to make sure that we have enough retirement income in our retirement years. Either we can outlive our money because maybe we started investing too late for retirement, or i.e., maybe we have 4 generations in our family, and because someone else is living longer, all of the monies that we would have ordinarily been putting away for retirement, we're now using that income today to take care of our loved ones. There's no longer the 15 and 20-year retirement. We have people who are actually living into their 30-year retirement. Actually, my mom is 30 plus years into retirement. So again, longevity is now this new risk that we must consider. And again, we must be able to invest so that, again, we have income now and income in the future. Many of us have heard about the power of interest compounding. And essentially what that is saying is the earlier I invest and the more frequent I invest, the less I actually have to invest in order to reach my goal. In this chart here, what you will see is there's Emily and Dave. Emily started at age 25 with investing, and Dave started at 35 with investing. They invested the same amount for years, but you will see at retirement, Emily has basically doubled Dave's savings. Again, that is because of the power of interest compounding. Time is our greatest asset when it comes to investing. Now, many of you say you want to be a millionaire. We hear that all the time. And this is what Warren Buffett says, that we need to save systematically on a monthly basis per year in order to be a millionaire when we reach retirement. And we also need to ensure that we have a 6% return rate on that investment. So if you look here at your age, you will see on a monthly basis, if you're 20 years old, if you save $361 a month, hey, that's a car payment. By the time you reach retirement, you would be a millionaire. If you're 25, $499 a month. And by the time you reach retirement, you will be a millionaire. Now, if you're closer to my age, I'm over 50. If I have not started saving before 50 and investing, well, guess what? I now need to spend $3,400 per month investing in the market in order to be a millionaire by retirement. Now, let's talk about the market as a whole. Over the past 30 years, this has been a historical trend in the market for those who either stayed in the market or jumped out of the market. And you know, we've had a lot of crises, right? We've had the housing crisis. We've had 9/11. We've had a lot of things that have happened during this time period, but the people who stayed in the market for all of this time with that buy hold strategy, on average, they made 8.4% on their portfolio. For those who missed the best 25 days out of this 30-year window, they only averaged about 306 on their portfolio for the past 30 years. Oh my God, how much did they miss? 3.06 right now. We're not really getting that in any savings vehicle. Maybe the money market will come a little close, but you need to tell me you've invested in the market and you pull out, and now you've basically bought this loss. You bought the loss when you missed the days. So in a 10-year period, historically, since the stock market has existed, every 3 years we'll have turbulence. We just don't know the 3 years when the turbulence will occur. So it's behoove of us to stay in the market. When you look at the market and it's 93 years of existence, there's only been 8 years where the market had a greater than 12% loss. So again, buying and holding is a pretty good strategy. Now, let's talk about investing by age. Many people want to know, am I on track or not for retirement? What should I be doing as it relates to investing? So not even just retirement, but investing as a whole. So here we are. This chart is basically telling you by age what you should be doing in each particular phase of your life. So if your early career, say your early 20s, maybe you're at the cusp of 30, you should be doing holistic budgeting. And what does that mean? Making sure that you actually have a cash flow, making sure that you don't have lifestyle creep and that you're not actually spending more than you're earning. This is what prevents us from having debt. And then you should be saving and investing early for retirement, just like Emily that I showed you on the previous slide. She started sooner and doubled her money, all right? And then you need to understand your retirement income needs. So is it just you? Are you the only child? And you may perhaps have to help supplement your parents' retirement. These are things we now have to consider. It's no longer just about our household and our individual family. It's now, again, bled over to 3 to 4 generations where we might be responsible for helping those households with their income needs as well. And then mid-career, at this time, you're saving in the workplace retirement plan, you understand your financial position, and if it's a 2-income household, you kind of know what's your fair share in the household and what's your cash flow for both of you to be able to save for your future. You understand your investment portfolio. What are those things that you're invested in to create the passive income I spoke about earlier? You identify your retirement income streams, and you establish a financial plan through retirement. So this is where the rubber really meets the road. You get your financial position together, and you actually orchestrate the playbook that you have designed for yourself. Then next, there's that pre-retirement readiness. So now maybe you're in your 40s or you're at your early 50s and you're saying, well, now I'm getting closer to retirement. So I really need to understand everything that's available to me. When can I retire, etc. So this is when you would determine your lifestyle expectations and income needs for retirement. What are those things that you're going to need to pay for in retirement? And what are those things that no longer will exist? Hopefully by then you've paid off debt. Hopefully by then you're very close to paying off your mortgage if you're a homeowner. You're going to identify any income gaps that exist between your income streams, because maybe, just maybe, you're thinking you want to retire early, but you may have a cliff between age 59 and a half and actually 62 or 60 when you can get retirement, really depending on what your situation is. And so you have to cover for that gap. And certainly if you do it before Medicare, when you're 62 years of age, that's when Medicare kicks in. If you do it before then, now you're going to be paying for health care costs out of your pocket. So you really need to understand all the income gaps that you have in your income streams. You need to protect all of your assets. And then you need to create guaranteed income for life, making sure that you have a guaranteed stream of income for life. So if you don't have a pension, there are other ways to create a guaranteed income stream for life. You may want to buy a lifetime income rider on an annuity to ensure that the same amount comes to you every year on an annual basis for the rest of your life. Those are called living benefits. And then certainly you want to optimize Social Security to make sure that you're maximizing your Social Security potential. That doesn't always mean waiting to 70. It really depends on all the income streams you have, all the income streams that your mates may have, and then we come up with a strategy to optimize Social Security. Then once you get just at the cusp of retirement, that's when you want to make sure that all of your income streams that are coming to you in retirement are tax efficient. You want to make sure that you have some type of vehicle in place for long-term care. Doesn't mean that you have to have a long-term care policy, but maybe you have a rider on the life insurance policy that provides the long-term care assistance, because Medicare is not going to cover for that. And then, of course, legacy building. What wealth do you want to transfer to your heirs? Now, a lot of people love to ask this question: how much money do I need by retirement? Really, when you retire, you need 10 times your current income in retirement. That's kind of the threshold or the benchmark that everyone should be aspiring to. The reality is most people are not there. That's why it's very important to work with a financial professional to provide an investment strategy that will hopefully get you to the point where you have enough assets that will cover your income needs in retirement in the event that you haven't actually saved or invested in your 401k up to 10 times the amount of your salary. So again, there are many cases where this does not happen. And so we take all of the financial assets into consideration and try to build a strategy to make sure that guaranteed income stream is there. Now, when we talk to most Americans and we ask them where do they think their money should be coming from in retirement, this is what they had to say. And as you see, almost half of the people that were part of this Gallup poll said that their 401k was going to be their source of income in retirement. About 36% said Social Security. 27% said their savings and CDs. 25% said a company pension. We know that that's almost non-existent these days. Others say they're going to work, employment, so that means they're going to work. You have some who says, well, I'll have some investment. 20% say they'll have investment. And 10% says they will have annuity or insurance. Now let's see what it really looks like. When we're looking at the current retiree pool, in all actuality, 39% of the people are really using Social Security for their income. That's the main source, not the 401k that they said. That's number one. Number two is earnings. Oh my God, what does that mean? That means that the current pool of retirees are still working. They are using earned income to supplement their income in retirement. Then third comes the 401k plan. So as you can see, what we think will occur is not really what's occurring. We have a lot of people who are working in retirement. So again, that's why it's very important now to start investing now, so that as you get closer to retirement, that you have reaped the benefits of the compound interest rate that I was showing you earlier, compounding interest. These are typically all the personal assets that are available to you. And their retirement, it's pretty important to have a host of these items that you see on this circle, because what really happens is it's your personal assets that are going to take you through retirement. And many of these vehicles are investment vehicles. You have your individual retirement accounts, you have 401k, you have a Roth individual retirement account, you can have general securities, which is stock, you can have your savings account, and then you can have an inheritance, you can have mutual funds. Maybe you want to sell your house and downsize. Maybe you have a 403b because you work for a nonprofit. Maybe you have CDs because you're a conservative investor. But again, many of these things are going to be a part of your personal assets. And do you remember where I talked about longevity earlier? Look at this. Family support. Meaning, again, if you have 3 or 4 generations living, you may also be providing support to loved ones who are retired, or vice versa. They are providing support to you because you're the elder who's in retirement who haven't properly prepared. Or again, you could be working salary from employment. These are the assets that people are using in retirement. So with that, I hope that I have convinced you that it is important for us to invest. I've also shared with you historical context of the performance of the stock market and the benefit of investing early, of buying and holding, as well as the benefit of starting early, investing for retirement, protecting your assets. The frequency that you do these things, the more compound interest that you'll be able to benefit from. I've also shared that 3 out of 10 years we will have turbulence, but we can be prepared for that because out of 93 years of the stock market, there's only been 8 years where the loss was greater than 12%. We should all be investing. Now, how do you get started? Here's how you can get started. You can contact me. Here's my contact information. My website is lifeplanfin.com. You can book for a free initial consultation there. Also, you can follow me on social media. My IG is Sybil Slade. On Facebook is Sybil S. Slade, LLC. And I thank you for allowing me to share with you today why we should be investing. And thank you, Building Wealth Together, for allowing me to share today on this platform.
Sybil, I'm so glad that you were able to join us with the keynote. I'm going to add you and Kevin back in.
Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Oh my goodness. Let me get the other two. There we go. That was so now one thing I want to do is a difference between somebody like me and someone like Sybil. I'm an educator. So I don't have all the licenses to actually take your money. I made the joke about taking your money, but I don't have the license to take your money. That's why I build relationships with people like Sybil who can take your money. All right. And she can help get started where you need to go. And we did have one question that came in earlier as we started. Wanting to know how, started investing. Yeah, way to go. What do you suggest to level up? Sybil, what do you suggest to level up from there? I mean, I love the fact that these different apps make it easy to get started in investing. Where do we go from here?
So yeah, so I totally agree with people using the apps and starting, whether it's fractional investing or whatever, because it makes them a better client. They're starting to kind of learn how things work. They can ask better questions because they now know what they didn't know before. Now, from there, what I would say, and I say this to all of my clients, they laugh when I say it. I still say that is your Vegas money. If you're getting on the plane today to go to Vegas, how much would you take? That's what you use on the apps. When you are ready to start with your nest eggs, get a professional.
Mhm.
I know a lot of people balk at fees, and in all financial professionals, the fee structures are different. There are hybrids out there where either there's a fee base only, or they are actually doing advisory fees, and then they have the hybrids where they're doing both. But at the end of the day, if you are getting more money off the table than you're leaving on the table, it's well worth the money spent for your professional advisor. You don't want to get to the end of the game and realize all of this that you've left back on the table.
That's right.
So leveling up, I cannot give you a specific answer. What I will tell you, understand your financial position first, and make sure that you have emergency savings first. And then that's when we start the wealth building, and the wealth accumulation conversation. And that really depends on you and your risk profile and what is in that foundation of your financial position, because we have to build from protection first. So that we can sustain everything that we build. That's why I can't give you a specific answer, because I don't know your specific situation.
Yep. And we got another question come in here, and I'm going to give space for Kevin to jump into, since he's on my screen there, looking so good. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry. It's the beard. It's the beard. But Melvin Capers, one of our other awesome speakers that you guys are going to get to hear from tomorrow, I do believe, asks, can you explain the process of determining a person's risk? And you mentioned risk tolerance, and there's no one right answer. Some of us are willing to take more risk than others, and that's a personal decision and a situational and health and family decision. Can you talk a little bit about that, Sybil?
So actually we have a tool. It's very similar to your DISC test and your other personality tests. There is a test that does your risk profile, and it asks you the same question a lot of different ways. And I'll be honest with you, most people go into it feeling they're very aggressive. This is because they feel like they want to make this money quickly. But by the time they answer these questions and we get to their score, they realize they're not as risky as they think they are. So that's how we get to your risk profile. But sometimes, even if your risk profile is conservative and not as aggressive as you think it is, or that it needs to be, because of your financial situation and the fact that you have to catch up, we still have to kind of tweak your risk profile a bit more to make sure that you can maintain a sustainable lifestyle.
But sitting down with an advisor allows you to get informed, so
Yes.
you can make those decisions like, oh, I want to play it safe, but if I play it safe, I may never get to be able to fund my dreams.
Yes.
So then I can at least make an informed decision. Okay, am I willing to step out there, or is it, nope, I will figure another way to accomplish my dreams? But you don't know till you sit down with someone and really kind of gonkulate it out and see where your risk tolerance is taking you in comparison to where you want to go.
And then sometimes you get those who still want to argue with you, right? And so then you show them this chart of, if you lose 10% in the market, it takes you 20% to get back to zero. If you lose, so you start showing them the more risk and what it takes to get back to zero, not back to where they were. Then they realize, well, no, maybe this will be the Vegas money. Let me give you the nest egg. And that's fine, as long as they're able to differentiate between the two.
Right. And that's so important. That's so important. Well, this has been wonderful. Thank you, Sybil. You are a fantastic speaker. You came in, you delivered exactly what we needed, and I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart. And I hope that I will be able to connect with you again, because we've got this Women Building Wealth Together conference coming up in May, and I think this message is a timeless one. All right, Kevin, did you have anything to add before we call up the next speaker?
Just briefly, my natural light is fading here, as you can see, but and I have to run.
Did I do something? Not me this time.
I wasn't sure I was going to stay this long, and I'm in a room depending on natural light, and it's cloudy outside. But I just wanted to say what I appreciated about listening and talking with Sybil is, I think I've been trying to think how to word this, but I think there's a comfort in what you're sharing, and you showed like a lot more options and range of sources of income and support in retirement and all those kinds of things, like that spiral wheel that you showed. I think there's a lot there. I think you seem to present a lot that is reassuring and comforting, at least for me, to see the options and the variability and what you're describing in terms of how to help people really understand the implications of different types of investing or not investing, is really helpful and reassuring. So I appreciated hearing that. So thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for that feedback. I really appreciate it.
And JJ, I'll take a compliment anytime. Don't feel bad, but
Well, I am very happy to have had you both on today, and both of you are welcome anytime throughout the conference. Sybil, I specifically would like to invite you to come back if you're available at all Thursday, because we will be talking about investments. We're going to start off talking with real estate investing. We're going to go into I forget who's second. Actually, I think it's generational wealth as from it's mindset, but it's also investing in the generations and investing in ourselves as a people. And then we go into crypto. We're going to talk about gold a little bit and all of these other topics that we don't generally hear a lot about. Would love to have you come back and offer some commentary, maybe answer some questions within the purview of not having a client relationship. We understand that you can't get too detailed on that, but we would love to have you all come back. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call up the next speaker. Thank you both for being here. Y'all are going to hang out in the wings there, and I'll chat with you in a second. But I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next speaker. This has been, I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I just, I know it's a rebroadcast, but I feel like I'm listening to it for the first time, even though it's the second. Well, actually, it's more like the 10th, but it's still it's in the emotions. When Kevin talks about his accident, and Sybil goes through, I've seen that spinning wheel of all the options like 5 times, but I'm like, oh, that's so cool. I need to get me one of those. Listen, this is the more you hear something, don't ever approach it. You hear this in church all the time, right? You hear this in church all the time. Listen like you've never heard it before. It doesn't matter how many times you've heard these basic concepts. Every time you jump in, you can find something new to take away. There's new learning that happens, or maybe you've grown. Maybe you've grown since the time that you last heard it or seen it. And now you're like, wait a second, I'm in a different place now. Now this means more to me. So always come at it with that new that new mind, that open mind, that's perspective of, okay, I'm going to see what's next up for me from this. And so even though I know this stuff, I love listening to people who are talking about this stuff because they bring it to me in a fresh and exciting way. Speaking of fresh and exciting, now we have upcoming next to you somebody who was fresh and exciting, who spoke at my birthday dinner and was one of the sweetest, most comforting spirits you've ever seen. We're going to bring to the stage Kalisha Worrell. And if you have not heard her speak, you just go ahead and prepare to be encouraged. Whatever's going wrong in your life today, or whatever's going right in your life today, Kalisha is going to encourage you to unlock your next level. Let me go ahead and welcome her back to our Wealthy You in 22 stage, replaying our talks from the Building Wealth Together 2021 conference.
Hi, my name is Kalisha Worrell, and I am super excited to be here with you today. Thank you for showing up for you. Today, we're going to be talking about disrupting your current way of thinking and getting the tools that you need to be able to step into your destiny. I know why you're here. You're here because you know you can do 10 times better than what you're currently doing. Today, I want you to get out of your comfort zone, and I want you to get excited about your life and your future and claim it. No longer will you sit back quietly, letting opportunities pass you by. Do you know the acronyms for POOR? POOR, P-O-O-R, passing over opportunities repeatedly. No longer will you tiptoe through life, hoping not to wake anyone up. No longer will you be afraid to unleash the greatness that God put inside of you. I want you, if you can, to stand up and say this with me and get excited about your future. I want you to say, it's my time. It's my time. That's right. It is your time. And now everything can change because you showed up for you. It takes courage to show up because there's plenty of people who will try to make you shrink back from your gifts and talents because of their limiting beliefs. You were told you better know what the hell you're doing before you go off doing it. Now, that's why you're probably afraid to embrace new opportunities and start that business, to follow up on those calls, to move forward to your ideas and create that new life that you really want. But I want you to know something. You can do, be, and have everything that you want in this life. We are about movement because every movement has its moment. And that's why we're here. So everything I'm about to say, you already know. You don't have to agree with me. I simply want to share with you what has worked for me. Say this with me. I have the power to change. Yes, that's right. You can change. You can, you will, and you must make the decision to change. Write this down. I can, I will, and I must. And remember this, for you to experience a permanent change in your life, there must be a change in your primary results, which are your thinking. Your thinking and your habits change everything. So, who's this conversation for? What brought you here? Maybe you're married. Maybe you have kids, a husband, a car, a picket fence. I don't know. Maybe you love your job, but the only thing holding you back is limiting beliefs. Because when you were little, someone told you you weren't good enough. Because you were married and then you got divorced and someone looked at you crazy. Because someone said you weren't good at technology and now you're not building your media empire. Why would you start that business? You don't know anything about that. Or maybe this conversation is for you because you are single. Maybe you're divorced. But the only thing holding you back right now is not being clear on your goals. And that's a challenge for you because you get started in so many areas. Because you're so good at so many things. You want to start your own business one day, and the next day you want to be the CEO of the company, and the next day you want to be involved in writing a book. You want to be an author, but you're just not clear on your purpose, and it changes. It changes. Or maybe you're a leader. Everyone thinks they're a dang leader. You're a leader in your church. You're a leader in the office. They see you as that pillar in the family. But the only thing holding you back right now is you not being clear. You might be telling yourself, I'm not good enough. What? How could that be possible for you? Because one day, once upon a time, someone said that you weren't tall enough. You weren't skinny enough. You looked at other people and said, I can't do that. I didn't go to college. Oh, wait a minute, I can't do that. My parents didn't have the money when we were growing up. I'm not supposed to have that. That's for other people. And you tell yourself one day, I wish I was born to a different family. No one would ever think you're thinking this, but inside you think this. Or maybe you might be listening and you served in the military. Thank you for serving in the military. Or maybe you are an entrepreneur. I want all my entrepreneurs to say, yes, 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 it's my time. And you're telling yourself, it's my time. It's my time. The kids are grown. It's my time. They're in elementary school. It's my time. They're in high school now. They can feed themselves. It's my time. It's my time to work on me. I'm betting on me. I'm pushing all the chips in the middle of the table. I'm going for it. You're an entrepreneur. I'm going for it. I'm going to do something new. Yes. And if it's your time, the only thing holding you back right now is not having the right resources, not having the right support network. Well, welcome, because today it all happens for you. You can step into your greatness. You can break through past barriers, and you can live with passion. And I promise you, you can achieve your purpose. So let me tell you a little bit about who I am. You might be wondering, well, first, I'm a mother. I've got a son. I know what it's like to wonder if I'm good enough. Am I the best mom I could be? I give my son everything. Wait a minute, my son needs this. I got to do that. I've got to work. I've got to take care of me. I got to take care of someone else. I know what it's like to be an entrepreneur. I know what it's like to be a dualpreneur. Things are always changing. And guess what? One of the reasons that people aren't successful, and I used to be in human resources, right? One of the things people aren't successful is because they're not consistent. They apply to something and they don't follow up. Someone asks them for a reference and they don't turn it in. They're all over the place. No consistency. So when I'm an entrepreneur, I know what it's like to be consistent, and I think I'm pretty good, but I'm human. And anyone that's human has inconsistencies. Now, why don't I tell you about the time I wanted to really go for it? I was coaching and I was doing things and they just didn't add up the way I wanted them to. I could have blamed the coach. I could have blamed the program, but I looked around, and throughout the entire time, the only factor that was in all those places was me, inconsistency. Now, why do I tell you that story? Because maybe you've never been to a summit like this before, or maybe you've never had a coach, but you started working out and you stopped. Why do I tell you that story? Because maybe you started a relationship that you thought would end in marriage, but you looked up and stayed in it too long. Matter of fact, you might need to get out of it right now. Inconsistency. So I want you to know that you're not alone. I've had those same struggles. And if you think nobody cares whether you're alive or not, try missing a couple of car payments and a credit card bill. You'll find out that lots of people care you're alive. So about myself, I'm from Colorado. I love the Red Rocks of Colorado. If you've never been there, Colorado has something called Red Rock, Colorado. It's incredible. They actually have an amphitheater inside of the mountain. And I've had a chance to travel to many places. I've been to Cali and Florida. I've been to Texas, where I am now. I've traveled inside and outside the states, and that's inside, outside the country. And why do I care if you travel? Because no matter where I go, what I hear is, how can I break through past my barriers? How can I walk in passion? What I'm doing right now is not what I'm meant to do. I'm meant to do something bigger. There's something bigger inside of me. And it doesn't matter what their economic background is, what the status is. If they're married, divorced, it doesn't matter. We are humans. And I've learned that we all have one common belief. And do you know what that is? It's that we can all get better. It's a belief that I have, and it's taught me so much. It's taught me so many lessons because it's diverse. And we're all humans. We're all souls. We're all here for a better cause of ourselves. So can I take a moment to tell you about my big why? I no longer am allowing people to put limits on my life. There's no pleasure of playing it small in life. No pleasure at all. I'm here to help people overcome when they have doubts that are gnawing at their brain at night, and then when they wake up, they're right there again. I'm here to help them fulfill their goals, their dreams, and their purpose. So why do I love doing that? Because one point of my life, at one point, I didn't think that I would even be able to be here right now and do what I'm doing. I thought that I couldn't help anyone, much less myself. And once I tapped into that greatness, I never wanted to stop sharing the tools of what saved my life. So there was a day my life changed. There I was in Colorado, in Texas. And then boom, I took a step and things didn't seem right. My job was on shaky grounds. And then boom, I looked up and bam, I almost lost my home. I'm going to have to send my son back to Colorado. What mother wants to send their son back to Colorado? It's an embarrassment. I felt like a failure as a mom. I felt like a failure as a woman, and I just didn't feel good. I had some choices to make, and I decided to shift my mindset. I had to shift my mindset. I told myself, I can do this. I can get out of this. I can, I will, I must. You have to be willing to die to who you are today to birth who you want to be tomorrow. And I couldn't do it by myself. So I said, how do I do this? I need a plan. I didn't know what a plan was. I didn't call it all this fancy stuff like a blueprint. I just needed a plan of how I was going to get out of that situation. Sometimes you got to talk to yourself in those moments, especially those moments when you have doubt. Because when that doubt sets in, it starts talking back. And I started talking to myself, come on, girl, you can do this. You can do this. I started saying my I ams. I am prosperous. I am courageous. My mind said, you don't have what it takes, sit down. And I had to say, shut up. Sometimes you have to stand back up inside yourself and start speaking to those doubts. Then I read this book. I watched this video. I got some advice from a mentor. I got inspired. And now I looked up and I can see myself rising again, feeling hopeful again, feeling like I can actually do this. I can take another chance at this. Now, some of you have never been on the verge of homelessness before. And some of you may have never been in the position to send your child back to somewhere else. My mother, my father, his father, anywhere else, God forbid. I didn't want to do that. And then I went along this journey and I started reading this blueprint. I started thinking, wait a minute, I can take this adversity, I can take this big problem I had and use it for leverage. I can use these skills I had to break through, and I was on the other side. I was on the other side. Wait a minute. If someone knows what I'm talking about, wait a minute. Maybe you stayed in a relationship or a marriage too long. Maybe you did something you don't want anyone else to know you did. You can break through that barrier. So is it okay if I tell you what my most proud moment is? Some of you think that I'm most proud of the fact that I was on the verge of homelessness and I was able to bounce back from that. But that's not what I'm most proud of. Some of you think that I'm most proud of being an entrepreneur, breaking through those barriers, being trained by legendary Les Brown, and so many others. But that's not what I'm most proud of. What I'm most proud of is that I had a conversation with a person. I'm not going to mention their name. And they were in a tough situation. And I told them that they were destined for greatness. I told them that they can pull their mindset together. And I told them the step by step, what you have to do. You've got to take a baby step. You've got to get out of your comfort zone. You've got to get going and develop some habits. And I shared with them those steps. And later they came back saying, Kalisha, you helped change my life. You helped me develop some habits. And because of you, I kept going. You gave me the belief. And here's why I want you to know why I'm most proud of that moment. There was no money exchanged. My face will never be on Time magazine for that good deed. You'll never see me or hear about me on CNN being reported for that. Never get the Presidential Medal of Freedom. But I'm most proud that I get to do what God called me to do, to help change people's lives. I get to help them step into their greatness and break through past barriers, living with purpose and passion. That's what I'm most proud of. So is it okay with you if I step back and give you a 5-step formula that helped me and it helped a lot of people along this way? There's a lot of ways to do it, but here's my 5. Step 1, write down your goals on an index card and read it throughout the day. Keep it with you at all times. Step 2, devote 1 hour of uninterrupted time in the morning towards working on your goal. Step 3, write down your gratitude list of 10 people or things you're grateful for. This activates all kinds of opportunities out there for you, just waiting. Step 4, as a rule of thumb, as Les Brown says, OQP, only quality people. Only associate yourself with people who are supporting your goals and dreams. As you dream bigger and advance towards your goals, people will start to fall away. Everyone's not meant to stay. People are meant for a season, and some are meant for a lifetime, but you've got to be okay with releasing them. Say this with me. I will run with 100, but I won't drag one. That's right. The time for you begging and persuading people to be on the same page with you in your dream is over. It's your time to rise, your time to break through those barriers. And for the last step, step 5, you must hold the belief that you can, you will, and you must. Go ahead and get out of your comfort zone. Do something every day that stretches you. Something every single day that stretches you. And surround yourself with the people who can support your goals and dreams. Stay consistent with your greatness. Greatness is there for you. It's in you. And you can make this happen. So let's do it one last time with intensity, with greatness inside of you, like a roaring lion. Say it with me. It's my time. It's my time. It's my time. Woo! It is your time. It's been a pleasure and an honor. My name is Kalisha Worrell. Thank you.
Wasn't that just beautiful and encouraging? I just love hearing her encourage us to unlock our next level. And like she said, there's many ways, but here's what worked for her. And the great thing about it is if you know it worked for her, then you can have confidence and you can have peace that it can work for you as well. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Now I'm going to bring up somebody next to our stage who has quite a few businesses that you might want to be involved in. Now, normally I would want to put this person on the Entrepreneur Day because she has a publishing house. Yes, that's right. She's got her own publishing house. But today she's going to be talking about the imposter syndrome. So what we're going to do is we are going to bring up, excuse me, we are going to bring up Shar Halliburton, and she is going to be speaking on unmasking the imposter syndrome. Let's welcome her to our Wealthy You in 22 challenge using our rebroadcasted talks from the Building Wealth Together 2021 conference.
Hello, my name is Shar Halliburton, and I am the CEO of Quashar Detroit Publishing. I empower professionals to build a legacy and skyrocket your success through writing and self-publishing a nonfiction book. So I'm so excited. First of all, I want to say thank you to JJ Conway for the invitation to speak on your platform today and to help shift mindsets so that we can build wealth together. Today, the title of my talk is Unmasking the Imposter and Seizing Your Seat at the Table. I'm going to talk about what the imposter syndrome is, and I'm also going to talk about why we let the imposter syndrome stop us from following our goals. I'm going to give you some tips to help you to manage the imposter syndrome and so that you'll be able to build wealth together. So, my name is Quashar Halliburton. I go by Shar, and I help people to take what they know and to share lessons, life lessons to others that need their help. Writing a nonfiction book is so important because it offers skills and you can use your experience to help others overcome obstacles. And your book solves a problem for your target audience. And once you offer that problem, you can use that to build wealth because it's the beginning of a business, because you're going to be able to coach people using your intellectual property and take them to the next level. So I want to talk about the imposter syndrome. Let me ask you a couple of questions. The first question is, have you ever felt like what you offer to the world, your gift, is not good enough? Have you ever second guessed what your ability was because you were comparing yourself to others? And let me ask you one more question. Have you ever turned down opportunities because you felt like, am I ready for this? But you're already doing it, right? You're already operating in excellence, but you have that thought in the back of your head like, I just don't think I'm ready, right? So I want to talk about those things today. I want to address that issue of feeling inferior, the inferiority complex, rather, and how you feel inferior because of, some kind of negative mindsets. Sometimes we have negative thoughts that drop in our head, and sometimes we pet those negative thoughts and we water them just like a plant, and they start to grow and fill up our brain. And we're feeling so negative about what we offer because we've pet that thing, that negative thought, right? What we need to do is kick that thought out immediately. When those things come to your head, you have to build yourself up. You have to say a positive affirmation or even a scripture or, something positive that's going to make you feel like, you know what? Got to get out the way. I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. And those goals that God has given us, we must continuously operate and do the thing that we're called to do because that's how we build our confidence. But if we're second guessing ourselves and we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, we're not building and we're not learning and we're not failing. You need to fail in order to succeed. And when you start doing something in the beginning, you're going to fail. That's okay because through failure, you learn. You learn to grow. You learn what does not work, and you become creative and you find new things that work. So, I want to talk about some ways that um, when we get those negative thoughts, some things that we can do to kick those negative thoughts out the window. So, the first thing, when you get that negative thought, you have to automatically retrain your brain to think positively. And when I say retrain, because sometimes we get used to the negative things, we get used to thinking negative. When we wake up in the morning, you feel like, oh, I'm so tired, or you start talking negative. It's going to build. You're going to keep talking negative. So you have to start speaking positively. So when you get that negative thought, you have to automatically, immediately think of something positive and say that positive thing because that's building your positivity and it's going to flood your brain and it's going to send positivity to the rest of your body, okay? Trust me, when you have a negative thought, start thinking positive and it automatically gets that negative thought out of your mind and it starts to build some positivity and you're able to do the thing that you're supposed to be doing. Okay, so that first thing is to automatically retrain your brain. The second thing is to create affirmations, things that speak positive, things that speak life to a dead situation. You have to automatically come up with those things that's going to make you feel good about that thing that you don't want to do, right? The thing that you want to do, but something in your mind is telling you not to do it. You have to automatically start thinking positively. And the next thing is so create affirmations. Then the next thing you need to do is to start writing the things that you've done excellent in the past 3 to 5 years. Make a list of all the good things that you've done, the things that you've accomplished, things that you thought you weren't going to be able to accomplish, but the things that you've accomplished in the last 3 to 5 years. Put it on paper. One of the things that helped me to see what my value was a few years ago, I said that I needed to do a new resume, right? And so when I got my resume, I looked it over and I had a human resources professional that helped me with my resume. She started asking me, well, what did you do at this job? And I started to think about, I did this, this, and that. And I started to list and pour out all the things that I've been doing, in my corporate positions. And I said, wow. This is really something because when you put it on paper and you start to look over the things that you have on paper, it builds you up. You see what your value is. And when you see your value, you will feel good about it. And when you feel good about it, it'll show in everything that you do. And when you feel, and when you're feeling like, I haven't done anything, you'll start looking on paper and you'll see the value that you add to the world and the things that you can add to a corporation. You can do the same thing for yourself. So that's the next thing to do is to assess what you do, what you have done, some of the successes that you've had. Another thing for you to do is to write down all the skills that you have accomplished. Okay. So I'm talking about something other than your resume, some other skills. What are some other things that you can do to add value to the world? What are some things that people ask you for help regarding? What are some skills or some gifts that you have? Put that on a paper as well. And the next thing you can do is to write down your things that you need to improve, the things that you need to improve, 4 to 5 things that you need to improve. Put that on a piece of paper. And then after you write the things you need to improve, write 2 to 3 things that you can do to start improving those things. Some things that maybe you need to do more research. Maybe you can get a mentor. Maybe you can get a coach to help you with those things. But write the things that you need help with. And when you see exactly where you need help and you start doing things day by day to help yourself and to build more value, you'll see your value and you'll see how that's going to improve your situation. Okay. So assess where you are, assess where you need help, and write down where you want to be. When you write down where you want to be, you'll start taking steps. Subliminally, you'll start in your mind say, I need to do this, and you'll start doing things. So I want to say this is another thing you need to do. Do one thing per week. So if you have a lot going on, pick one thing, one goal that you want to accomplish per week that has something to do with your entrepreneurial goals or some personal goals that you want to accomplish. Do at least one thing a week. When you do one thing a week, it's going to give you momentum to go to the next thing. Start with one and trust me. Do one successfully, then you're gonna be like, okay, I got that off the list. It's just something about checking that thing off, check it off, and go to the next thing. And that's going to help you to move forward and doing the things that you need to do. So when we're talking about unmasking the imposter, we're talking about pulling away and uncovering all the things that make you feel insecure about your gifts and talents. Okay. So if it was something that was said when you were growing up, was it something that a friend said to you? Was it something a parent said to you? Was it something a relative said to you? Was it something a doctor? What was that one thing that made you feel insecure about your gifting? Whatever it is, put it on paper. Okay. And sometimes journaling about these things helps you to kind of get in touch with your emotions regarding that thing that's stopping you from being great and that thing that's stopping you from building wealth. You can't build wealth if your mindset is not where it needs to be. If your mind is being negatively influenced, you're not able to build wealth because you're stuck and you feel like you can't come out of that negative feeling, but you have to build yourself out, build yourself up, and move yourself to the next level. I remember years ago, I was feeling like I was stuck. And I just kept making up all these excuses why I couldn't do something. And I said, you know what? I got tired of being negative. Okay. I got tired of not moving forward. And so I said, I have to start doing something. So I started doing little by little. And every time I did one thing and accomplished one goal, it gave me the momentum to move forward. So you need to stop feeling stuck. And the way you stop feeling stuck is to realize what you need to do to move forward. Whatever it is, put it on a piece of paper and start taking those steps day by day, step by step. So when you unmask the imposter and you start doing the things that you're called to do, it's going to give you the confidence that you need. The imposter syndrome is just a lack of confidence. And sometimes we get a lack of confidence because we're not operating in what we should be doing. Sometimes we're doing it, but we're not being positive about it. We're just doing it kind of, sideways. When I say doing it sideways, you're just doing it just to do it. But you have to do whatever it is that you're called to do in purpose and have a goal attached to it. When you do something with purpose and have a goal attached to it, when you accomplish that goal, it's going to give you that momentum. It's going to give you that push to go to the next level. Okay, so I want you to come up with 3 to 5 things that you need to accomplish, okay, before the year is out. And it's those things that you don't feel confident about. I want you to write them down on a piece of paper. Okay? I want you to get a piece of paper, write those 3 things that you have not accomplished this year because you felt a negative vibe about it. You felt negative. So I want you to write those things down, and then I want you to write 3 things that you can do to move you forward in accomplishing that goal. Okay? Please write that down. Write those goals down, and then start doing something. You can do one thing a week for each goal. And it doesn't have to be something long and drawn out, just one thing that's going to move you forward in that goal. And once you do that, I'm going to tell you, it's going to give you confidence. And that confidence is going to unmask the imposter. You're going to unmask the imposter yourself because you're going to be able to start doing the things that you thought you couldn't do. And another thing I want to tell you, when you're going through those feelings of inferiority, I want to tell you to talk to somebody about it. Whether it's a family, it's a friend, or it's a mental health professional, talk to someone about it. Sometimes we hold things inside of us, and that causes us to be at a standstill. But you need to talk about the things that are stopping you from moving forward. Talk to someone about it. Sometimes just letting those words out that are bothering you, that are bottling you, that are bottled up inside of you, just letting it out will make a difference in your life. So I want to encourage you to talk to people that's going to help you get out of that negative feeling. And it's very important that you talk to somebody that's going to be positive. So you can't always tell everybody your business, but you should have someone that you can have as an accountability partner, whether that is business professional, friend, family member, whoever it is. Have an accountability partner so that they can encourage you, and you'll be able to freely share your struggles, and you're able to tap into the thing that's bothering you, the thing that's stopping you from moving forward, so that you can go to the next level and you can build wealth. And so the thing is, once you get your mind together, see, everything starts in your mind. Whatever it is, if you're coming up with something creatively, it starts in your mind. And once you build that thing up in your mind, first you think it, you say it, you do it. Okay? Think it, say it, do it. Once you think it, you need to put it in writing what you want to accomplish. And then every day by day, step by step by step by step, accomplish your goal. And once you're doing that thing, you're going to get confident. You're not going to be able to let that imposter syndrome stop you from going to the next level. So, again, I want to encourage you to write those 3 things down, and then, write a list of the things that you're going to accomplish. And then once you get your plan together, just move forward. Move forward, and you'll be able to do the thing that you felt that you were insecure about. You'll be able to go ahead and move forward and start taking step by step to accomplish your goals. So hope what I said today helped you. I do have a freebie for you. It's 5 ways to handle the imposter syndrome. And if you just click the link below, you'll be able to have access to that document that's going to give you some resources, or 5 things to help you get out of your head and start doing the things that you're called to do. But the main thing is that your mind, the negative thing, that negative thinking, get rid of the negative thinking and affirm yourself with positive words, and even listening to things that you listen to and things that you watch. That helps as well. Listen to positive people, or listen to people that's going to build you up. And positive affirmations and personal development books. Reading helps as well. So I want to encourage you to fill your mind with positivity, and all the negative stuff, negative Nancy's, you don't need them in your life. You need to speak life. And then in order to speak life, you need to put yourself in the room with positive individuals that are achieving success. So sometimes you need to find some new friends. Not saying get rid of everybody from your past, but I'm just saying sometimes you need positive friends, because when you are in the room with positive people, people with power, is going to take you to the next level. So you need to network with positive people. Networking with positive people and getting a new set of friends that are on the same journey of positivity and execution, executing the goals and dreams that you want to accomplish is going to help you take you to the next level. Okay, so my name is Quashara Halliburton. Again, I'm the CEO of Quashara Detroit Publishing. You can find more about me by going to sharhalliburton.com. Sharhalliburton.com. Again, it is SharHalliburton.com. I look forward to connecting with you, and I will see you on the other side of success. Have a great day.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love this talk because it so mirrors my journey. And you can indeed find her at sharhalliburton.com. That's with 2 L's, sharhalliburton.com. This has been such a fantastic journey. And I think about my own journey, and I think about if you go through my phone and just the quality of the people that I have texted or called in the last 2 weeks is so, it's not even 10 times, it's like 100 times elevated from the level of the people that I was calling or texting 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And it's not to say that we would ever leave anybody behind or that we would, forget where we came from, but there has been a shift. And I have found that low quality people who were only take, they somehow have fallen away. And people that aren't on this journey have fallen away. Now, have I ever been a bad friend? Sure. There's been times where I've been a bad friend. And I've learned from that mistake. And I've learned that there have been seasons of my life where I've taken too much from people and not given enough to them. And that's why I strive to be a giver now. The more success that I have, the more that I want to be a giver, but not a giver of the things that people take advantage of, but instead a giver of the tools that will equip you to change your life. Giver of the things that I have, such as I freely give, the ability to teach you how to fish so that you can rise up. Oh, wow, I'm putting together all the metaphors today. I was about to say, teach you how to fish so you can rise up and walk. How many scriptures can I put together into one, right? But it's not about enabling or doing. And that's what I used to do back when I had such low self-esteem. But I was trying to buy love. And today we're elevating. We're coming up. And if you don't know how to find a group of people to surround yourselves with who will encourage you and support you and celebrate your wins instead of being all petty about your wins, well, you come on out to the Building Wealth Together Facebook group, and there you will find a tribe of people who will celebrate and encourage you. All right. So let me go ahead and pull up our next speaker. Our next speaker is someone that you may have heard this topic before, but again, you haven't heard it like Rita has. You've heard it from me, and I hope you'll hear it from me again in January when we kick off the actual self-image rising class, right? And so we had Rita come in, and I had her talk about increasing your net worth by increasing your self-worth, which is the tagline to my class, right? And so I just asked her if she would share with us a few words, and we're going to bring in Rita Pilot, and then we're going to do something very special. So if you've been really, really frazzled and you're like, I don't know if I can hang on all the way till the hour when this conference ends, I encourage you to at least grab on to these last 3 speakers. Rita coming on talking about increasing your net worth. We've got Jane Airy Baldwin coming in with a special treat to help you unlock the rest of your evening. And then we also are going to finish up with Monique Toussaint talking about finding your wealth within. So hang with me. It's totally worth it. All right. Let me go ahead and bring up Rita's talk. I thought I did that while I was talking, and I guess I did not. Well, this has just been so much fun for me. And someone texted me to ask about the replays. So all of these talks themselves are already in the VIP portal for Building Wealth Together. Okay. But what we're also going to do is we're going to take this whole 8-hour stream and we are going to just make it one big stream, and I'm going to extract the audio and make it one big audio, and we're going to put it in there, and it's going to be my gift to you. I'm not going to sell it. If you want to make a donation, I'll put a link in there where you can make a donation to help us cover the hosting cost, because there is a cost associated with hosting these things, right? But we're going to make it our gift to you to help you succeed in the coming year, to help you become a wealthy you in 22. Let me go ahead and bring Rita Pilot to the stage, talking about growing our net worth by growing our self-worth.
How you perceive yourself and your self-worth affects not only your net worth, it also affects your physical health, your mental health, how you carry yourself. It affects the opportunities, the vision that you see for yourself, and it will affect your decision and your will to be able to go after your vision or your dreams. It's so critical. So I want to make sure that each and every one of us has a vision, a great vision that's worthy, because we are worthy. So make sure that you decide to believe it, to see it, and to be it. Our brain is going to interpret the images that we hold in our mind as reality over time. So make sure that you have got a vision of your infinite value and worth that you're holding in your mind, and watch it become reality. Now, it's critical that you expect good things, because the blessings will follow. You've got to, I don't know, it reminds me actually of a friend of mine who used to always say, make sure you keep your passport up to date, because you never know when an opportunity might come along to go somewhere really great. I got a question for you. Is your passport, so to speak, up to date? Are you ready to go somewhere great? And do others perceive that you're ready to go somewhere great? Why not be like Neo in the Matrix? Override any negative programming that you've got and replace it with your own. Rewrite the code. Give yourself your own download. Speak the words of self-worth over your life each and every day. Program your own mind. Don't let others program it for you, or circumstances, or your network. Yes, you can. You can do it. One more tip. You've got to surround yourself with a superhero squad. You need people around you who are going to share your vision, share your pain, share your trials, and still believe in you, no matter what. And in fact, they can help you to believe in yourself and reinforce your self-worth, even when you may not recognize your own worth. naysayers and circumstances are going to try and bring you down, your squad is going to help to hold you up. My passport friend was also an expert at helping people to keep their spirits up. Whenever our team would lose or somebody in the group that wasn't feeling, particularly great, he would always come with this tried and true solution. Let's all do the can-can. Yes, I said the can-can. Like the one they do at Radio City Music Hall. We would always try to resist, but it didn't matter. He would persist. He would persist. And eventually we'd say, all right. We'd all gather together, lock arms, and do the can-can. And you know what? It felt great. It was fun. And the sense of camaraderie, as well as the exhilaration from the mind-body connection of actually doing it, it just made everything seem better, no matter what. Now, I'll tell you, it's been a while since I've done the can-can. However, I still love to dance. Movement works miracles for both the body and the mind. So make sure your self-worth journey incorporates a lot of movement because it will help. And don't forget your squad. They are so, so important. In fact, take just a moment and jot down the names of the people on your squad. Who's on your team? Who believes in you? Who's going to give you words of encouragement when things aren't going right? Who sees your good side? Who sees your not so good side and can share that with you in a way that helps you to grow instead of breaking you down? That's your team, your squad. Now, I want you to do one thing more. Over the next week, please contact everybody on that list by phone, email, write them a letter, send them a pigeon, I don't know, just contact them and let them know at least one thing or more that you love about them or that you appreciate about them. Just like we know self-love is critical, loving your squad, so, so critical and so wonderful for both you and them. So we've talked about the importance of not confusing what drives the other. Self-worth is what drives net worth. And I've given you 4 tips for things that can increase your self-worth and also increase your net worth. Love thyself, love thy neighbor, service, builds self-worth. Your mindset drives your perception of self-worth. and make sure you surround yourself with your superhero squad. I'd love to keep in contact with you. So connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can email me at rita@ritapilot.com. Also, if you'd like to get a free downloadable, just text me. Text Infinite at 866-792-0533. And you'll get more tips and a free downloadable image to remind you of your infinite self-worth. Thank you.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I will have to send you all her number because I couldn't get it down quite fast enough. But we will make sure that you get that encouragement of your infinite self-worth. Next up to the stage, we are going to bring one of the most unique talks, and I think it's one of the most powerful. A lot of times in our busy days, we go run, rip and run and rip and run. And some of us, like my high D personality self, we like the pressure and we perform well under pressure. And so sometimes we create situations that are pressure inducing just because we perform well under pressure. Well, that's not very good for everybody around us, but long term, it's also not good for our cells, our stress, our bodies, our blood flow, all of those kinds of things health wise. And so I was really, really shocked to learn that one of the most important things that I can do for my creativity and productivity as an entrepreneur is to learn how to relax and unwind. Some of you are like, what? JJ Conway, relax and unwind? Yes, I've had to learn how to relax and unwind because it is key to allowing the blood flow for the creative centers of the mind. And it is also key to maintaining the energy so that I can be in that creative, abundant, flowing energy rather than that frantic scarcity, can't have enough energy. All right. I don't know a better technical term for it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring up to the stage Jane Baldwin, who's going to lead us in a little bit of a break on how to take action while experiencing our pause. Jane Baldwin, welcome to the Wealthy You.
Imagine we're archaeologists in the jungle in Belize. We're standing in front of a 400-foot high Maya temple carved with the faces of rulers and gods. We're thinking, what happened to Maya? Where did they go? And how did these huge structures get here? The thinking mind asks these questions. Before becoming an archaeologist of the body systems, as I am now, I was an archaeologist of the Maya. And I learned that thinking about archaeology is fun, but the real answers come in the experience of doing the digging. It's the same with a pause. Taking a pause is an experience, and it's an experience when the answers come. So let's break down the letters of pause, because each one is a reminder of how important taking a break really is. P is for pause. The French poet Apollinaire said, "Now and then, it's good to pause in the pursuit of happiness and just be happy." Why is this so hard? Why is it so hard for us to pause? And the answer to that question can be traced back to Socrates, who in the 5th century BC asked, "What do you think about that?" And with that question, he planted the seed that thinking was more important than having an experience that led to a feeling. The question was revolutionary. Before that, there was the oral tradition of storytelling, and stories were passed down that told lessons generation to generation. Before Socrates, people had never put themselves in the story. What do you think about that? That's when we started self-reflection. We could self-reflect and look back and reflect on our experience. And while that can help us learn from the past and evolve, we can also get stuck there in rumination, brooding. Regret can just weigh us down. We can lose sight of the present moment. And that's the place where our thinking and our feeling are being experienced. So P is for pause. You know the story of the tortoise and the hare. It was actually the tortoise that challenged the hare, not the other way around. Naturally, the hare was confident that he would win. So while running, he took a break. And why did he have to take a break, really? We assume that he was confident he would win. But what if it was not that? What if the hare had burnout? What if that's why he stopped? He'd gone too far, too fast, and gotten too confident. Meanwhile, the tortoise took a pause. He didn't feel that urge to go, go, go. And it was the crowd cheering for the tortoise that woke the hare up. So from the old view, burnout is weakness, and we try to hide it, that it's happening. But in the current view, it's much healthier. Burnout points to a significant deficiency, and that the body can be restored by taking more pauses. A is for anchor. Anchor the body with the breath. Now, closing your eyes here is optional, whatever's easiest for you. Just notice your breath without trying to change or fix it. Allow your attention to rest on your breath, like a falling leaf landing on the surface of a pond. Anchor the body in the breath. So after Socrates, his student Plato embellished the ideas of his teacher and planted the seeds that thinking was more valuable than anything you could feel or experience. It took 1,000 years to get from Socrates saying, "What do you think about that?" to Rene Descartes in the 15th century saying, "I think, therefore I am." Descartes struck up a deal with the Pope. Descartes was a scientist, and he got the body, and the Pope, the head of the church, got the mind, and said the mind belonged to the church. And with this deal, it officially elevated the mind over the body. The body was of the earthly realm and not as important as the mind, which had been elevated to the heavenly realm. Even today, we view the mind and body conceptually as separate. I think, therefore I am. Can you feel what that feels like? Have you ever had that powerful feeling When the thinking brain got you noticed, it feels good. Feelings of confidence and a real feeling of self-value and worth because you were recognized for your knowledge. Well, the pause can also do that if we give it that chance. The body is our home. If you haven't been home for a while, it might take some time to get comfortable there. So as you inhale, anchoring the breath in the body helps calm the thinking mind and helps make you feel safe. The U in pause is for use. Use the breath to expand into the pause. You're an archaeologist, rushed to answer that all-important question. What happened to the Maya? You've got to figure it out. There's no time for a pause. You blow off tiredness and fatigue. You get mad at your body for not being able to keep up. Well, that's what happened to me. I ignored the fatigue and the other body signs that I was not well. And at 28 years old, I found out I had cancer. But it was the power of the pause. That's the lesson I got from cancer, to use the breath to expand into the pause. Do this, and you're actively sowing seeds of confidence and worth. And these are two key strengths to building wealth, what we're here to talk about today. So right here, take 3 full inhales and exhales. As you do, use the breath to expand into the pause. What happens when you do that? Can you feel the expansion in your lungs? Does it feel like there's more space around you? Right here, take your pen and jot down anything else that you notice about what you're feeling. P is pause. A, anchor the breath. U, use the breath to expand into the pause. Now, what does S stand for? It's something you can do. Soften. Soften the shoulders, the throat, the eyelids. Remember that Socrates was the first person to ask, what do you think about that? Now it's ingrained in us. We think about everything. We scrunch up our faces, furrow the brow. You're very tense because thinking takes a lot of energy and creates tension. So soften. And then E, exhale. Exhale to feel the experience. Pause, anchor the breath, use the breath to expand into the pause, soften the shoulders, the throat, the eyelids, and exhale to feel the difference of having an experience. How does this feel? To be willing to create this pause for yourself. This is the work that I do. Is it simple? Yes. Is it profound? Absolutely. Do most people do it on their own? No. But you can learn these techniques and create that pause for yourself. Sometimes it takes a life-threatening illness to want to create a new and different experience. Doesn't have to be that way though. It can start right here today with the choice to pause. You need a break. And you don't have to stop thinking to do it. Just feel the difference of the experience. Pause. Anchor with the breath. Use the breath to expand into the pause. Soften the shoulders, the throat, the eyelids, wherever you feel tension. Exhale and feel the difference of having an experience. After doing these practices, people that work with me have reported feeling more energy, having a stronger mind-body connection, reduced worry and anxiety. So if you want to join me, I've got a free training coming up on November 17th, where I'll be sharing my powerful tool, the Unwinding Compass. And it can help you get from thinking about pausing to experiencing your pause. So right here, I want you to take 1 minute and jot one thing down that gets in your way, gets you to start thinking, and stops you from having an experience. It could be a thought, person may come to mind, your work. It could be all of these jumbled together, but just do your best to pick one thing. I'll give you 1 minute here. Now, bring that with you November 17th to my free training, and I'll show you how to work with it, even how to use it to shift from thinking about pausing to experiencing your pause and taking the break that you deserve.
Sometimes we don't think we need a break. Sometimes we feel like we don't have time to take a break. But taking a break and following different exercises that Jane provides us allows us to think more clearly, especially during times of crisis, but to have more mental clarity throughout our day. I'm so glad that Jane was able to participate. I've got her website down here now. As many of you know, we are rebroadcasting the talks from Building Wealth Together 2021, which happened the second week of November. So JaneArieBaldwin.com. You can connect with her. She's got a free webinar and more upcoming events to be scheduled in 2022. Now we're going to bring our final speaker of the evening. Depending on my internet. Well, last time this happened, y'all could still hear me. So I guess I'll just keep on going. So we'll just keep on going. And we are going to bring up our last speaker of the evening. And don't go yet. You really want to see this lady talk to us, because she, again, most of the people I surround myself with, they are uplifting and encouraging me. And so I know that they will uplift and encourage you. So we're going to bring Monique Toussaint to the stage. She is going to talk to us about finding your wealth within. Monique, I want to welcome you to the Wealthy You in 22 Challenge.
My name is Monique Toussaint, and I am a leadership strategist who partners with executives and aspiring executives to strategize and identify solutions that promote career success. Today, I come to you proud to be a monumental moment maximizer, where I utilize tips, tools, and techniques to motivate leaders to maximize pivotal moments in your journey and achieve success. So for our session today, I want to talk about finding your wealth within. What does that mean for you as an entrepreneur and as a leader? And so to get us started, I want you to think about your future. So if you would indulge me, I am asking you to close your eyes. Now, I can't see you, so I'm trusting that that's what you're doing. All right, so just go with me. It is 5 years from now. Your alarm clock is going off. You wake up. You feel wealthy. What's around you? Where are you located? What are you doing? Who's there to celebrate with you? And how did you get there? Feels good, doesn't it? Now open your eyes. So today, we're going to talk about how to get you there. It's one thing to think about what you want. It's another thing to actually get it. And so to find a wealth within, I want you to think about an investment in yourself. When we think about wealth, we think about money, we think about media, being an influencer, we think about, but I want you to think about mindset. And I want you to think about your success being a portfolio of the investments you make in yourself. Okay? So when you think about wealth, and what I want you to think about today is finding the wealth within you. What does that mean? If you have never heard me speak, I love acronyms. And so today, our acronym is going to be on the word wealth. Okay? So find your why. Why do you want to do what you're doing? Why do you want to be wealthy? What is it going to take for you to get there or to stay there? And then find your excuses and figure out how to overcome them, right? Find your allies. Who's in it to help you? Find your legacy. What do you want to be remembered for? Find the time and find your how. Again, we are going to be talking about how to find the wealth within you. And your wealth is your why, your excuses, your allies, your legacy, your time, and your how. Now, if you would just give me a few minutes of your time, we can talk through what that means for you and how you should get there so that you can have the wealthy experience that you envision for yourself in the future. Whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 5 days, 5 minutes. I think you'll walk away in the next few minutes wealthier than you started today because you'll have a wealth of information to get you there. But first, let's tackle your mindset and figure out how do we get you to identify how to get the wealth from within. So what's your why? I'm just going to assume that you don't know. Some people might. So for those of you that do indulge us as we help other people hop on the train and meet us where we are. So first, you want to identify your interests. What are you passionate about? What makes you want to get up in the morning? If you find your passion will always push you. Whether you're a leader or an entrepreneur, the things that you do are what motivates you. If you don't like it, it's very hard to do it. But if you can identify your passion and allow it to push you, it will make room for you. The money will follow your purpose, your passion. It will guide you on your journey to being successful and being wealthy. And then after you identify your why, you want to figure out the solutions. Are you the solution that people need in their life? Is what you're passionate about the one thing that will get you to wealthy? And then commit to making the investment to grow. Whatever that looks like for you, commit to it. Now, today we'll talk through invest in time. We might even get to invest in resources. But if you discover that this is your why, then you need to commit to making sure that you are going to do what it takes to get there. As we talk about wealth, we talk about portfolios and investing money, but you have to invest the necessary resources into yourself to accomplish your goals so that you can be wealthy. So find your why. Next, find your excuses. Now, why would I tell you to do that, right? Most people will tell you, don't make excuses, make progress. But I want you to be real with yourself. Identify your most common excuses. And the reason I'm asking you to do that is because you have to figure out how to overcome them. If you don't figure out what your barriers are, or if you're a business owner, you know we do a SWOT analysis. If you don't know what your weaknesses are, you won't be able to push past them to accomplish what you want to do. And so I am encouraging you to find your excuses, not to use them as a crutch, but to identify them as hurdles that you need to be able to jump over to get to where you want to be. And then after you've identified those excuses, determine what resources you need in place to make progress. Okay? So find your why, find your excuses, determine what resources you need to make progress, and then find your allies. Part of that resource is figuring out who do you need to be connected to. Is where you are working for you? Is what you know working for you? Is who you know working for you? If not, there are a couple things you need to have in place. You need to have a mentor. Find someone that's where you want to be. Whatever area of life your source of wealth is going to be coming from, you want to make sure you can find someone or have identified someone that's doing what you want to be doing. Even if you feel like you are doing something completely innovative and nobody's ever done it before, there is somebody somewhere that's taking a risk. So find a person that's taken a risk and has broken the mold, even if it's not directly related to you, but you feel like they have accomplished something significant and they can give you the tips, tools, and techniques you need to get there. And then you also want to get a coach. Now, you don't have to pick me, you can pick anyone, but I encourage you to find someone that will guide you as you play this game. So think about your top stars. Michael Jordan is great. He's a legacy. He has done wonderful things, but he had coaches all along the way. So you want to make sure you have a coach that will give you guidance, that will check you when you need to be checked, that will evaluate your progress, and that will continue to help you grow, because you cannot do this alone. And then you want to think about your current network. So as we're talking about wealth in this conference, people say your network is your net worth. And again, mentors, coach, and your network. Do you know the people in the right places that will get you where you need to be? Are you a person of value? Do you bring value to a space? Do people want you around? You don't want to come across as someone that's using other people. You want it to be mutually beneficial. So even if it's something where you're receiving from them sometimes, then maybe you say, okay, you know what? I volunteer to do this. Or what do you need help with? How can you add work to your network? And how can your network add work to you? And that's why it's really important that you identify who your allies are. At the same time, part of being a leader, part of being an entrepreneur is knowing to cut your losses, right? So there's assets, there's liabilities. And so you only want to be connected to people and organizations that will be assets to what you want and what you hope to accomplish, and not to those that will hold you back, that will continue to put you in a place of deficit. And so it's a very tough place to be in, but it's something I'm confident that you can do. Okay? So find your why. Why do you want to be wealthy? What is it going to take to get there? What do you want to do that's going to push you there? Find your excuses, because you want to make sure that you know what's going to stop you and you know what you need to to overcome to get there. And then find your allies. You cannot do this alone. No one can do anything alone. You have to be connected in some way, form, or fashion. And then find your legacy, right? What legacy do you want to build? Why are you here on this earth? What do you want to be known for when your time is up? You know, in 100 years, as much as I think that I should still be on earth, but in 100 years, what does Monique Toussaint want to be known for? Does she want to be known as a person that pushed you to your purpose to help you to build your legacy? I want to be a passion pusher that helps you to build legacy, but you have to figure out, what do you want to be known for? How do you get there? And what do you need to build it, right? So after you found all these things, your whys, your excuses, your allies, you have to figure out, how do I build this? What does this mean? Prioritize, prioritize, prioritize. Figure out the most important things to do first, okay? Organize it and then plan. Like, what's your legacy? How do you get there? What do I need to do? Who do I need to be connected to? It's all related. It feels like a lot right now, but it really isn't. You really got this. You have the power to create a future for yourself and for the generations after you, because you have the power to decide what legacy you want to build and how you want to build it and how you want to leave it. So we'll be proactive about that. And to do that, of course, you know, I'm not going to make assumptions. You may have heard of SMART goals, right? Being specific, being measurable, making sure it's realistic, it's relevant, it's time-based. And so just think about those things as you are building your legacy, okay? We're going to build it as we go. We're going to build wealth, but we're going to build legacy. And then you want to find your time, okay? Part of SMART goals is being timely, but part of finding the wealth within is finding time. People make time for what's important to them. Therefore, one, keep your goals manageable. Remove distractions. Remember, we talked about your excuses. What are the things that are going to be in the way? Who are the people that need to be removed? What is your excuse? Are you your biggest distraction? Are you too consumed with perfection over progress and you don't get things done because you want it to be perfect? What are the things that are going to stop you? Figure out, how am I going to make time for the things that I say I want? Do you really want it? How bad do you want it? Because we make time for the things we want. I make time for this video because I want you to push through to accomplish what you want in life. I want you to acquire wealth. But first, for you to do that, you have to identify the wealth within. And therefore, you need to make sure that you can remove the distractions and make time for what you say you want. Finally, I want to encourage you to find your how. We talk about grind and hustle and grind and hustle and grind and hustle and how. It's one thing to talk about why. It's another thing to talk about how. Now that you know your why, I want you to figure out how. To do that, again, I love acronyms. I know one's a lot, two's probably too much. But I want us, because we talk about grinding all the time, we gotta grind, we gotta grind, we gotta grind. I want you to think about this, because the how is more important, not more important, but just as important as the why. The why will motivate you, but the how will get you there, okay? So the why is the car and the how is the gas, okay? All right, so grind. Generate, generate, generate. Generate ideas, generate income, generate resources, generate partnerships, whatever you have to do, just generate. Research. There are so many things available at our fingertips right now. Do the research. Ask qualified people to help you. Find reliable sources of information. Find tools that make sense for you. And then invest. Everything worth having comes at a cost. Yes, there are free things, but you want to not only invest time, you want to make an investment. Just like if you would invest in the stock market, invest in yourself, invest in the coach, invest in the product, invest in the book, whatever it is that you need, that you say you want, invest in attaining the knowledge that is necessary to make you an expert in that. So people want to pay you, so people want to give you wealth, so that you know what you have to do. You're not just going to jump out there and put money in random stocks. So make sure that you take the time to invest in the things that make the most sense to help you be successful. And then you want to network. Network, network, network. Now, we talked about that with allies, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much right now, but just remember, you want to network. And finally, above all else, you want to do. None of this makes any sense to just sit here and listen to if you're not going to do the work. So when you think about grinding, you want to generate, you want to research, you want to invest, you want to network, and you want to do. Do the work. All right. So I know it feels like we've been together forever, but time is coming to the end. And so I just want to remind you what it means to find your wealth within. Find your why. Figure out what makes you want to wake up in the morning. Find your excuses and figure out how to overcome them, because you do not, should not allow yourself to be in a state of detriment because you will not overcome what you already know is going to be a stumbling block for you. Find your allies, identify your network, and your network should be your net worth. Be an asset in that network and not a liability, and cut liabilities in your life. Find your legacy, figure out what you want to leave behind, and then work on building that. Find the time, make time to what's important to you, and find out how. Grind, 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 grind. You've got work to do. You've got people depending on you doing the work, and I am confident that you will do what you said you're going to do, because you want to build wealth and we want to build wealth together. So remember, your success is a portfolio of the investments you make in yourself. Do it, do it, do it. Find the wealth within. I have enjoyed talking to you today, and I want to give you a gift. So if you would do me the honor of visiting monumentalbusiness.com/gift, again, monumentalbusiness.com/gift, there's a leadership growth checklist there waiting for you. You will take the time to assess where you are on your journey, where you want to be, and then decide how do you move forward from there. We don't know where we're going if we don't know where we're coming from. And so I just want to thank you for your time. Again, my name is Monique Toussaint. I am the president of Monumental Business Solutions. I am a leadership strategist excited to partner with executives and aspiring executives about identifying strategies that help them to grow and blossom and walk in their purpose. And I want you to stay connected to me. I am on Facebook at Think Monumental, Instagram at Think Monumental, monumentalbusiness.com, Monumental Moments on YouTube, and I can be reached via email at solutions@monumentalbusiness.com. If you have an idea, we have a plan. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your investment. And I look forward to hearing how you have decided to find the wealth within. Go forth, be prosperous, be purposeful, be profitable.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Go forth, be prosperous, and be profitable. All right. Well, that was our last speaker of the day. And I wish that for you as well, that whatever you do tonight, that you will be prosperous and profitable. I also wish that you will have peace. I pray that you will have peace. I pray that you will have every ounce of abundance that God has promised to you. Now, before I go, and only those of you who are on YouTube are seeing this, because Facebook said you're at the 8-hour mark. Boom, we cut you off. But we will make a replay available to some folks who want to catch the end of Monique's talk. before I go, I want to let you know that many of you are receiving this information from a variety of different sources. If you are not actually registered for the conference, you will miss out on an opportunity to win certain prizes. So I want to make sure you know where to go to register for the actual conference. It's at jjclink.com/22. That's like JJ Conway, jjclink.com/22. And also, if you've enjoyed the speakers today, every testimonial, feedback, aha moment that you share regarding our speakers will get you an entry to win up to $1,500 worth of prizes. And you can submit those takeaways, those aha moments, that feedback, those testimonials for our speakers at the link below, jjclink.com/win. That's jjclink.com/win. Tomorrow, we are going to talk about entrepreneurial and corporate excellence, and you are not going to want to miss this. We are going to kick off the morning with a replay of our keynote speaker from our entrepreneurial keynote speaker from Building Wealth Together, Dr. Cheryl Wood, and we will follow right on with that with the VIP panel from our VIP premier speakers that came on after Dr. Cheryl. So you're going to see her minister, or I said minister, you're going to see her mentoring them, and then you're going to be able to you're going to be able to hear them answer audience questions that were recorded during the event. You don't want to miss it. It starts right at 9 o'clock Central Time. That is tomorrow at 9 o'clock Central Time, same bat time, same bat channel. I'm JJ Conway. Don't forget to enter the contest by submitting your feedback at jjclink.com/win. I'll see you all tomorrow. Y'all take care and be blessed.